Sound. Assembly chamber. 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 Signed. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Member wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. I remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will not take any points of order in this or any other matter until this item of business has been finished. I call Sinead Ennis to make her statement.
Myself, yeah. I would like to use my member statement today and take the opportunity to reflect on the positive announcement last week around Narrow Water Bridge and the opportunities I believe that now exist. And those of us who have championed Narrow Water Bridge know that it is more than just an infrastructure project. We know that it is key to unlocking the huge economic and tourism potential that we have in South Down and right across the Carlingford Lough region. And funding has been secured from the Irish Government's Shared Island Unit, and this will help to boost Ireland's Eastern Corridor region and help strengthen our all-island ties. Newry and Down Council and Louth County Council have a strategic alliance to promote, strengthen and stimulate the social, cultural and economic links within and between the people of the Carlingford Lough region. A narrow water bridge is not just an example of that, but an example of what can be done when we work together on an all-island basis. We have a huge and unique local tourism offering in Warmpoint, Restraver and of course into the Mournes, but we must build on that to ensure that attractions in Southdown are something that residents and visitors can be proud of, and that we continue to offer a first-class visitor experience. That is why, as we see Narrow Water Bridge continue to progress, Sinn Féin will be working with both Louth County Council and Newry and Mourne District Council to see the restoration of Warmpoint's iconic baths. With planning and permission in place, a viable and innovative project like Warmpoint Baths will complement Narrow Water Bridge when it is built. And I hope that Shared Island and funding from the Shared Island unit can be a viable avenue for the funding of Warmpoint Baths, because it is time to deliver investment, the investment that is needed to transform this iconic landmark and to restore Warmpoint Baths to their former glory. Gormaigat.
As reported on Downtown and Cool FM News on the 16th of February by a journalist called Tara Griffiths, the CAMS waiting time statistics for Northern Ireland was published on the 14th of February. These were statistics up to December 2023. As of that date, Mr. Speaker, there were over 2,000 young people and adolescents waiting for a CAMS appointments. CAMS is the Child and Adolescents Mental Health Service. Over 1,000 of those, more than double that amount of over 2,000, were waiting for more than 9 weeks. And in December 2022, of the total number waiting, nearly half was in the Northern Trust area. Now, as of the 31st of December 2023, Northern Trust has reduced that number to 697 out of the 2,095. But out of that 697, 415 were waiting over 9 weeks. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, that these figures are on record, because these are people. These are our young people and adolescents. And the waiting lists are one thing, Mr. Speaker, but the sheer number of children who needs to use this service is astronomical, and it is absolutely shameful. Children as young as 2, Mr. Speaker, are on mental health waiting lists. These figures correlate with school absence. The number of children missing 50% of school has doubled. The number of children missing 80% of school has doubled, and have doubled since lockdown philosophy and the deployment of fear. Anxiety levels in children have went through the roof, Mr. Speaker. Children and infants are struggling with developmental and social problems that they should never have to deal with. And when they go on to a waiting list to seek support, they have to wait 9 weeks to get it. Not only have we let these children down through the pandemic, but we're also letting them down now. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, no one wants to talk about it. Well, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, I will keep talking about it until these figures are reduced. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak on a medical treatment which I'm sure some members may already be aware of. That treatment is Palforzia. It was brought to my attention a few years ago by Tierna Byrne, a mother from East Belfast, who was concerned by the impact lack of access to this drug could have on the future of her now 5-year-old son, Matthew, who sadly lives with a severe peanut allergy. In her initial email to me, she described the fear and worry she and her husband live with on a daily basis, how her son has experienced swollen eyes and lips, or his face covered in blotches, how he's now been hospitalised due to anaphylactic shock, and her heartbreak that after he's had to grow up a lot faster than his classmates by having to immediately tell new people he can't eat nuts. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to learn that 1 in 50 children in the UK live with a nut allergy, and NHS England has approved access to this drug in 2021. In Northern Ireland, it's been approved since February 2022, and the Belfast Trust has committed to introducing Palforzia, as they know it will help with reduction of risk further down the line. However, and this is why I'm raising this in the Chamber today, children living with nut allergies in Northern Ireland are currently missing out in comparison to other children in the UK and many other children across the globe, as Palforzia is regarded as too resource intensive to fully distribute, and instead this is on a case-by-case basis with your consultant. This is despite the rightful concerns of parents, the evidence confirming its efficacy, the support I've seen from within the medical sector and consultants, and the acknowledgement I've had from permanent secretaries during the last Assembly collapse. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows about Palforzia and that it works. They know the benefits it brings, and they know that its full introduction is needed here in Northern Ireland. I was working on this when the hands of these institutions were tied by the lack of a minister, but Northern Ireland is now in a better place, and I call on the Health Minister to do what he can to introduce wider availability of Palforzia for those families and children who so desperately need it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members will now be aware of the notification of a new EU Act, the Geographical Indication Protection for Craft and Industrial Products, which you have written to the Assembly on Friday evening, informing us that an applicability motion must be tabled by the FM and DFM acting jointly to this Assembly within 14 days of its receipt. Members may not be fully aware, but this applicability motion requires the cross-community consent of this Chamber for it to be added to the Windsor Framework legislation. This notification, which came originally to the clerk of our Windsor Framework Committee, was not originally forwarded to you, as I understand it, as it should have been by the Cabinet Office, and that there is a particularly tight timeline which commenced on the 21st of February. The Windsor Framework Committee, under its chair, has made clear to the rest of our committee that our remit stretches only to future regulation, amongst other areas, as outlined in the letter the committee sent to ministers the previous week. In the light of this and the taut timelines required, we are concerned that insufficient scrutiny will be conducted on this new EU Act, whereby, in the explanatory notes, it may downplay the implications to Northern Ireland businesses. There is, by implication, a possibility that it may impact internal UK trade, in particularly with that vital east-west dimension of our internal UK market. While the note refers to minor changes, those of us who have been in this Assembly remember the impact of the removal of only a few minor words from a piece of transferred legislation that brought a government down. Our party notes with concern that the scrutiny of this legislation has not already been expedited. Furthermore, with other future timelines of 5 working days on matters that are due to come under the purview of the Windsor Framework Committee, and the need to move accurately at pace, there is a need to ensure that our committees start looking beyond the narrow remits that they've been given. And if the lessons of the RHI inquiry are not to be forgotten, we must stop being incurious and start critically examining the potentially fundamental changes in legislation that are beginning to affect us, starting indeed, Mr. Speaker, with this geographical indication protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to raise awareness of the significance of encephalitis following World Encephalitis Day last Thursday. Encephalitis is a serious condition that impacts individuals and families across the UK and Ireland and indeed globally. And raising awareness about this disease is crucial in promoting and understanding the needs of those affected. Encephalitis is a condition characterised by inflammation of the brain, often leading to symptoms such as confusion, seizures, and in severe cases, coma or even death. This disease can have a profound impact on those affected and their families, making it both emotional and challenging in all circumstances. In the UK and in Ireland alone, thousands of people are impacted by encephalitis each year, highlighting the importance of increased awareness and support for this terrible condition. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the efforts of a local family in my constituency Sonia Harrigan and Jackie O'Kane, two sisters, and their families who have been instrumental in raising awareness about encephalitis on behalf of their late mother, Bridie, who passed away in recent weeks. Bridie is a native of Douglas Bridge and a huge part of the local community, and battled with this terrible disease for a significant period of time, spent months and months on end in hospital and in care. Their dedication to this cause, despite facing the untimely loss of their mother to this disease, is truly commendable and serves as an inspiration to all those affected. It is through the efforts of individuals like Sonia and Jackie and their families that we are able to shed a light on the impact of encephalitis and work towards greater understanding and support for those affected. Today in this House, I would like to amplify their voices and all those affected to raise awareness and provide crucial support to individuals and families facing the challenges of encephalitis. As we reflect on World Encephalitis Day and the important work being done to support this cause, let us all commit ourselves to spreading the awareness necessary, offering compassion and advocating for those affected by this debilitating disease. Together we can make a difference in the lives of individuals battling encephalitis, and we must ensure greater awareness and support to all those affected. I'd like to also, Mr. Speaker, thank all those who have dedicated their time, energy and resources to raising awareness of this important cause. Your efforts are making a difference, and we stand with you in solidarity as we continue to support this important cause. Together we can make a positive impact. And it's worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that encephalitis can affect anyone at any age and at any time in their life. And in helping this particular family, I've seen the worst possible effects that it's had, and unfortunately, ultimately, the loss of Bridie Harrigan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This afternoon to congratulate the bravery and courage of a couple in my constituency whom some of you might have seen in the news over the weekend, Danielle and Niall Sands, who spoke out very bravely about their experience following the birth of their baby Joe. Danielle suffered from postnatal depression, and then Niall himself realised that he was going through the same, and their courage in talking about their story and raising awareness of something that is never really discussed, and that's men's mental health in the wake of a new addition to the family, I just thought was brilliant and amazing, and I just want to congratulate them. I know them personally, they're actually my neighbours, and or they're Danielle's granny is my neighbour, and I just want to congratulate them on their bravery and raise that in the House this afternoon. Gormagov.
This week marks the 19th anniversary of the tragic disappearance of Lisa Dorian from a caravan park in Ballyhalbert in County Down in 2005. Lisa's disappearance has left an irreplaceable hole in the lives of her loving family and her many friends. To this day, Lisa's body has never been found. During this time, her family have led a courageous and dignified campaign called Let's Find Lisa, as they seek to bury her with her mother Patricia, who sadly passed away with a broken heart in 2015 following her daughter's disappearance. I would like to commend the Dorian family for their bravery and resilience in continuing to search for justice and fighting to bring their beloved Lisa home. Their dedication to get truth and justice for Lisa is as strong today as it was 19 years ago. I would like to particularly pay tribute to Lisa's sister Joanne, who I've met with a number of times, for all her ongoing efforts and campaigning to find Lisa. The family have worked very closely with many other families from right across the country and beyond in similar circumstances to look at ways they can support each other and give each other hope through the most trying of circumstances such as what they have faced. I know the investigation remains open, and again I would encourage anyone with any information at all to contact the PSNI immediately. Recently, Lisa's family have backed the campaign to introduce what is known as Charlotte's Law, which would see murderers face tougher sentences if they do not disclose the location of their victims' remains, named after Charlotte Murray, who similarly went missing in 2012 and was also tragically murdered and her body secretly buried. This law could impact a perpetrator's parole and include incentives for cooperation by disclosing where they have put the victim's body. I know Lisa's family have indeed been heartened in recent weeks by the commitment from the Justice Minister that she does intend to bring forward legislation in support of Charlotte's Law as part of the upcoming sentencing bill, and they certainly welcome that, and I would urge the Minister to move at pace to deliver this much needed legislation, which would bring some hope and comfort to families both in the past and going forward in the future. This will support the tireless work of families like the Dorians and the Murray family in their search for justice, truth and peace, and importantly give families that peace to grieve properly for their loved ones. No family should ever have to face the additional heartbreak of not being able to bury a loved one. I commend the family of Lisa Dorian for their bravery, dedication and courage 19 years on as they fight for justice for Lisa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Mr. Speaker, I want to speak today about apprenticeships. February is the month where we mark Apprenticeship Week and celebrate our apprentices, but I believe we had another bit of business on that week, so I am doing it now, and better late than never. I believe apprenticeships are a great way to grow our economy, tackle poverty, social inequality, and help us address the many and various challenges that face our economy in terms of productivity, in terms of meeting the challenge of skills gaps, and in terms of looking at how we actually develop a strategic plan for our economy. They are a key part of widening participation and access to education. However, there is a lot more all of us can be doing to promote apprenticeships. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to be honest that every time we talk about education and skills, there appears to be an ingrained bias in our society that always goes down the well-trodden path of academia. Did anyone ever stop to ask why? I am one of those people in this House who did benefit from a pilot of a higher level apprenticeship, something brought in by my party colleague Dr. Stephen Farry whenever he was Minister for Employment and Learning. I believe that there is a perception, and I do see some younger people in the gallery, and it's a shame they can't shout down, but I do believe that there is a perception in society. I don't know whether that is developed by the system, how that has come about, or different policies that seem to be at times across purposes, but there is a bias out there around apprenticeships. However, I believe in our young people that they are being more informed than ever. And indeed, members will know that one of my issues that I seek to try and further in my time as this mandate goes forward is that of careers advice in schools. And I do believe there is very much a cross effort there between education and economy. However, something that is part of helping us to grow apprenticeships and those opportunities for young people, and indeed people of all ages, is a vibrant and thriving further education sector. I am deeply concerned about some of the issues that are being raised at the minute by people who work in that sector and by people who avail of the courses available there. We speak about 25 years of prosperity, Mr. Speaker, and all of us want to see that. But I do believe that each one of us has a role to play in advocating for not just apprenticeships, but the role of further education in this House also. I would also like to raise again the issue of the apprenticeship levy, one which I believe we do have a role to play in this House and the other place, but something I will not rest until we actually get resolve on. I would also like to place on thanks all our apprentices working across Northern Ireland who are delivering great work. Thank you.
I rise to pay tribute and to mourn the loss of Mr. Chris Nicholl, who passed away on Saturday night at the age of 77. Chris, on 51 occasions, no fewer, was selected to represent the Northern Ireland senior men's football team. He became a stalwart of the early glory years of Billy Bingham's second spell as manager, beginning in 1980, when he was a regular in the team which went on to win the British Championship that year, a year when I was a rookie reporter stroke commentator on the Northern Ireland team. He was always very kind to me, although to be fair, he never pushed himself in front of a microphone. He was content to make his contribution on the field of play. I was lucky enough to see him play in all 5 of Northern Ireland's matches at the 1982 World Cup in Spain, including that famous night on the 25th of June when we inflicted a 1-0 defeat on the hosts in the Luis Casanova Stadium in Valencia. And Chris contributed more than his fair share because, inexplicably, the Spanish kept throwing high balls into the Northern Ireland box. Well, at 6'4", Chris was fit to nod it away again and again and again. After he retired as a player, he enjoyed success as a manager including a spell at Southampton when he mentored the likes of Matt Letizia and Alan Shearer. A few years ago, Shearer made a documentary called Dementia, Football and Me, and sadly, Chris was one of his interviewees. He said he was suffering from brain damage brought on by heading footballs. He talked about his memory, and he said, and I quote, "Everyone forgets regular things, like where your keys are. But when you forget where you live, that's different. I've had that for 4 or 5 years, and it bothers me." He suffered from chronic traumatic encephalopathy, and it appears it cost him his life. Mr. Speaker, I should also acknowledge that since Stormont was down in 2022, Billy Bingham also passed away. That was when devolution was down. Billy, a man who played in our first World Cup in Sweden in '82 and managed just the other two, Spain '82, Mexico '86. He also was the only manager ever to orchestrate home and away wins over the great West German team of that era. I would like to think we will see the likes of Billy Bingham and Chris Nicholl again, but their exploits have set quite the challenge.
Myself with the previous speaker and his remarks on Chris Nicholl. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about the news which emerged at the end of last week, the shocking and unacceptable news that shared education and integrated education capital funding totalling, it appears, £150 million has been removed from 10 schools in Northern Ireland. First of all, I should declare an interest, which is that I am a parent at one of the affected schools, Forge Primary, which was expected to be funded. And as a serving MLA and someone who follows this policy, it was shocking that I and indeed other parents found out that this money was being cut because we got emails from the principals of the affected schools. I have been in touch with the principals in my schools, including at Millennium Primary, a brilliant integrated primary just outside Carryduff, which has been expecting to build a new 14-base classroom and 2-class nursery. They were also, additionally to that, they were expecting to invest in special educational need provision at Millennium. But this is the case far beyond South Belfast, Mr. Speaker. This is shocking news, and we will be seeking answers, first of all from the Minister of Education, also from the UK Government, but also, it has to be said, from other executive parties, because this comes after a whole range of other bits of information about the financial package which was agreed have leaked out. And let's face it, this was, I'm afraid, leaked or snuck out. It was not based on an official announcement from the Minister or the Department. Boards of Governors were contacted in private and given this information. That in itself is unacceptable, but it's also unacceptable that £150 million designed to be allocated to shared and integrated education, a priority, what should be a priority for all of us in this chamber, something that we are all signed up to support under the agreement and subsequent legislation, that this in private, in secret, is being cut. We need to know how the decision was made to reallocate this funding, which parties knew, which ministers knew that this reallocation was going to happen, why we in this Assembly weren't told and we had to wait until the information was snuck out to parents via an email in order to hold us to account, in order to find out what was happening, but also what other important projects are going to lose funding as a result of this reallocation, what has been waved through by executive parties in the rush to deal with these things. It's completely unacceptable. I hope we get more clarity from the Education Minister, and I hope we get more clarity on how this decision was taken, who knew it was being taken, and what is going to be done to support those integrated schools and shared projects who are expecting to build facilities. Thank you.
Talking about the Horizon Post Office scandal, and the details of this saga has been well publicised thanks to a very successful ITV drama this year. In 1999, the Post Office began its rollout of a new IT system called Horizon, and it soon became clear that Horizon system was faulty, which made it appear as if money was actually going missing. Management and the Post Office blamed the sub-postmasters, and as a result of these, accused were sacked, forced to pay money back, and many were wrongfully prosecuted. Hundreds of innocent postal workers were scapegoated in this way, including here in the north of Ireland. The injustice went on for years, with the Post Office refusing to acknowledge the Horizon system was to blame, despite repeated attempts by victims to raise complaints. The First Minister and I met with victims of the Post Office scandal here in the north and heard of the impact on their lives, how their livelihoods and also that of their families were completely destroyed. They told us how they were dragged through the courts and convicted of crimes they did not commit. Not only was a good reputation tarnished within their communities, but they were also dismissed from their employment after many years of loyal service, and in some cases they had faced financial ruin. Some of the victims told us how they had suffered health-wise, mentally, and how they had actually developed disease as a result of the stress that they were under through these false accusations. The victims all agreed on what was needed in order to go forward, that all convictions should be squashed and that a fair level of compensation needs to be provided to those victims. I welcome the announcement by the British Government and the legislation was brought forward which will exonerate those victims in England and in Wales. But because of it being a reserved matter, i.e. the Post Office, and that it does not include the victims here in the north of Ireland, I commend the call by our First Minister and the Minister of Justice, who asked to address this issue and to ensure that these convictions are reversed and that those people are covered by a law that should be extended here within the north of Ireland, and they're compensated for the losses that they have actually suffered and endured over this last number of years. Gurmaga.
Left, I call Jim Allister.
Speaker, as part of the Dud deal that brought the DUP back into the Executive, today in the House of Commons, one of the DUP's fig leaves, what is grandly called a humble address, will be promoted. It's built around a flagrant deceit. Deceit in the words of that humble address, which includes this: acknowledging the foundational importance of the Acts of Union 1800, including the economic provisions under Article 6 of those Acts. I say deceit because the deal that it celebrates confirms the suspension of the very Article 6 that it references. Our Supreme Court, in very clear terms, because of the supremacy afforded in law to the protocol, because it establishes a continuing Irish sea border, and because of the foreign EU law that it submits Northern Ireland to, has held that Article 6 of the Acts of Union is in suspension. And nothing in the Dud-Donaldson deal reverses one word of that. Article 6 remains in suspension. And yet, because of that, we continue to have a country partitioned by a customs and regulatory border, subject to foreign law, subject to a foreign court, and thereby the Acts of Union, despite the deception of this humble address, thereby the Acts of Union continue to be diminished and violated. Those whose mission it is to dismantle the Union will rightly say, well done,
remarks
Jeffrey.
conclude. Thank you. Members, the next item of business is a motion on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Padraig Delargy be appointed as a member of the Committee for the Executive Office.
Call John Stewart to move. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper and the names of the members of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Gemma Dolan and Mr Stephen Dunn be appointed as members of the Committee on Standards and Privileges, and that Mr Nick Matheson be appointed as a member of the Audit Committee.
Thank you. I call on John Stewart to move the motion on behalf of the Business Committee.
Happy to move, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper and the names of the members of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on the implementation on the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly affirms that the Executive Office's strategic framework to end violence against women and girls must recognise that misogyny is a root cause of violence against women and girls, laments that since 2021 we have had the joint highest rate of femicide in Europe, expresses deep sadness that violence against women and girls is endemic here, with one woman killed every 3 months, regrets that victims of sexual and gender-based violence still face obstacles within the justice system and within society itself, and that these obstacles prevent many women from reporting their abuse, condemns the budget cuts imposed by the British Government, which significantly cut funding for public services, early intervention and rehabilitation services, community and voluntary sectors and women's aid, and calls on the Executive Office to urgently implement in full the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, to transform how society understands and responds to violence against women and girls.
Thank you. I call Emma Sheeran to move the motion.
Thank you,
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the First Minister. I would like to congratulate you on your new post. You know yourself. The people of Mid-Ulster are very, very proud of you.
Motion this afternoon.
Right, if you could move the motion.
Oh, Bro Norm, can I move the motion? Is that me?
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
I should have said the William Buggy. I want to move it. That translates to. We're bringing this motion this afternoon because we want to end violence against women and girls, and I suppose across the House we're agreed on the importance of this and the harm that violence against women and girls does. And we know that this is a commitment from the last mandate and appreciate the work that has already gone on here. And I want to specifically thank the co-design team, and I know some of those involved have joined us this afternoon to listen to this debate, and credit those involved in frontline services and the people who are working with victims and survivors every day and the massive role that they play in society. Because gender-based violence is endemic and it pervades throughout society, and we know that this has to be a priority in this mandate, and it has to be a priority for all parties, and we all must work together on that. We want to set this at the top of the agenda and ensure that it is a priority and it is something that is implemented in full. And at the outset I would say that we'll be supporting the amendment because this is totally in line with the spirit of our motion. We know that this has to be funded in order to be implemented fully, and we want to see that happening. I suppose the reason for bringing this motion today is to start the conversation about this and to bring it into the public discourse, because gender-based violence is something that has happened for centuries in Ireland and has been facilitated by silence. People knowing deep down that something was wrong, but not having the courage to call it out. And that's how it has been allowed to manifest itself in the way that it has. And so we have to break the silence in this, we have to call it out, we have to start the conversation, and hopefully this debate will serve that end today. We know that misogyny is the root cause of gender-based violence. And misogyny, in its simplest term, is the belief that women are lesser. And just like any discriminatory mindset, it manifests itself and it breeds and it festers in a vacuum, in a situation where there's no conversation, no information being shared, no myth-busting, where people are allowed to spread disinformation, fear and hatred. That's how misogyny has taken shape. And an awful lot of the time, we don't even recognise it. These thoughts are so internalised that we don't sometimes call it out. We know, and we've seen it all too often, even in recent years. 42 women murdered between January 2013 and June 2023. We see an extreme act of violence against a woman in that a woman is murdered, and then there's an outpouring of grief, and we're all standing at vigils, and everybody is so sorry that this has happened. But farther back the chain, when the beliefs were first being issued, we weren't challenging them, and that's what we have to do, and that's what this strategy has to do. It has to address this at the root, and I'm pleased to see that the framework sets out very clearly that this is about addressing the cultural norms and challenging the structural inequalities that lead to what ultimately becomes somebody losing a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend as a result of gender-based violence. Because misogyny is the cause of so many problems across society. It's the reason why women present with their GPs with what is clearly the menopause, and they're told that they're just a bit stressed and prescribed antidepressants. It's the reason that it takes about 8 years to get a diagnosis of endometriosis or PCOS. It's the reason why female politicians wear a dress and it's the subject of news articles, but a male politician will never face the same criticism for a suit that he wears. It's the reason that our dresses don't have pockets. That's the reality. And it's the reason that women are being murdered. And we have to get to the root of that to stop that happening. Over the course of the weekend, in preparation for today's debate, I re-familiarised myself with some of the statistics around this, and some of the facts and figures that have been gathered in relation to this issue are totally depressing, and they're shocking. One of the statistics that really shocked me was the 22 Life and Times survey that showed that 75% of 16-year-olds that had been surveyed had experienced street harassment. And I read that and I said, oh my God, 3/4 of our teenage girls have already been harassed in the street. And then I said to myself, why am I shocked at that? I was a 16-year-old girl. I have friends, I have a sister, I have a mother. We've all experienced this. We all know what it feels like. And the overwhelming emotion that you have is shame, embarrassment. You don't call it out. It has become completely normalised to the point where an awful lot of the time these remarks are made, or you're harassed, and 10 minutes later you're back to getting a cup of coffee or talking with a friend, and it hasn't even had an impact on you. But over time, these things build up to the point where the situation gets so extreme that there's an act of violence, and that's then when we all react. So I suppose what I would say is that we know this isn't about demonising anyone. This affects everyone across society. The victims of this are men and women. We know that the impact that this has on families, particularly in situations of domestic violence where children suffer, and the impact that has then for them later in life with their own relationships. And we know that this is intergenerational. Hurt people, and we have seen that time and again, and the studies all reflect that. And we have to address it to stop it be getting that far. So I would just hope and urge everyone to support this, and I want to see us all working together to call this out and stopping this phenomenon. Gormagat.
And thank you. I call on Harry Harvey to move the amendment.
Moved, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind on the amendment. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
And thank you, Deputy Speaker. The motion before the House today draws our attention to the unacceptable and ongoing issue of violence against women and girls within our society.
This is an issue that affects us all. It has the potential to affect every home represented in the Chamber today. For women and girls, it affects them directly. For men and boys, it has the potential to affect them indirectly, should violence be perpetrated against those females who they hold dear, be it a mother, a sister, a wife, or a partner. In light of this fact, it is incumbent upon us all to be willing to play our part to tackle this issue head on and to tackle the root causes of the issue within society. The need to address violence and the causes of violence against women and girls formed a core aspect of my party's Assembly election manifesto in 2022, and I am pleased that progress is being made across government and particularly within the Executive Office to spotlight it. The first necessity is to acknowledge the existence of the problem. The Executive Office's strategic framework does exactly that, as does the motion before us today. The stark reality is that 75% of girls, even at the formative age of 16, have experienced street harassment at least once in their lifetime. Sadly, such events occurring on our streets mirror a far more serious set of circumstances faced by too many women behind closed doors. The problem exists, and the message must be that it is wrong, regardless of the form that it takes. As the framework outlines, the vision is a changed society where women and girls are free from all forms of gender-based violence, abuse and harm, including the attitudes, systems and structural inequalities that cause them. This will be achieved through the aim of working together as partners across society in public, private and third sectors and within the community to prevent and eradicate all forms of violence against women and girls. Mr. Speaker, whilst it is right and proper to have such a document within government, it will be for every sector and every community to buy into its vision and seek to make it a reality. It will not be achieved by government alone, and I am encouraged with the willingness by the collaboration which has already been evidenced in seeking to address and tackle this issue. Co-design has been a vital aspect of developing the framework, bringing together expertise and experience from across government, the community and voluntary sectors, and lived experience. It is important to acknowledge the great work which has been done to support women and tackle the issue of violence against them over many years. Organisations such as Women's Aid have been on the cold face, dealing with the ugly realities and outworkings of misogyny and sexism within wider society. I am hopeful that the strategic framework will build upon the foundation already laid and seek to provide further support for those organisations and bodies dedicated to supporting women and girls across Northern Ireland. It is astonishing to think that by estimate, domestic and sexual abuse costs Northern Ireland in the region of 750 million to 1 billion. Not only is there a direct and often catastrophic human cost to the victims of such abuse, there's also financial cost as a result of the ongoing prevalence of this societal illness as well. Mr. Speaker, we must be clear by our actions, as well as our words, that our women are to be valued, respected and protected against the minority who would seek to do them harm, be it physically or emotionally. I look forward to seeing the practical outworkings of the strategic framework and to working collectively toward the eradication of violence against our women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you. Members, as I call Connie Egan, I want to point out that this is Connie Egan's first opportunity to speak as a private member. I would remind the House that it is the convention that a maiden speech is made without interruption. Thank you. Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm honoured to stand here as an MLA for North Down and delighted to finally be able to make my maiden speech after getting elected in May 2022. I pay tribute to my predecessor, Rachel Woods, who is a dedicated representative for North Down, both as an MLA and a councillor on Ards and North Down Borough Council, where I enjoyed working alongside her. I would like to thank everybody who trusted me with their vote, and all my friends and family who have supported me in getting to this moment, 2 of them who are sitting up in the gallery today. I have lived in North Down all my life. It is a wonderful place to live, work and visit, and has so much unfulfilled potential. It is home to a welcoming and diverse community, and I endeavour to be a voice for all within my constituency. Mr Deputy Speaker, ending violence against women and girls is a subject that I care deeply about. I am glad to support this motion and amendment today, which recognises misogyny as the root cause of violence against women and girls, and calls for the implementation of a strategy which we so desperately need. Shamefully, this has been another area in which we see Northern Ireland has fallen behind, as the only region in these islands without a strategic framework to end gender-based violence. Last year, Ulster University produced a report titled Every Voice Matters, which found that 98% of women interviewed said that they had experienced at least one form of gender-based violence or abuse in their lifetime. This is an absolutely harrowing statistic and reinforced the need for urgent action to seriously tackle this issue in our society. The strategy recognises the whole society approach that is needed to end violence against women and girls and tackle the root causes of it. In the last mandate, Justice Minister Naomi Long made much needed progress on this issue to protect victims, which included introducing a stalking offence, updating revenge porn laws, outlawed upskirting, downblousing and cyberflashing, and created a new offence of coercive control. Legislation is important, but violence against women and girls is not an issue that lies solely for our justice system to address. We need a whole society approach to tackle gender-based violence, which thrives in a society where misogyny and sexism go unchallenged. The executive departments need to work collectively to implement the action plan. This includes things like education programmes to empower young people with information on consent and healthy relationships, a housing system which recognises domestic violence as intimidation, and supporting organisations such as White Ribbon NI, who work in the community to prevent gender-based violence from even occurring. Last year, when we had no sitting executive or assembly, we saw one of the devastating consequences of siloed working between departments. We had the absolutely perverse situation where the Executive Office was consulting on an action plan and strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, yet at the same time, the Department of Health removed all core grant funding from Women's Aid Federation, a situation which was completely contradictory, failing those who had worked hard to co-produce and co-design the strategy and all the women that they support. We need to see not just commitment from all departments to tackle gender-based violence, but resources to fund the necessary programmes and interventions. It is unreasonable to move forward with the strategy and expect the community and voluntary sector, who already lead in Northern Ireland in responding to and tackling this issue, to deliver more if the resources and support from the Executive do not follow. Nexus, the organisation delivering the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Helpline, last year had to close their services for under-16s due to insufficient funding from the Executive. We are failing people by not fully funding these vital services. If I go back to my own constituency in North Down, we have a Women's Aid refuge which is run by a dedicated and compassionate team, but on a shoestring budget. There can be no doubt this refuge has saved lives and rescued families, but the facilities fall short of others across these islands. A new and accessible one is urgently needed to meet the needs of all victims, survivors and their families. Mr Speaker, I hope that the commitments we have seen so far across parties will continue within the Executive, with cross-departmental working and sufficient funding to implement all actions of the strategy. We have a real opportunity ahead of us to transform Northern Ireland. We can all play a part to tackle the root causes, support victims and survivors, and end violence against women and girls. Thank you.
And thank you for that maiden speech. I call John Stewart.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate you on your role? I don't think I've been speaking since you've taken the chair. And can I congratulate the member for North Down on her maiden speech as well? Very well done. And also echo her words on Rachel Woods, who is a sad loss to this chamber, and we wish her well as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to start by saying that the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting the motion and the amendment laid down today. And thank everyone for bringing forward this important issue. It is one that really should have been tackled by now through a strategic framework. The process, as we know and has already been alluded to, is well advanced in terms of setting out that strategic framework. I chaired, Mr Deputy Speaker, the TO committee during the last mandate, and one of the last meetings of that meeting was evidence being sought from the Women's Research and Development Agency, and I commend them and the many thousands of people who completed the survey and the consultation to leading us to help formulate that strategic framework. There have been motions in 2017 and in 2021 in this House, and there was unanimity on all those occasions and on all the responses about how we go forward in tackling this. And the sad reality, Mr Deputy Speaker, is there had not been for the 5 years out of 7 of a political vacuum in this place that not only do I believe we would have had a strategy in place, but that strategy would have been well advanced by now and would have been tackling this issue. But sadly, we are where we are. And if there's any positive that can be taken from not having that long overdue strategy in tackling gender-based violence, is that we can learn from models of best practice elsewhere what has worked badly and learn from that, but take on board what has worked well across these aisles and apply that to any strategy that we begin to roll out. We do owe that to our women and girls. In the absence, Mr Deputy Speaker, of any live strategy or strategic framework right now, I want to acknowledge the tireless and invaluable work of organisations such as the Women's Policy Group, CITHRA, Women's Aid, White Ribbon Project and the many other groups and organisations from across the country who dedicate their time to supporting women and girls, striving to end violence and raising awareness of the issues at all levels of our society. I also want to acknowledge the huge volume of work that has already been carried out by the Executive Office officials to date on this over many years. They have worked tirelessly in trying to resolve this issue and to try and put together a strategic framework, and have brought forward all of the responses that have been made to date. And I look forward, as I'm sure they do, to seeing this strategic framework in place. As I referred back to, Mr Deputy Speaker, back in March 2021, a similar motion was debated in this House, and there was unanimity in terms of the responses on that day. During that motion, many members discussed the key critical issues around the violence, harm and abuse that women and girls continue to face, and the need for a strategy to ensure we are protecting women and girls and eliminating gender-based violence here in Northern Ireland. That motion was discussed during the COVID pandemic. And unfortunately, violence and domestic abuse during women and girls did not disappear or reduce. It actually increased. And as we move into a post-pandemic society, we must reflect on the things that were said. Statistics were quoted, and regrettably are the same, and not only the same, but actually worse 3 years on. 3 years on, we still have no strategy for violence against women and girls. And to end that, we have failed our women and girls. Between 2022 and 2023, the PSNI recorded 32,875 incidents of domestic violence here in Northern Ireland, an average of 1 every 16 minutes. Sadly, back in 2021, when this was last discussed, it was 1 every 17 minutes. And as we know, over 1/3 of those incidents are not reported or recorded, which makes it even worse. These statistics show how important it is to have the emotional support, counselling and referral support such as Women's AIDS Foundation Northern Ireland, but they must be properly resourced and funded, as other members have already alluded to. Our party met with the Women's AIDS Federation Northern Ireland back in September after they reached out with concerns that their local government funding was due to end in September last year. Since then, the Women's Aid have lost significant funding that helps support women and girls who have been victims of domestic abuse, harm and violence. Therefore, a consideration within the strategic framework must be to improve the support available to victims and ensure those support networks are adequately funded. We must start as we mean to go on and ensure that our youth and society are educated to be respectful towards one another. Educating our youth is necessary from nursery school onwards. Young people must be encouraged to respect, listen and accept that violence towards any person, regardless of gender, is totally unacceptable. Our society must be educated through awareness campaigns. There needs to be change in the long-established societal attitudes towards domestic and sexual violence until the statistics that reflect respect towards women and girls. Finally, Mr Speaker, I am encouraged that the Executive Office has said that this will be a cross-departmental strategy. It needs to straddle justice, including probation services, health, education and finance. To finish, I really hope that the strategic framework will be laid out as soon as possible, allowing us to tackle this hugely important issue. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have all been here before. Violence against women and girls is a crime, and it has become endemic in our society, in our homes and on our streets. This violence has been fuelled by a toxic legacy of our past and the deeply misogynistic culture in our society. It is violence that has gone unaddressed by government here, whether through sheer dysfunction, the inability to agree, or through the stop-start nature of our politics. I welcome the opportunity to once again be here and to be debating this issue. Yet I don't think anyone in this chamber disagrees with the implementing of this strategy. We are here, in essence, to put our agreement on the record. That is no bad thing, and I applaud the sponsors for bringing this forward and demonstrating the consensus that exists in this chamber. Yet this is too important an issue to debate in this chamber and satisfy ourselves that we have moved the needle. Today, I want to address a number of issues that this Assembly must address. The first issue is funding, and we've heard it around the chamber this morning. And we stand here and there's still uncertainty about the funding of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. This is a strategy that has been painstakingly crafted, and I would like to pay tribute to the team that have done so, and I really want to commend the work of Claire Archibald and those that she has worked with. It had the voices of women right at the centre of its creation, and I know that in the final conclusion we can hope for a financial package to accompany its implementation and the immediate action plan as well. But this Assembly must state unequivocally that a strategy without funding to go along with it is not worth the paper that it is printed on. And the women affected by this deserve so much more than that. We know that what we need to do to hold perpetrators to account and ensure that survivors have the support they need. But as the UN Women Executive Director has said, we must also do what we always do when we recognise the gravity of an issue. We must allocate serious resources to unlock financing across different sectors, to track budget allocations, to do more gender-responsive budgeting, and to resource the crucial efforts of women's rights organisations who are at the front line of response and are crucial partners for policy change. Of course, this actually goes much wider than simply funding. For me, this issue is about culture, and it's about our society, about the value we attach to women's lives. That culture is writ large by newspaper headlines about a femicide, and it is right that our reaction to each and every single one of those women is profoundly devastating. That we say each time that those women deserve to live and that their murders are unforgivable. But that same culture that drives our most extreme violence also happens around us each and every single day, in passing comments and a quiet acceptance of misogyny and sexism. It starts with phrases in schools like "boys will be boys" or jokes in workplaces. But we know these examples are part of a pyramid of escalating violence. This culture can only be addressed from the earliest possible days of a children's lives.
Will the member give way?
Yes, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way. Just her topic there around the earliest days of children's lives. Would she agree with me that it is those years, specifically in secondary school, when we start to learn the importance of consent and boundaries? And would she agree with me that there is that dire need and importance for comprehensive and inclusive relationship and sexuality education for our young people?
The member has an extra minute.
Absolutely, and I thank the member for her intervention. Education is at the heart of this. RSE is at the heart of this. Consent and learning about consent is at the very heart of this strategy. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also know the frustration that some members of the public can have with strategies as well. Faced with urgent crisis and devastating need, the demands for a strategy can sometimes sound like pushing an issue into the long grass. I understand that instinct, even though I do have a view that a strategy is absolutely essential. But we do need to do much more in the immediate term, starting with supporting the services that do exist and the organisations who are doing incredible work. Organisations like Women's Aid and others who have lost core grant funding in the last year. That is not an inadequate level of funding, it is a cut. Plain and simple. I find it hard to quantify the scale of the impact of Women's Aid's work, and I don't think anyone here actually can. Through their practical frontline impact, the small investment made by Core Grant paid off many times over and over. When we are debating the very strategy to end violence against women and girls, it is absurd that we would rip money away from organisations like that. And it's absurd that we passed a budget bill last week that underpinned that cut to organisations like that. But will any minister now guarantee that funding? Otherwise, we have already said earlier, I worry that the commitment to the strategy and the consensus that we all showed today is a commitment in words only. Thank you.
And thank you. I call Deirdre Hargey.
Very much, and again, just to echo what everybody else has been saying, that this is a really important debate that we're having today, and I welcome within a few weeks of the Assembly getting up and running that this is one of the key items of discussion. And I think it's reflective of the change that we've obviously seen within our society, and particularly within the last couple of weeks as well. The very fact that the visible sign of change in our Executive Office is actually from First and Deputy First Minister to Junior Ministers are all headed by females, and of course we know that females make up more than 50% of our population, so why shouldn't that be reflected in this place, in our policies and our procedures, but also reflective of society as a whole? I think women and girls cannot be reduced, as it was said in the report, to a statistic, nor can they be reduced to a story that appears one day in the media and then it's gone the next. Indeed, the concerning figure that 90% of women and girls believe that sexism and misogyny is an issue. That should really be the headline, that 90% of over 50% of our population believe that sexism and misogyny in this day and age is still a key issue. And that really goes to the heart of why this motion is here today, of the importance of bringing the strategic framework as part of the strategy to tackle violence against women and girls is so important. Of course, we know the history. We have seen and heard the statistics in terms of domestic abuse, in terms of misogyny, and indeed in terms of the long culture of mistreatment of women and girls by our society, going back decades and decades. In the last couple of years, we have looked at that in terms of the institutional abuse inquiry, the mother and baby homes, which is a real scar on our society right across this island. We've heard the comments of a woman's place is in the home, or it's doing the dinner and washing the dishes. We have heard the whistle calls and the abuse that women take on a daily basis. And indeed, many of us have seen the signs, both the physical and psychological signs, of women who are being abused on a daily basis. And of course, what we have also seen is the health and economic impacts for women and how they're seen within society as a whole as well. I think the issue itself demonstrates the need... no, you're okay, thank you. I think the issue itself demonstrates the need for a cross-societal approach to this issue. It's not just for women and girls to deal and to grapple with the seriousness of this issue. We need all of society to work together, to look at our responsibilities and what we can do in order to meet the challenges. And importantly, it also needs a cross-departmental approach. Whilst I know the Executive Office will really lift this strategy and drive it, it needs all of the other departments. We've heard about health, we've heard about education, about communities, and indeed about the economy as well. So it needs all of the ministers pulling together, under the leadership of the Executive Office to really see the implementation being driven forward. And I think over the last couple of years there's been a lot of good work in co-designing some of this work with the women's sector, with women's organisations on the ground. And I think that work and that relationship definitely needs to continue in the time ahead. And I think overall it's what we say about society, that we do want a society that treats people equally, a society that is based on rights and enshrined within an international human rights setting, and indeed which embeds not just gender rights, but it embeds economic rights, educational rights, class rights, because all of these issues are interwoven. And again, the women's movement from the grassroots themselves would also say that. That's why they stand on the front line with other rights organisations who are trying to look at rights in their entirety. So again, I just want to welcome that we're having this debate today. I welcome the action that will follow and the leadership that will be given. And I look forward to working with everyone across this chamber to ensure that we eradicate this scourge on our society once and for all.
Thank you. I call Diana for size.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the devastating impact of violence against women and girls. Across the United Kingdom, the police receive a domestic abuse call every 30 seconds. Yet it's estimated that less than 24% of domestic abuse crime is reported to the police. And most women do not call the police following the first time they are abused. They usually have been abused a significant number of times before they contact the police. Violence against women and girls in Northern Ireland is very real. As detailed in this motion, it is horrific that on average, every 3 months, a woman is murdered here. In this chamber, women are in the minority, representing just 1/3 of our members. Whilst this is an improvement in representation, the lack of female MLAs for so many years has meant that Northern Ireland has fallen behind on many important issues. We lack strategies on childcare, on women's health, and on violence against women and girls. Women have been left behind because they were not in the room when the decisions were being made, and it is our responsibility now to make that right. The lack of strategies and also laws to define domestic abuse offences as criminal has shaped behaviour in society, and the suite of new legislation brought in the previous mandate was much needed and has already had a significant impact in this area. The Justice Minister, the Justice Committee and all-party group on domestic and sexual violence all played important roles in this change, along with the many stakeholders which service those. And as the new chair of this all-party group, I am committed to supporting the delivery of more and look forward to working with the many members across this chamber who also are committed to working on this all-party group. The deep-rooted misogyny in society is a cause of this violence. The attitudes, behaviours and treatment of women need to change. From subtle comments to sexual harassment to stalking, upskirting, downblousing, physical abuse, coercive control, where does it stop? For some of us it means being the victims of online abuse and deep fake harassment, a vicious weapon used to degrade and humiliate women. The escalation of these things often leads to violence and murder. I support this motion today for the urgent implementation of the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls. Every department in government has a role to play, from law-making and enforcement in justice, to healthcare and mental health support, to crisis homelessness for women who flee, to schools where child victims need support, and the rollout of Operation Encompass has already proved impactful on this. We need everyone on board. We need to change attitudes and educate society. I thank the co-design team and all involved in the hard work in bringing this so far to date. I also support the amendment to this motion and in that condemning the inadequate funding levels provided by the government for public services here. And it is critical that the strategy to end violence against women and girls is allocated sufficient funding, or it will become just another strategy on the shelf. And in allocating funding to this strategy, I also call for the priority to be supporting and sustaining the voluntary and community groups delivering these support services and shaping the policy on these matters. It was a travesty that Women's Aid Federation for Northern Ireland lost their core grant funding last year, as referenced by others. And funding them and restoring this money should be a priority within this strategy. Where expert services exist and already support women who are the victims of domestic abuse, we should be securing their existence with multi-year funding. We also need to remember the victims and keep their names and their stories to the fore. These were real women who were murdered. They were daughters, sisters, mothers, grandmothers, and very dear friends from right across Northern Ireland. Viciously murdered, mainly by people that they knew and trusted. They deserved better, and it is our responsibility to do better for them. We need to change attitudes in society. We need to be brought into line with the rest of the United Kingdom in this issue. We need to stop the count of dead women in Northern Ireland, and we need to work together to end violence against women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the Committee for the Executive Office.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will make some initial remarks as Chair of the Executive Office Committee. As we know, initial work on the draft strategy followed an Assembly motion 3 years ago. During the previous mandate, the Committee heard about the initial steps to develop the strategy with co-design partners, and the public consultation on the outcome of that work concluded in October. This is all to ensure that actions are grounded in the collective experience and knowledge of those who deal with these issues daily. Already during this mandate, the Committee has heard that responses to that consultation have led to revisions of the draft strategy. Then there will be a process of brokering with other departments, as is essential because all departments need to take ownership of specific actions. The strategy will then require sign-off by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, and the Committee expects to be kept updated and engaged as the strategy is rolled out. As we heard during the debate on the budget bill, a sum of £2 million was allocated to the Executive Office for this work, and the Committee will be looking forward to hearing how this money is spent and what other resources are needed. The Committee will be on hand to provide advice and guidance on implementation at every stage. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am now going to make a few remarks in my capacity as an Alliance Party MLA, and I would thank the proposer of the motion for bringing it today so early on after restoration. We will be supporting the motion and the amendment. At the outset, I think it is essential not to miss the vital foundation of the strategic framework, namely the action plan and the vision contained within it. That plan recognises that transformational change requires collaboration. In other words, it requires a commitment from all of us, and that commitment should be nothing less than to achieve a changed society where women and girls are free from all forms of gender-based violence, abuse and harm. It goes on to emphasise something very important, that in order to be free from all forms of gender-based violence and abuse, we also need to be free from the attitudes, systems and structural inequalities that cause them. One striking and horrific statistic from the strategic framework is that 3/5 of 16-year-old girls in Northern Ireland have been sent unwanted, sexually explicit pictures. This is deeply shocking, Deputy Speaker, and it speaks to the attitudes that we need to challenge. Yet it gets worse. Over half of 11-year-old girls reported in research carried out by Ulster University that they had experienced violence or abuse in some form. This could be any of our daughters, nieces or granddaughters reporting this, and I find this chilling. Listed as first 100-day decisions for the incoming First and Deputy First Minister are the approval of the Executive Office's response to the consultation on the strategic framework, approval of the budget for the action plan and approval of long-term implementation, and I look forward to an assurance that this will happen within that time frame. Deputy Speaker, one of the main pieces of evidence which went into the design of the framework and action plan was called "It's Just What Happens." Yet we can be, and in many ways already are, much better than that. The passage in the last mandate of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Act, the Protection from Stalking Act and Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act brought Northern Ireland into line and in many ways put it ahead of neighbouring jurisdictions in terms of legislative interventions to protect women and girls from violence, abuse and unwanted attention, while also supporting victims. Clearly, I'm proud of the leadership my colleague Naomi Long, the now returned Minister of Justice, showed on this, but I think it does show how we can bring forward laws that this Assembly is capable of that and which can bring about greater good. So going forward, what we do need now urgently is an obvious remaining area, that of violence against women and girls. And let us be clear that our task is not to tackle violence against women and girls, but to end it. We have heard and will no doubt hear many compelling contributions in this chamber today, and I would commend my colleague Connie Egan for her hard work as my party spokesperson on this topic and congratulate her on her maiden speech. I would also like to thank Women's Aid, White Ribbon NI, Nexus, the Rainbow Project and many others for their ongoing contributions on this issue. What we need now is concrete action from this Assembly. What we need is to commit ourselves to ensuring that women and girls feeling safe everywhere is something that just happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Linda Dillon.
Thank you. This is a difficult topic to speak to because it is so real for so many women and girls every day of their lives, and it causes untold damage and transgenerational trauma. We have a responsibility in this chamber to show leadership on the issue of violence against women and girls. There can be no level of tolerance of misogyny or abusive behaviour in our society, and this will require a cultural change that will take many years and cannot be seen as a judicial problem alone, because this alone cannot address the cultural change that is required. It begins in our homes, in our schools, our sporting organisations, our clubs, and every one of us must be part of the solution. In order to change the culture, we need a reset in our education system. Our young people, our young women, our young girls, our young boys need to know what a healthy relationship looks like. They need to know what is acceptable and unacceptable behaviour. We need age-appropriate sex education. One of the most valuable programmes I think was rolled out in recent years was the NSPCC Let's Talk Pants. And I, as a mother at the time of a young child, wouldn't have had the knowledge of how to have that conversation in an appropriate and age-appropriate way, but that was on the radio and that taught me how to do that. And I believe that that is extremely valuable, because that had the potential to protect my child. And I think that everybody should have that conversation with their children. This needs to be done in conjunction with organisations such as NSPCC and Women's Aid, organisations that fully understand the impact, but also understand how to do this in the right way, at the right time, by the right people. Unfortunately, some children are as young as small babies when they are first abused. So we cannot wait until they're teenagers. We cannot wait till they're in secondary school. We need to be having these conversations at a very, very young age. Silence and shame is what a perpetrator relies on. It is what shields them and allows them to carry out their horrific acts. I listened to Amanda Brown talk about her guilt at not speaking out sooner, thinking that her silence would protect her family. This is what silence does. It makes the victim think that somehow it is their fault. I think of women like Kiva Morgan in North Belfast and Katrina Rainey in Knocklochram, murdered in front of their children. This is not just the victim who dies. This is not just the victim who is abused. It is their children that have witnessed this. It is their children's children who will suffer because of it. All of the information we know tells us that violence and abuse against women and girls is mostly carried out by people they know, people they trust, partners, husbands, fathers, family members and family friends. So this needs to be part of the conversation. We cannot keep it to stranger danger. Those evil people that are out there somewhere in the public, out there in society that you don't know, they are the people you know, they are the people you trust, they are the people who are supposed to love you. Abuse and violence against women and girls knows no barriers. Both victims and perpetrators come from all backgrounds. Both victims and perpetrators are doctors, they're teachers, they're shop assistants, they're nurses, they're police officers, and they are elected representatives. The strategy to tackle violence against women and girls needs to include every element, from education, support services, policing, the courts, and much, much more. Because if we get this right, we could transform the lives of women and girls and transform our society. We have seen the immeasurable pain caused to families when their mother or daughter is murdered, in most cases by a partner or ex-partner, the very person who is supposed to love them, be good to them, protect them. We need to end the silence, see greater reporting and better support for those who do take that brave step. We have seen a lot in the way of legislation, but legislation alone cannot protect women and girls. It is how that is implemented and how the courts deal with the perpetrators. Bail conditions and delays in the judicial system must be improved upon to give women and girls the confidence to come forward. I have a 15-year-old daughter, and I talk openly with her about what is appropriate and what is not appropriate behaviour. I talk to her about challenging misogyny among our friendship group, but I want to see age-appropriate relationship and sexual education standardised across all schools, so I know that all of our young people are being taught better than we were. Quite frankly, in 2024, it's not good enough that this is not in place. Ending violence against women and girls is all of our responsibility. So let's take that responsibility seriously. Let's take it together, and let's take this on and finally end violence against all of the women and girls right across our society. Gurmail Mail.
Thank you. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
I rise to support this motion and the amendment, and can I say, since the return of these institutions, I'm really pleased to see that we've got straight down to business and that we're dealing with the real issues that are affecting people right across Northern Ireland every single day. Mr Deputy Speaker, violence against women and girls is a society-wide problem, and it's one which requires a collaborative, whole-of-society approach. I think from the outset, it's important to acknowledge that there's a lot of excellent work already being done by a variety of different groups and organisations, and I think it's vitally important that this work is supported, funded properly and progressed, and we recognise that these people are quite literally lifesavers. Anything that comes from the Executive should serve to further enhance and complement this existing work by looking at where there is need, establishing what work is already being done, and looking at how this can be better signposted and communicated to create a joined-up approach to ending violence against women and girls across society. Co-design has been an integral part of developing the draft strategic framework, bringing together expertise and experiences from across government, sectoral organisations, community, voluntary sectors, as well as lived experience. The framework contains a strong focus on the prevention of violence against women and girls by challenging misogyny and sexist attitudes. Of course, we mustn't forget that men and boys will also suffer violence, and by no means do we want to forget them. However, this specific framework is to address the fact that victims of gender-based violence are disproportionately female, and I believe that men and boys also have an important role to play in challenging the current culture. In my earlier remarks, I stated that violence against women and girls is a society-wide problem. It's also important to remember that abuse does not necessarily have to be physical to have a damaging impact. Verbal abuse, coercion, degrading remarks, humiliation, threats, financial control, none of these will necessarily leave any physical mark, but the emotional scars they leave can be just as devastating. As an example, almost 2 in 3 women surveyed across the United Kingdom said that they have experienced harassment at work, while 67% of female students surveyed said they had at least one unwanted sexual experience during their time in higher education. 71% of women of all ages have experienced some form of sexual harassment in a public space. I was also particularly alarmed to see that 1 in 2 girls aged just 16 have received an unwanted intimate picture or video in their lifetime. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are a number of executive ministers who I feel have a very important role to play in this process, and I very much welcome the Minister for Community's commitment at question time last week to explore how we can better support those suffering from domestic abuse and seeking rehoming in social housing. This is an absolute priority that we can support people at this time. There's a serious lack of confidence in our justice system in Northern Ireland when it comes to cases involving domestic abuse and sexual abuse. While this is unfortunate, in many ways it's understandable. Unacceptably long wait times, a serious lack of prosecutions and convictions, and an overall worry of not even being believed. While finances pale into insignificance when discussing such a serious topic, it's important to note that by estimate, domestic and sexual abuse costs Northern Ireland up to £1 billion per year. Mr. Speaker, I have a young daughter, and when I hear some of the statistics and stories here today, I worry. And I'm sure this is something that will resonate with all the parents here today, watching from home, but it shouldn't even be the norm. I want my daughter and our daughters to grow up in a world where they don't need to worry about walking home at night by herself, where she doesn't need to experience any unwanted comments or actions simply because she's female. I want her and all other girls out there to be able to be themselves, do their own thing, enjoy happy, prosperous lives. I absolutely join in the calls from the executive to implement this much-needed framework, and I will finish with the same sentiment that I finished my maiden speech on the child care debate last week with. We must do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was going to say I welcome the opportunity to discuss this, but, I really don't. I think it was the member for Mid-Ulster, Linda Dillon, who just spoke so incredibly and really said the thing out loud that matters to me today in this debate in this chamber and for the people right across the north listening. Naming it out loud and saying that for the vast majority of people out there who suffer this absolutely heinous abuse, and in some cases death, it's somebody you know. And I'm looking across the chamber today, and we've all said worthy things, and everyone has spoken amazingly. But I want to make this real, and I want to make this impactful. And I could point at every single woman in this chamber right now and remember things that have been said about them in the media, and the huge outcry at the time, and then absolutely nothing that was done after it. We find ourselves in a truly shameful position here in Northern Ireland. Violence against women and girls is a systemic and ingrained issue. And one thing that I find has been a theme throughout the comments is that vow of silence. We live in an incredibly conservative culture still in Northern Ireland. And I remember once years ago in one of my old jobs having a talk about training. And someone said, there are 20 people in the room, and someone said, one in whatever figure is going to be an abuser. And everyone looked around the room to find the abuser. And guess what? They don't come with abuser written across their head, do they? No. They're people that we love. They're people that we respect. They're people that society respects. And the one thing I want people to take away from this debate today is that nobody is beyond reproach in this regard. If someone makes a disclosure, that must be taken seriously. Because these people live amongst us. To improve the situation our girls and women face, it will take a whole society approach, as everyone has outlined. The violence we see is not caused by one single factor, but is endemic and has existed for centuries. For context, divorce was only legalised in the Republic of Ireland in 1996 following the referendum the year before. Marital rape was only defined as an offence in the UK after the case of R&R in 1991. This lag in our laws leaves a long tail of societal acceptance, minimising and death in its wake. And I commend the work of my party leader, Naomi Long, and the current Justice Minister again, in terms of the strides that she has made. But the grim reality is there is absolutely no point in having that life-saving legislation unless every single person in society recognises the role they have to play. Deputy Speaker, would it surprise you to know that the remnants of the patriarchy and violence against women and girls and misogyny is straying right throughout the strata of our life? The echoes and also overt and deafening shouts of misogyny are literally ringing around the public square. Shall we prosecute the case of violence against women and girls in the media and the public square? Let me give you some examples. Jealous man kills wife due to failing business. Strange case of domestic murder. Did living in the shadow of his successful wife cause her death? In a world where the President of the United States of America once said, "I want to grab women by the..." Can we be shocked whenever people like Andrew Tate are held up by some in the media? Are seen as role models and heroes? I'm sorry, but I'm done with women being the butt of the joke. We can have laws, we can have debates, but unless every single person and man in this chamber stands up for us and their sons and everyone else who they know, there's absolutely no point. One thing that's crucial is the mention of finance and budgeting. And indeed, a number of members have raised issues. And I do believe strongly that some of the areas that we lag behind in our society are because women were not in the room. And we intend to be in every room. And we will end violence against women and girls. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's regrettable that we're here today talking about this, but I think it's greatly important. And we know that our society has a deep-rooted problem with misogyny and violence against women and girls. Just some of the heartbreaking and brutal murders over the past few years include Stacey Nell, Karen McLean, Natalie McNally, and so many more. Their murders brought such sadness to our communities, a feeling of lives unfinished and justice not served. They have brought to light, as of many other cases, the sheer and clear inadequacy of our society and its total inability to protect women and girls. Without the correct protections, women will suffer and women will continue to die. To tackle this issue, we must start at the root cause with early intervention. And I welcome that at the Education Committee we will soon be doing a micro-inquiry looking into the implementation of relationship and sexuality education here in Northern Ireland. We need to educate our young people to recognise what sexual harassment looks like, sexual assault and sexual abuse. It's absolutely fundamental to their well-being. We must make our young people feel empowered and educate them on the importance of fostering a culture that emphasises the importance of sexual consent. This includes promoting open communication, respect for boundaries, and understanding, of course, of the key role that bystanders can play in preventing non-consensual situations. Sadly, though, we have a culture that has normalised violence against women and girls, has taken pleasure in violence against women and girls, and women are often, through the lens of victim blaming, or even being blamed for their own assaults. It's horrific, and we can and must do better. Tackling rape myths and challenging the narrative is extremely important, and it's on each and every one of us, specifically when we have a platform such as this, to call out rape culture and rape myths. And I think there's an evident call in how we need to tackle this issue, specifically from an educational perspective. Younger years are key, and there where healthy perceptions of women are shaped and created, and our education system must reflect that in its commitment in creating a fair and equal society. A comprehensive student survey carried out in the last few years showed the extent of sexual harassment on Northern Irish campuses in third-level educational institutions, with 1 in 3 students revealing that they had an experienced and unwanted sexual behaviour during their time in university. 1 in 3. And I think that's an astonishing statistic, specifically when we think about the long-lasting traumatic impact that this has on victims and survivors. One thing I did want to touch on as well is just looking at the obstacles to reporting sexual violence, and I'm happy it's been raised here today. When researching to write my speech today, I came across a really inspiring young lady called Ellie Wilson, who is a rape victim and survivor based in Scotland, who waived her right to anonymity to talk on the humiliating journey of reporting a rape, of talking about it publicly, talking about it with family, and also the painful, excruciating, embarrassing moments that can happen in court. And I was really impressed by her story and her bravery, waiting years at a time throughout the court process, enduring those humiliating cross-examinations in court, the re-traumatising of victims, absolutely awful, and also the amount of money that it takes to get things like court transcripts. So I think something we as an Assembly and Executive need to look at as well is prioritising victims in our court systems and ensuring that we do all we can to make it not a re-traumatisation for them. I think that's really important. And I'd also like to thank Ms Forsyth for her contributions today, just talking about emerging technologies and sadly how they're weaponised and used to both harm and harass women. And sadly, a few of us are no stranger to that, but I just think it's absolutely key we educate our young people on the importance of treating women with respect. And in my final moments, I would just like to thank the team at Nexus and of course Women's Aid, who have just been fantastic to deal with on these issues, supporting constituents, because sadly these are issues that we do see every week and every month. And you know, we can't talk about strategies without funding. Strategies are just meaningless pieces of paper if we do not have the resource backing them. So I know today we all want to support those victims. We can't do that without the adequate funding, and I would call upon all departments and all ministers to do all they can within their gift to ensure that we stamp out violence against women and girls for good. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, as there are still a small number of speakers remaining, I've decided to exercise the grace period in accordance with Standard Order 17.4. This will last a maximum of 15 minutes. Following question time, and the first to be called will be the First Minister to respond at that point. I now call Sian Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am very grateful to the proposers of this motion for bringing it forward to the Assembly. As others have said, it is a shameful reality that this place is statistically the most dangerous place for women in Europe. However, it isn't just this most serious of crimes that makes this place so dangerous to be a woman. We have to factor in the interconnected continuum of violence, from everyday misogynistic attitudes and damaging social norms to harmful unwanted behaviours. As referenced earlier in the report Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, the experiences and attitudes of 16-year-olds, a third of 16-year-old girls saying that they have experienced online violence in the last year. It is by far the most prominent form of gender-based violence experienced by the young women who responded to this survey. The type of violence most experienced by young men was physical form. So it's clear from these statistics that young women are often experiencing a type of violent behaviour that pervades so much more than a physical act and cannot be easily avoided. And it's evident that online spaces, particularly social media networks, are simply not safe spaces for young women and girls. Worryingly, in the It's Just What Happens report, young women indicated that they considered the receiving of unsolicited sexual imagery and advances as just a normal part of online life. How perverse is that? As highlighted in this report and by many others, more needs to be done to hold the social media companies to account. It is not good enough to abdicate responsibility for the safety of your clients just because you're not curating a physical space. This includes, but is not limited to, some that have been mentioned before, the AI generation of deepfake pornographic material, being quicker to delete offensive material that is reported, blocking the IP addresses of accounts with multiple violations so they cannot simply create yet another account immediately, having an easily contactable department that responds with immediacy to serious complaints of abuse. Reports have pointed out that parents and carers feel it is now simply impossible to keep their children safe in online spaces due to the lack of appropriate protections against acts of violence and inappropriate sexualised behaviour. Like most behavioural and attitudinal changes, early intervention and age-appropriate education programmes, like those clarified by Ms Dillon, are effective tools in creating the catalyst for long-term societal change. 7 in 10 young female respondents demonstrated their commitment to combating sexism by being willing to intervene when their peers made sexual or sexist jokes. 69%. That significantly outstrips the 30% of young male respondents who expressed a similar inclination. So these findings underscore the urgent need for comprehensive age-appropriate relationship and sexual education in schools, because by equipping all young people, regardless of their gender, with knowledge about healthy relationships, consent, gender equality and respect, we can foster a generation that is confident and has the tools at their disposal to challenge harmful stereotypes and to nip those questionable approaches to women and girls in the bud. It is clear that this is not just a women's problem, this is a societal problem, and boys and men need to be included in the solution. The key aspects for this strategic framework delivery to be effective is that it must be cross-departmental, multidisciplinary and involve stakeholders from the statutory, private and voluntary sectors. We've also seen initiatives such as the Ask for Angela nightclub that nightclubs and bars have signed up to, the Hospitality Ulster signing up to the Women's Night Safety Charter, something I championed within the arts sector. These and other societal approaches to protecting women in social spaces, challenging dangerous norms and ultimately preventing violence against women and girls are so important. To conclude, Mr Speaker, this is an issue that impacts women and girls in every aspect of their lives, and it's imperative that central to every strategy is a desire and cooperation to work in a joined-up approach. If we are to make this place safer for all women, we will create a society that is safer for all. I believe we need to address attitudinal change from an early age. We need tangible outcomes. We need targets that are experience-led and intersectional, and we need to deliver it all with the utmost urgency, because women are paying the price with their lives. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Justin McNulty.
I rise to wholeheartedly support this motion today. The levels of violence against women and girls in the North are terrifying. Reading the motion is disturbing. As I speak, women and girls are suffering, living in fear, living in terror in their own homes. Women and girls are suffering years after the trauma of violence or abuse has been visited upon them. Some of the facts alluded to in this motion are equally terrifying. Since 2021, the North has had the highest joint rate of femicide in Europe. On average, one woman is killed every 3 months. Research conducted by the University of Ulster found that 98% of women have experienced at least one form of violence or abuse in their lifetime. Of the 540 women surveyed by Ulster University, 7 out of 10 of them had experienced some form of violence or abuse within the last 12 months. 29% from strangers and 23% from romantic partners, and 19% from a friend or acquaintance. Harrowingly, 26% reported that this violence or abuse had occurred in their own homes. Only 1 in 3 of those surveyed by the University of Ulster felt able to speak up about or report the incident. Shame and embarrassment were cited as the primary reasons for not coming forward. The NI Women's Policy Group have identified the levels of men's violence against women and girls as having reached endemic levels. Research conducted by the NI Women's Policy Group shows that 80% of women surveyed first experienced men's violence before the age of 20. Incredibly, it took until 2021 for the Northern Ireland Executive to even agree that a violence against women and girls strategy should exist. It is right that the motion laments funding cuts by the British Government with respect to early intervention and rehabilitation services, the community and voluntary sector, including to Women's Aid, but it's equally important to lament the fact that in the face of an emergency which is claiming the life of one woman every 3 months, our executive has failed to act. Let us focus on advocating for a fully funded strategy. It is more meaningful and more conducive to addressing the crisis than attacking London for failing to provide funding for an unimplemented strategy. The life of a woman is being lost every 3 months. This is not an abstract statistic on a paper. This is fact. Women with names like Natalie McNally and Aisling Murphy. It's 425 days since Natalie's life was taken on her unborn child, and 775 days since Ashley Murphy's life was taken, and so many other women's lives have been taken in that time period. But I have to pay tribute to Noel and Bernadette McNally and their 3 sons, and how they've moved through their trauma, through their grief, through their heartbreak and sadness to share only love, kindness and hope. They will lead a Women's Aid conference in Uri on Wednesday, which I encourage everybody here to attend. Thousands of others who you'll never hear of or never know have lost their lives or have been abused in their own homes or by people they know. Women who feel too much shame to come forward, or women who do come forward and are unable to overcome obstacles within the justice system. Strategy, legislation and associated funding must be as cross-cutting as the crisis engulfing us. The united efforts of the Executive must transcend political ideology and departmental responsibilities. Action to address violence against women and girls must be aimed at facilitating a profound paradigm shift. It must overhaul toxic cultures and attitudes with respect to women and girls. The fact that the North of Ireland has the joint highest rate of feminicide in Europe brings great shame and disgrace on everyone in this House. The only appropriate response to a crisis engulfing us, a society for the full might of government and every single member of the Assembly must be mustered so a fully funded, far-reaching and cross-departmental response can begin to address this crisis and save us from our collective shame.
I call Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion and amendment. We must realise that violence against women and girls is not only a violation of human rights, it is a multi-dimensional issue that goes across economic, social and political boundaries. We see misogyny manifested in physical, sexual, psychological and economic harm. The statistics are horrifying, and we must focus on the fact that they are lived realities of numerous women and girls. Their lives, routines, hopes and ambitions are shattered by violence. Nobody has the right to harm a woman, coerce a woman, control or threaten or abuse a woman psychologically. I salute the work of Women's Aid in my North Down constituency. I've witnessed firsthand their outstanding work, but I am horrified as year on year their workload is rising as the level of domestic abuse on women and girls sadly and depressingly is on the increase year upon year. Each statistic represents a life devastated, impacted by violence and emotional abuse. And yet 24/7, Women's Aid, they support women and girls, including many children on their journey. I salute the resilience of so many women and girls who had the courage to speak out, to refuse to suffer in silence. But we must go beyond policies and programmes to a society shift in attitudes and behaviours. Let us commit here today to challenge through every avenue, from education to legislation, every stereotype that perpetrates violence. Let us address through a preventative strategy the root causes of violence through educational awareness raising, make protection of our women and girls key through access to services, and I'm thinking here safe shelter, legal aid and representation and psychological support in the short and long term. Let me get on just a wee bit. Let us ensure through prosecution that justice is done and seen to be done through robust legal framework, tailored in a wrap-around support for the victim that includes healthcare, counselling and economic support to allow the rebuilding of lives. This will include enhancing access to employment, vocational training and financial services and housing. Let us ensure that our response is survivor-centred and educational-centred, compatible with international human rights standards. Let us ensure, no matter how horrifying the numbers, that our data in this area is robustly, accurately, allowing through research to measure the prevalence and indeed the patterns of violence, and let this research lead our public and policy response. As we go forward against the backdrop of distributing research from the PSNI and Women's Aid, may we address and utilise existing good practice. And here I am also thinking of the UN's Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, taking alongside the Sustainable Development Goals addressing gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. As we set our collective face against violence against women and girls, let us never stop through our actions, both in words and deed, to be part of the solution, supporting survivors, allowing their voice to be loudly heard, and pointing towards a society where women and girls in Northern Ireland can be free from abuse and violence and misogyny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Call Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, this has been an important and indisputably necessary debate in which a number of significant and essential things have been said, both in the motion, particularly in regard to femicide, and in many of the speeches. One of the issues touched upon by Ms Hunter, for example, was victim blaming. And others have talked about misogyny, and so they should. But I think, particularly the proposers of this motion, need to take a long, hard look at their own organisation. Where on the spectrum of victim blaming would these words appear? You know, sometimes abusers are so manipulative that the abused actually enjoy it. Certainly misogynistic, certainly victim blaming. The words of Jerry Adams to Maria Cahill, a young woman who reported to senior Sinn Féin figures her repeated rape and abuse by a prominent IRA man, who was then subjected to a kangaroo court by that party and organisation, who was made to confront her abuser. In the words of Maria Cahill, Sinn Féin told everyone I was a liar and still can't admit I told the truth. Borne out by the notorious response of she who is now the First Minister, saying, it's not for me to say that I believe Maria Cahill. And then we come to this House and we talk about misogyny, we talk about victim blaming, and we have a motion from a party from which the matters I've read out all originate. So I think the hypocrisy of that is something that needs to be addressed. Now, it's quite clear that these are difficult issues. I've seen these issues probably from a side that other members of this House hasn't, through the courts. And yes, it's necessary to protect witnesses, and it's necessary to hedge around all the assistance that there is. But at the end of the day, our system is a criminal justice system, if justice is to be attained. And this criminal justice system requires the rights, not just of the victim, which are very, very important, but also of others. And cross-examination is something which cannot be dispensed with in a criminal jurisdiction. So it's easy to talk about we have to do more, but I think we have to set it in the context of realising that there are certain restricting realities, particularly when you're dealing with the criminal justice system. Yes, let's make it as easy, let's make it as straightforward as we can, but we cannot contradict the fundamentals of the proof system and the justice system. The final thing I wanted to say about this debate was, in this motion, we should talk about condemning budget cuts imposed by the British government. Sorry, these are now the cuts of the Sinn Féin Finance Minister. Since we adopted the budget, this is now the budgetary approach of this executive. So it's time to own up to that. It's time to face that. And if something's to be done about it, the responsibility now lies with those who are promoting this motion and let's see if the budget cuts continue. Or are they now going to be in perpetuity, blamed on someone else? You have to man up. You have to own up to what is now your own budgetary situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, if you could take your ease for a moment or two before question time begins at 2 p.m.
Withdrawn. I call Jerry Carroll.
In outlining my economic vision to the Assembly last week, I identified the need to increase the number of good jobs as one of my key objectives. To this end, I have instructed my officials to develop policy options for a wide-ranging good jobs bill. As part of this work, my officials are engaging with the Irish Congress of Trade Unions to discuss how the bill can strengthen workers' rights. Trade unions have a vital role to play in improving the pay and conditions of workers, particularly in low-paying sectors of our economy.
Thank you, Minister, for his answer. I look forward to scrutinising and looking at the bill, the details of it. Will the Minister commit today, as part of bringing forward legislation, to look at removing the ban on secondary or solidarity strike action, which he will know was a key cornerstone of Margaret Thatcher's anti-union laws?
Well, we do intend to bring a significant employment bill through over the course of this mandate, and it's early days in relation to that. I know the member himself tried to bring private legislation in the last mandate in some of these areas. So we will consult with both the trade unions, obviously, who have a specific interest in this, but also with the employers and other sectors. We already had an early conversation last week with both trade unions, business organisations, social economy, NICFA and I think Community Development Trust, all in the room together when we outlined the broad approach we'd be taking in this. So we will continue those conversations to try and put together a comprehensive bill which will have an analysis across all these areas to inform what actually goes into that legislation.
Minister, one of the most repulsive practices within the workforce, particularly with regard to young people in employment and women in employment, is that of 0 hours contracts. Will your legislation bring an end to 0 hours contracts?
Yes, I have clearly indicated a number of areas that I want to look at and I intend to try and address as part of that legislation. And I agree with them that it is often the people that we find in the most vulnerable and most insecure and lowest paid jobs are generally young people, women and people with disability. And that's a clear disadvantage to sectors which we're duty bound to try and assist in terms of our obligations under equality law. So I've clearly stated that one of my intentions will be to bring legislation to bring an end to 0 hour contract.
I wonder, does the Minister have any plans to introduce unpaid leave for carers as part of any employment bill that he may be considering taking?
This issue has arisen and it is a very obviously a very pressing issue for those that find themselves in that set of circumstances, and I certainly would be very sympathetic to supporting ensuring that we have that flexibility and support for people. So it will be part of the broad consultation in terms of putting together, which will be a fairly broad bill in the employment bill that we intend to bring through. So I would invite ourselves and others who have a specific interest in this area to come to the department and bring forward your own suggestions and your own views in relation to that, and we're very happy to take all of that on board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, we can't allow the rights of workers here to continue to fall further and further behind their counterparts. Will the Minister give his personal commitment today that this legislation will be introduced before the summer recess?
Well, there are some elements of legislation which are ready to go, some particular provisions, and we intend to move forward with them. The employment bill is a very substantial piece of legislation, and I mean, with the best will in the world, I don't see any piece of legislation being begun, consulted on now, drafted and ready to go this side of the summer recess. So my estimation would be in a very fair wind a year, but probably more likely 18 months before such legislation can be brought through the House. In July 2023, discussions on a potential All-Ireland bid to host the Tour de France Grand Depart were suspended, largely due to the absence of an executive. Since coming into post, I have instructed my officials to reopen that dialogue. As part of those deliberations, the cost of a bid would have to be weighed against the benefits. I do note that in 2014, when the Giro d'Italia Grand Partenza was hosted in Ireland, it generated around £2.5 million in economic activity, 12.7 million in tourism impact and around 227,000 visitors.
Gura Milgood, I thank the Minister for his response. I mean, he alluded to the £2.45 benefit for every pound spent in bringing the Giro d'Italia here. That included 13 million in additional tourism spend, 12 million free advertisement worldwide to over 56 million viewers. Can I ask the Minister if he agrees with me that events potentially like the Tour de France or the European Soccer Championship brought to Ireland have a really positive benefit for our economy, tourism and business in general?
Yeah, I think it's well recognised that, of course, it does require some upfront investment, and that is at a time when we are very, very challenged financially in terms of the funding available to the executive. But I think most of these large events have shown, and I think it would be no different, hopefully on the basis that we can secure the Euro coming here as well. Hope all these events would tend to have a longer lasting economically beneficial outcome, and certainly in terms of tourism, which is a growing market for us and a key part of our industry here. So yes, I would certainly be approaching from the point of view of what the investment can achieve. The question, I suppose, for the department is set against all of the other priorities that they have, whether we can secure the necessary investment. But I look forward to doing the analysis, rejoining the discussion on that, which has been parked as a consequence of no executive, and see what the estimations are for it and what we can hope to achieve. But like yourself, I wouldn't pretend to be as keen a cyclist as you, but I do enjoy the odd spin on my bike. But I was present for the Giro, and I have to say it was certainly a great event, particularly due to the fact it came through South Armagh as well.
The event space is so important to portray positively Northern Ireland right around the world, and we've seen that through events that have been held here both now and in times past. No more so than the Northwest 200, which attracts crowds of over 150,000 spectators each year. It has had continual funding concerns and contributes 12 million to the local economy year on year. Could the Minister look at ways in which his department could further support this important activity on the Northwest to ensure it continues?
Yes, again, I recognise also the contribution to the Northwest, and when I was doing a radio programme the other day, somebody rang in relation to it, and it's clearly an event which has enormous benefit for the Northwest. Of course, you'll be looking forward next year up on the North Coast to hosting the Open again, which will bring enormous benefit to that area. But yes, very happy to look at it. It's the consequence of very, very tight budgets that decisions have to be made about the level of support that can be given to any particular event. And like all departments, the Department of Economy has been very challenged to try and find savings rather than and make additional investment. But I'm very happy to consider the case for that and see how we can match that with the level of support that we're able to provide.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A major driver to tourism numbers and our tourism industry is based around these major events, and I agree with what the Minister said. But what other sporting events or major events, business conferences, can Northern Ireland might target, or what might you target to host into the future, and will you seek to bring agreement to the Executive?
Well, as I just mentioned in response to the last answer, we have I think the Irish Open is coming to County Down this year, which is good news. We have the Open itself coming in 2025 to Port Rush, which again is a very, very good news and had an enormous benefit. So the tourism sector and that sector within my own department will be looking at any opportunities that we have in the future. Of course, as I said in my original answer, this always requires an upfront investment. But in general terms, that we have a very significant return on the other side of that. One, I suppose, fly in the ointment in relation to all of this is the unresolved questions of the outworking of Brexit in terms of travel permits and how that will impact, because a lot of this is based on international tourism and international visitors coming here and staying and spending money. So if we don't resolve the issue of the ETA, then it could present an enormous challenge going into the future.
Speaker, Minister, I agree with what you've said about all these sporting events. I also agree particularly about Euro 28 and the potential of Casement Park to bring a transformational stadium, world-class stadium to Belfast, West Belfast, the North and the island more broadly. Will you instruct your officials to work on a specific piece of economic analysis that will look at the potential long-term economic benefits and multiplier effect from building Casement Park, which will include not just having the Ulster final every year and the European Championships, but a whole range of other potential events?
Order. Member, please bring your question.
Well, I don't disagree with him in terms of that, and I'm sure in terms of the business case for Casement, a lot of those issues have been brought into that, because it's not just about the potential of building a football stadium and hosting football matches, but the wider economic driver that would be, as he quite rightly says, not just to West Belfast, to Belfast as a whole and to the entire North, and I'm sure beyond that. So that will be considered. If the department are asked for some assistance in terms of giving analysis on that, I'd be very happy for us to do that.
Question 3.
The 10X economic vision has many positive elements, and I intend to build upon these strengths in taking forward my own economic vision. The vision I outlined to the Assembly last week provides a clear strategic focus on good jobs, regional balance, productivity and decarbonisation. It takes account the recommendations of the independent review of Invest Northern Ireland. It also factors in greater certainty around our trading conditions, and which creates opportunities to boost trade on a north-south and east-west basis.
I thank the Minister. I wonder if you'd agree that tourism didn't get the showing it deserved in the 10X strategy, and I acknowledge steps are being taken to address that. What is your assessment of the potential negative impact of this electronic travel authorisation? And would it be helpful if the North West Circuit took in Armagh?
I'm not that parochial, I have to say. I agree with him. I mean, there is a separate tourism strategy which we're also looking at, and it's been out for consultation, and no doubt will come back to us for a further look. And I've received many views in relation to that, which I think it can be improved. In relation to the ETA, it's already causing very serious concerns. And in terms of people, some of the projects we're talking about, the big competitions or the big events that we're bringing here, I don't doubt that it's factoring in people's minds who are organising those, because that depends on international tourism. About 70% of the people internationally who visit the North come through the South. There's something like, I think, over 250,000 day visits every year from people coming up from the South who've been holidaying there. So, and this is a growing trade, and it's enormously important to our tourism, but also to our broader economy. So we do intend to consult with the Northern Ireland Tourism Alliance, because they have very particularly strong views in terms of the potential damage that can do, and our intention is then to build up the evidence in terms of what the concerns are around it, and to bring that to the Home Office to make a particular case for a relaxation for tourism, because just from what we've been speaking about in the previous question and what we're speaking about now, that potential could be seriously undermined if we have a significant restriction on travel across the border.
Minister, do you agree that as well as creating opportunities for attracting high quality inward investment, the Windsor framework also provides opportunities for local firms to grow their exports?
Yes, and I think 10X, the strategy that I suppose is the point of this question, has a lot of positive areas in it, but it was largely silent on the issue of post-Brexit trading arrangements. Now that we have some degree of certainty in relation to that, it not only helps in making sure that those who internationally who are interested in potential investment here understand what the position is north to south, east, west, and the dual access that we have, but also local firms who clearly want to get involved in exporting into the south and then into Europe as well and internationally, then have a clear understanding of what the arrangements are. So the greater certainty, and I would hope that it's on the point of resolution, because I think any continued uncertainty in that regard will continue to damage investment both internationally but also local people investing in their own businesses. Then the more certainty we have around that, then the better in the time ahead.
An essential part of facilitating the 10X strategy is education and skills. A public consultation has recently ended regarding the potential closure of the Castlereagh Belfast Metropolitan Campus in my constituency of East Belfast. Will the Minister commit to meet with the management of Belfast Metropolitan College to discuss the challenges they currently face and any assistance his department can give?
Well, the college, obviously the Belfast Met have that autonomy in terms of decision making around their own resources, around their own infrastructure, around their own estate. But I have had some representation in relation to it. I've asked officials to look at that and to see what the issues are. I know there is some disquiet around that, so I have to profess I'm not entirely certain of what the Belfast Met's plans are in relation to how they carry their business into the future, but we will and no doubt have that conversation with them and see what can be done in that regard. But the decisions, those day-to-day decisions in terms of their resources and their estate, are a matter for the college itself.
Minister.
North Belfast has a number of significant tourist attractions, including Crumlin Jail and the Belfast Castle. Tourism NI is currently developing plans and seeking opportunities for future capital programmes to enhance the tourism industry and is open to proposals from North Belfast. Tourism NI is also working with Belfast City Council on a new £350,000 neighbourhood tourism investment programme, which will run over the next 18 months and will be of interest to stakeholders in North Belfast.
For his response, Minister, from the shores of Belfast Lough with the historic White House to the beauty of the Cave Hill and the cultural corridor on the edge of our capital city, as you rightly say, North Belfast is blessed with historic landmarks. How can we tie those across both council areas, both Antrim and Newton Abbey and Belfast City Council, to ensure all residents of North Belfast benefit from a tourism strategy?
I think it's obviously much more beneficial when we have, part of our approach to the department generally will be about co-design. So when you have things like the tourism product in the North Belfast area and the areas of historical significance, and Cave Hill isn't just about its beauty, it's also where the United Irishmen declared their revolution. So there's a historic significance to it as well. But I think where we have tourism product straddling councils, it's incumbent on both councils to work together, and then it's much easier for departments, for the tourism agencies to respond, for tourism NI to respond to any particular propositions they have to support the tourism product in the general North Belfast area, and to make sure that you get full value from all of the assets that you have.
Mr Speaker, I could thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, could you give us a wee update on the development of linkages between the Causeway Coastal Route and also the Wild Atlantic Way?
I didn't realise North Belfast has stretched its boundaries all the way to the north coast, but yes, there has been ongoing discussion between Tourism NI and the product, the Causeway Coast and the Wild Atlantic Way. There are various issues being looked at in terms of signage, and the Wild Atlantic Way and Ireland's Ancient East and the Heartlands have become very, very successful brands for tourism, not just in terms of international recognition, but also in terms of lifting the tourist product in those areas by encouraging people to invest more and to improve the tourist offering that they have. So bringing some of that understanding and some of that knowledge across to the North Coast, the Causeway Coast, will be very important. So there's ongoing work between under the auspices of Tourism Ireland to look at improving that. I think in our longer term, or in the future, I think recognising the value of that those brands have created over time, I think there is certainly a case that I'll be looking for about extending those brands into the north.
answers so far, and also this is my first time addressing you in the Chamber, so wanted to wish you well in your new role. Sticking with North Belfast, Crumlin Road Courthouse, what engagement would you commit to having with the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs with regard to dealing with those derelict and dilapidated buildings that also have the potential for huge tourism opportunities, such as Crumlin Road Courthouse?
Well, I spent time in Crumlin Courthouse, not at my, not by choice, I have to add, but the memories of it aren't that fond. But nonetheless, I recognise the value of it and other significant listed buildings, and I'm very, very happy to engage with the Minister to discuss if there's an overlap between our departments. I think the best outcome, I think there is a recognition of this in the Executive. Sometimes we struggle to get to this space, but I think there's a recognition that with the limited resources we have, that the more we're doing joint work on various initiatives, various areas of policy that we have, then the better outcome that we can achieve across the board. So I'm very happy to talk to the Minister in relation to that and try and generate some fond memories of Crumlin Road Courthouse into the future.
Minister, in terms of tourism products, what initiatives or efforts are your department pursuing in terms of bringing Ireland's ancient East, the tourism product, into counties Armagh, Down and Antrim?
Well, as I said in response to the previous question, I think those brands are very, very strong, very successful, not just in terms of, as I said, their international recognition, but they have actually encouraged people who are along them, who have received increased business, to invest in their own business, to improve the tourism offering. And as he knows, as I do, that area of Armagh and County Down, which is a beautiful and historic coast and many, many tourist attractions, and right up through the Glens of Antrim coast as well, I think would benefit from that additional boost that marketing would give, and that the number of visitors that it would attract. So I think there is a strong argument for building on those brands, and if that means, then I'm looking forward to engagement with Minister Catherine Martin, who represents the Southern Government in tourism matters, and to getting the North-South arrangements formally up and working again. We've had contact with the departments that we share interest with, but to get those arrangements formally working, to examine that case for bringing those brands northwards, because I think it would benefit tourism providers right along the coast, the north coast and the east coast of Ireland as well.
Question 5.
The energy strategy, the path to net zero energy, was published in December 2021 following agreement by the Executive. It contained a commitment to report progress on cross-departmental actions to implement the strategy. Annual Action Plan reports on delivery in the first 2 years of the strategy have been published. The 2024 Action Plan is due to be published in the coming days and will outline priority areas of action and the associated tasks for delivery in 2024.
Thank you, Minister, for his reply. Minister, the strategy details the requirement for capital investment of £461 million per annum from 2021. Could the Minister detail how much of that investment has been delivered to date?
Well, I don't have the exact figures to hand. I'm very happy to provide them with it, but nonetheless the strategy is a combined strategy across the Executive. It is about meeting our targets. There is substantial work has been done, but it's going to have to very substantially improved to make sure that we meet the target for 2030 of 80% reduction in carbon emissions. So there are a number of investments actually. Some of them are from the Executive, some of it is annually managed expenditure that we can access and other funds we can access. So I'm very happy to get a breakdown on the figures and provide them to him.
Could the Minister outline what actions he's taken to tackle electric connection charging policy prices here at home?
Yeah, I think that if our strategy is to work in terms of that general renewables that we want to promote right across the island, and then the kind of local areas or the more small-scale improvements people are doing in their own homes and areas, then, and also the amount of new builds that we have to deal with a way which makes sure the connection charges are fair to people who are trying to invest in that. So we will be talking to utility regulator and talking to others in that area to try and make sure that we get a degree of fairness there, because there's recognition that there's a very high level of cost associated with connection, and if we want to make sure that we can get people connected that are producing their own renewable energy or some of the bigger scale renewables that are going to be absolutely vital go forward, we need to make sure that connection isn't an off-putting element to all of that.
Alistair.
The costing is of the order of 460 million per annum, running up to 2030. That's in excess of £2.5 billion. Has the Minister, can he tell us, has there been any budgeting for any of that that he is aware of?
Well, the budget that we're currently dealing with is one which essentially should have been done, or was due to have been done by the Secretary of State, and he stepped aside from it and left the Finance Minister with a very short notice budget. Of course, the budget that we'll be dealing with for next year hasn't yet able to take account of what I would hope would be the refixing of our financial position and our fiscal framework that we have, which the Executive intend to talk to Treasury about. So in that context, I'm not aware of that has been planned in the future, but I am aware, as all members here are aware, that we do not receive the level of funding of which we should be entitled to, and that we have to renegotiate with Treasury. In that context, I'd be hopeful that we can genuinely plan into the future, because this is a key commitment, not just for the Department of the Economy, but across the Executive. It's a moral as well as a legal obligation that we have to meet, and the Executive are going to have to meet it.
Mr. Speaker, has the Minister had, or does he intend to have, any practical discussions with Executive colleagues on how households can be supported to become more energy efficient, and how the transition to net zero can be made more affordable for ordinary people?
Well, there are programmes that have come out of the Department in relation to supporting that energy efficiency. There are programmes that the Department has. But also I would understand it would be an issue for communities as well, who are in that kind of house building arena. So I think it is incumbent on us all to work together, to link together, to make sure that what programmes are available then are understood and supported across the various departments, both in terms of new build, if that comes from new housing stock, but also in retrofitting, because I think there are enormous opportunities to reduce energy consumption, particularly in older households, if we can get the right schemes there. The challenge, as we always have, is trying to find the right resource to go into programmes such as that. But nonetheless, I think it's an important area of our ambition to reach net zero.
Please, Minister.
A Level 6 higher level apprenticeship in adult nursing is currently approved for delivery by the Open University. Joint funding for a single cohort of 9 apprentices was provided by my department and the Department for Health. This cohort was recruited into the programme in 2020 and completed their apprenticeship in 2023. All nursing apprentices on this programme were employed in the private sector and mainly in private care homes.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answer there. I would also like to ask just what else the Minister would intend to do working with the Health Department to support workforce development. Thank you.
Well, the primary, I suppose, responsibility for that will be the Health Department themselves, and I mean, we have a general responsibility in terms of skills and education and training, and particularly in relation to apprenticeship. So this particular scheme shows you that where there is collaboration between the departments, it can have a positive outcome, albeit they're small numbers, but it is still a positive outcome. So, as I said in response to a previous question, I think the best outcome we can get from an executive with limited resources is for collaboration across departments to make sure that we're not either duplicating or cutting across each other. And so I'm very happy to work with the Health Department to ensure that we, where we can, work together to provide support for people improving their skills, improving their qualifications, and improving the productivity that they bring to the workforce. Then we're very happy to do that.
Would the Minister agree that we actually, right across the board, need to improve career guidance and entry routes into not only the health service but right across the public sector, and that any development of such a programme needs to be reflected in terms of the ethos within our schools and careers advice?
Yes, I do, and I've had this conversation briefly with the Minister for Education, that I think the traditional pathways, which were just basically through schools, either into vocational work or into universities are much broader, much more varied now, and there is much more opportunity for people to follow high-level apprenticeships. I think what we need to ensure is that when kids are 13 or 14-year-old, that they're getting all of those options laid out for them and for their parents, so that they can pursue whatever particular option they think is the best for them, and that they continue to receive advice as they progress through school. So again, it's a little bit like in response to the previous question, the more cohesion we have between departments working together, then I think the better outcome we will get, particularly for our young people.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. Does the Minister recognise the opportunities that public sector apprenticeships present?
Yes, I think we do. I think increasingly in my previous role in the Department of Finance, we had responsibility for civil servants, and there were efforts there to make sure that we give opportunities to people to come forward, and particularly people who perhaps would not ordinarily have ended up working in some parts of the public service. And I think that's for the good of the public service generally, that we have more diversity and more ranges of experience within it. I think it leads to a better outcome in terms of the decisions that they have to take and the ideas that they generate. So yes, I think it's of enormous value. What we have recognised here is that we have, in terms of productivity, we have a kind of very low level, stubbornly low, worst performing region right across these islands. So it is through assistance in career progression and studying and apprenticeships that we will bring individuals up in terms of their approach to that, but that in turn will bring the overall productivity levels up as well.
Speaker.
The Department has undertaken a review of this policy area, and a consultation on new onshore petroleum licensing policy is currently live, closing on the 12th of April. My intention, which is also the proposed position set out in that consultation, is to introduce a legislative ban on all forms of onshore petroleum exploration and production. Following the analysis of the consultation responses, I will seek executive approval for a final policy position. I will then be able to introduce the necessary legislation.
Thank the Minister for his answer. The Minister's outlined his response in terms of onshore petroleum licensing. I understand that offshore petroleum licensing is a reserved matter, but does the Minister intend to engage with the UK Government on securing a ban in that area also?
Well, the member is correct that it is a matter for the Government in London, but I am happy to engage with them and raise any particular issues. I mean, part of the rationale between introducing a ban on onshore exploration is that we need to move away from fossil fuels, that they don't contribute to our carbon reduction targets. So if the Government in London are intent on continuing to do that offshore, then I don't think that is assisting generally us in moving towards those targets. So yes, I'm very happy to talk to them in the time ahead in relation to that.
Zones are exactly the type of positive discrimination and incentives needed for delivering regional equity. And the first place an investment zone for Northern Ireland should go in order to meet all of your objectives as set out in your economic vision to the North West City region. Will you commit today to ensuring that the British Government places any investment zone in the North West City region, because that would demonstrate very, very loud and clear on your ambition for regional balance?
I've outlined on many occasions since I came into office, including last week when I was making a statement to the Assembly, my ambition in terms of regional balance, and particularly in relation to the North West. The decision in relation to investment zone is a matter for the British Government, but what we want to do is ensure that what we can do in effect policy here is to make sure that there is regional balance. That's the vision that I outlined last week, and that's the vision I intend to follow through on, and we will adjust policy and adjust how SNI do their business to deliver more of a regional balance and a particular focus in the North West, although it's not the only area that has felt left behind in terms of investment over the years, and certainly there are many areas in the West and in the South that feel equally left behind, but nonetheless there is a particular focus there. We see the expansion of McGee to 10,000 students as a central part of that, and that will require work across the executive, but where we can affect policy in that regard, we certainly will be doing that.
Minister, in relation to placing an investment zone throughout the whole of Northern Ireland, it will not address effectively regional balance. We need positive discrimination and incentives for places like the North West that have been left behind for decades.
Well, as I say, there are things we can control and things that we may not be able to control, and where I can control policy and investment and the actions of Invest NI in that regard, I certainly will be attempting to achieve that objective of regional balance, particularly in relation to the North West. We, of course, will try and take advantage of whatever particular initiatives the British Government do, but they will be in charge of how they set those out.
Does the Minister agree that staging the Euros will deliver a tremendous economic boost, not just for West Belfast, but for the North as a whole?
Yeah, I think there's a real opportunity here for all sports fans, and not just soccer fans, to get the Euros here. I think it would be we've had discussions earlier about the impact of the North West 200, the golfing tournaments, and all of those bring a very positive news story, but they also bring a very significant international attention to the place. And I have no doubt that if we were able to get the Euros here and we can get the stadium, Casement Park, ready to accommodate the Euros, that will have an enormous impact here, not just in terms of international exposure, but in terms of visitors. And the stadium itself, I think, will have an ongoing regenerational impact on that part of Belfast in particular, but also the whole city and the wider region as well.
Could you provide an update on the Open Championship? The Open Championship update?
The Open Championship is due for 2025 in Portrush. The experience of the previous Open Championship there, I think, outlines what I've been saying just previously in my answer. The enormous positivity, the number of visitors, the exposure, the viewing around the world, and the increase in golf tourism as a consequence of that, and of the Open in County Down as well. So the fact that both of those are coming this year and next year, I think, will have an enormous impact. There are already meetings going on with the officials, with the local councils, with businesses in the area, to see how we can improve on the offering, which was already a very good offering the last time the Open was held in the North Coast, to see can we improve in that, and obviously then improve on the tourism benefit from that.
I'd remind members that the question is supposed to be associated with the first question. Alex Easton.
Could I ask the Minister for his assessment of his departmental programme to boost the Northern Ireland economy, and especially in my own constituency of North Down?
Well, obviously we've set out a vision last week in relation to what I see as the economic challenges here, and where that particular areas of growth need to be have, and we have had, as I said, very stubborn low levels of productivity with a very high level of economic inactivity, and I'm sure pockets of his own constituency suffer from that as many others do. So I think in terms of trying to deliver that, we have a shorter than we would have liked mandate, only 3 years, but I do think there are a lot of economic levers that we can adjust to try and achieve outcomes for places and for people that haven't previously benefited from them. So I would hope, as we follow through on that strategy, that we do give a better potential outcome to people who've been left behind, either in the labour market or in terms of skills or education, or areas, as I say, there are many sub-areas within what might otherwise be considered affluent areas that have struggled as well, and we intend to try and provide support for those people in the time ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister what plans has his department to ensure vocational training is adequate to meet the demands of future economic employment opportunities with the use of CERC in my own constituency?
Well, I think that the colleges are underutilised. Over the last number of years, there has been quite a significant investment in that estate, and we have a very good offering in terms of our colleges, very good offering in terms of the courses they provide. And I do think in the current circumstances they're not fully utilised. So I would like to work with the colleges themselves to make sure that they are able to take advantage of the services they have to offer. One of the difficulties you will recognise is that a lot of the money that the Department of Economy previously put into skills, retraining and trying to bring people towards the workforce and into the workforce was European funding, ERDF, ES, European Social Fund, and that has been gone post-Brexit. It hasn't been replaced, despite the promises of the government, and so we are left with a significant hole in the department's budget in that regard. So that will be a challenge going forward to try and find the necessary resources to support some of those programmes and some of those courses that were traditionally used at. But I think it's essential that we do that in the time ahead. I think it's essential that we are creative about how we try and find support for people who find themselves in those circumstances and give them the opportunities that they deserve to try and improve their skills and get a good job, and one which gives a benefit to wider society as well.
Laurel Quillen.
Thank you, Minister. I just wanted to try and ascertain, in relation to the Irish Government's recent announcement on the Enterprise Fund, the 30 million, just to try and give a brief overview or just a response on how you feel that can be used.
Yeah, well, it was very welcome, £30 million, and it's to be shared between the Enterprise Ireland, the enterprise agencies here, and worked through Intertrade Ireland. I think there are enormous opportunities. There are a very high level of business startup here, which is very beneficial. We have a very strong entrepreneurial streak that runs through the north and through the island generally. So I think those additional funds to try and assist that support and give people that start that many of them want to get their ideas into a business opportunity, then I think will be very beneficial in the time ahead. So I suppose in the same context as the last question, where we haven't got the resources that we used to have for these matters, where we can have creative solutions to that, and that means assistance from Dublin at times in relation to that, then that is very beneficial, because in the immediate future we don't have the financial resources that we need to do these things.
So thank the Minister for his response, as well as I suppose the areas that he's outlined. Can he also, provide some security around working with the Minister, Simon Harrison, ensuring that students, not only who are looking at innovation, but looking at further and higher education, can enjoy that right across this island?
I had a conversation with Minister Harris already, and there has been some work already done in relation to exam results and making sure there's more synchronicity between how that works, so we can ensure people have greater access across the island to whatever universities or colleges are their choice. There's much more work can be done there, and he is committed to that, as have I, to working together. So we're very much looking forward to the formal North-South ministerial structures up and working in the very near future. And then even by that, there will be a lot of work done between the two departments to try and make sure that that young people have as much access and as much clarity in relation to some of the courses and some of the studies that they can pursue right across the island.
Minister, for far too long the Irish trade union movement and its individual affiliates have been denied a meaningful involvement in the development of public policy, particularly in relation to industrial employment and economic matters. Will you therefore ensure that the trade union movement is fully consulted in relation to the drafting and the implementation of any legislation you bring forward to improve workers' rights?
Well, I've always followed the principle, and I think it is a good one. It's a beneficial one of co-design, and particularly the people that are being impacted in any particular policy area or piece of legislation. We did have a meeting last week in which the trade unions were represented. A number of trade unions were represented at that, with business organisations, with the, as I said, the social enterprise sector, NICFA, Community Development Trust, and others. And that was a very useful discussion. A very valuable discussion, not just for myself but for officials as well. So I always think that there is much more benefit when we're trying to decide either policy or legislation in going out and consulting and engaging with the people that are represented. That broad discussion, including that organisation, will be a regular feature for me, not just specifically in relation to particular measures that we might consider, but I think it's a very useful forum for engagement when we're discussing how the department's doing, how people view the areas that we're dealing with and what they think the priority should be. But particularly I would commit in relation to particular specific pieces of legislation that we might bring forward to certainly engage the unions and others who have an interest. We want to actually strengthen the role of the trade unions, particularly in protecting most vulnerable workers, younger people, women, disabled people who find themselves at the brunt of the worst employment policies, generally speaking, in society.
Thank you, Minister. The Irish Congress of Trade Unions has prioritised social dialogue as a process of consultation and policy formulation. And I very much welcome the fact that next week you'll sponsor the Democracy at Work policy launch here in Stormont. Can you set out for us how you envisage social dialogue being implemented between the trade union movement and your own department?
I'm very, very pleased to be able to sponsor that event next Tuesday, so I'd invite any members here who wish to come along in the Long Gallery when the trade unions will be presenting a policy paper in that area. I think it's very important. We have the responsibility here for legislation on how people work, the conditions under which they work, the flexibilities they might have, the pay they may get in the time ahead. And I think it's vitally important that when we do take action like that, we do engage with all of those responsible. And the trade unions have a particular role in representing the rights of workers. Businesses have a role in terms of being employers in a lot of cases of those workers. So we need to make sure that we have fora in which we can engage with all of those interests in all of those sectors, and we do that on a regular basis. And I think it would be beneficial to the executive as a whole to have a kind of regular engagement with a group such as that, so we can test ideas off each other and share analysis and opinions into how things are moving. I think that makes for much better policy. It makes for much better legislation when you have that level of buy-in and input into the development of it.
Speaker. Further to the very positive announcement that applications for the second phase of flood recovery funding will open via local councils this week, can the Minister outline how he intends to prioritise any underspend that may arise once this phase is fully allocated?
Well, I don't actually anticipate underspend because, to be quite honest, I probably have the same view as himself. I don't think there was enough money in the pot to begin with, but it was decided and developed before the executive was back, and there is a ceiling in terms of £100,000 for compensation for businesses that lost stock and had other damages suffered as a consequence. So I think priority is to get money out quickly so that businesses can assist in their own recovery. But I would be surprised if there is an underspend there. If there happens to be, we'll certainly take stock of how that might be used again, because 15 million, as he knows, was set aside originally for that purpose. So some of the other funds that we've attached to that are about flood prevention, are about some measures individual premises can take to protect themselves into the future. So there may be scope for expanding that further. But I think in terms of the damage that he has seen and that I've seen in my constituency, I think we could probably have spent a lot more if we had had that resource to do it.
Topical questions to a conclusion. We move to the questions to the Minister for Education, and I call Philip McGuigan.
Here.
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. The Education Authority has not changed this process for parental referrals for statutory assessments. Article 20 of the Education Order 1996 clearly sets out the duty on the Education Authority to comply with a request from a parent or carer to arrange an assessment of special educational needs for a child. Following the introduction of the Special Educational Needs and Disability Act, Northern Ireland 2016, the emergent Code of Practice asks that the Education Authority provide a standard pro forma for referral for use by a relevant party. The Education Authority launched the standard pro forma in May 2021 via an online portal. This is for schools, health professionals, educational psychologists and parents carers to access in their capacity as a relevant party to a child and to request or refer a child for a statutory assessment of special educational needs. This process remains live online for all of the relevant parties to access, with specific support available via the Education Authority Special Educational Needs Helpline or from the Educational Authority's Psychology Service for those parents or carers who wish to progress a direct request for assessment for their child. Thank you. I thank the Minister for his fulsome answer. I asked the question because in my constituency office I have noticed an increased number of appeals to decisions made by the EAA to statutory assessments. Can I ask the Minister, essentially what I'm looking for is an assurance that these important assessments haven't been limited or reduced and that the educational needs of the child will always take precedence over budgetary issues? Well, Mr. Speaker, there's obviously statutory obligations when it comes to the processing of statements of education. That has been borne out in terms of the additional spend the department has had to make over the past number of years with the exponential growth around this particular area. So the member can be assured this is a priority for the department when it comes to assessments being carried out. The greater accessibility of an online portal and greater awareness of that, I think, is a good thing because it is allowing people to register these issues. Obviously, the processing of it then needs to be carried out effectively, but this is a priority for the department.
And thank the Minister for his answer so far. I just want to ask if there is any plan within the department to tackle the shortage of educational psychologists and speech and language therapists that are required to progress those statement applications in a timely fashion.
Well, the member, Mr. Speaker, raises an important point in terms of having a workforce that's available to carry out these processes, and that is a challenge in terms of making sure that there is a workforce. We are aware of that, and obviously it's important that we can recruit people into these roles to be able to carry out the functions that they need to perform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in which circumstances are the EA likely to refuse a statutory assessment request by the parent?
Well, obviously there's issues around making sure that the information provided is there, and often it is that ability to garner the appropriate evidence that becomes the challenge. So where there is evidence, then that allows the assessment to take place, and those are some of the circumstances where maybe that hasn't been carried out because of the lack of evidence in that respect.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, do you think the Education Authority is fit for purpose, and if not, when do you plan to do something about it? Because on this issue, it is certainly not fit for purpose.
Happy to come back to that particular question, Mr. Speaker, in due course. £150 million of funding previously earmarked for Fresh Start projects has been placed in the UK Government's financial settlement for the Executive. In addition, construction costs for the Fresh Start projects have risen considerably in recent years. The remaining Fresh Start funding is therefore sufficient only to cover those projects currently in construction contract. To give a clarity to the remaining Fresh Start projects not yet in contract, they will now be delivered within my department's conventional major works programme and will continue to advance in design and planning. I hope this will provide reassurance to the schools on the immediate way forward. I have also written to the Secretary of State to set out the strategic importance of this programme for Northern Ireland and to seek additional capital funding for these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is devastating news for the schools affected, and I have to say the news was delivered in a rather abysmal way by the Department, and the Minister's response will be cold comfort. Would the Minister agree with me that investing in integrated education is public service transformation, and therefore will he now commit to reallocate that money back to its original purpose so that schools like Millennium Primary School, which have commenced on site, can still proceed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the member has been. I highlighted that this was a real cause for concern day one in office when it came to the budget allocations for my department. This has been flagged long in advance of even devolution being restored, that the way in which the UK Government was treating the Fresh Start money was going to create difficulties for us. So this is not something new, but I would say to the member, his own leader, whenever it came to the restoration of these institutions, and I quote, in terms of getting back into Stormont around the financial package, I think we're looking a gift horse in the mouth here by refusing to actually grasp that money and bank that money at this stage. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the member's party was wrong when it came to the financial package. We outlined that the financial package was nowhere near suffice, and yet the Alliance Party and others said, get back in, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm clear, and my actions are clear. I have moved these schools into the conventional programme rather than pausing, rather than cancelling them, not because I've let them down, but because the Secretary of State and the UK Government has let them down. They've moved into the conventional programme, they'll continue to be advanced, and I'm making the case to the Secretary of State for the funding to be provided. I hope the member's party and the leader will join me in my efforts to try and support these projects rather than play cheap party political politics over it.
Could I ask the Minister, and I understand the extreme pressure that your budget is under, but can you give us a commitment that the business case for the non-teaching staff pay and grading review will be with the Finance Department as soon as possible?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member raises an important issue in terms of the support staff. Vitally important that that business case is finalised. Department of Finance are continuing to look at aspects of it, but there have been issues raised both from the Education Authority and then within the Department of Education and Department of Finance in respect to that business case. I have made clear that I want this to be prioritised so that we can complete that business case, and then obviously that will allow the Finance Minister to take an informed view on this, which could feed into then the next financial year. So that is something that I am seeking to progress, because it is important that that pay and grading review comes to a successful conclusion and that we can resolve these issues.
Often indeed the MP for North Antrim, Ian Paisley, has spoken to you of late about how important Ballycastle Shared Campus is to the local area. Can you provide an update on this vital project, which was part of the Fresh Start Agreement?
Mr. Speaker, I can. I know the Member of Parliament for North Antrim over the weekend, when this announcement was made at the tail end of last week, expressed his concern in terms of the proposals in Ballycastle. I can assure the member and indeed the Member of Parliament for North Antrim that Ballycastle Shared Education Campus is proceeding. Let me just provide an update for members. There are 9 projects that are contractually now committed, which the Treasury have said they will support. They are Ulidia Integrated College, Newbridge Integrated College, Shimna Integrated College, Phoenix Integrated Primary School, Millstrand Integrated Primary School, Park Hall Integrated College, Rowandale Integrated Primary School, Strangford Integrated College, and the school that the member has raised, Ballycastle Shared Education Campus. These schools amount to around £266 million, which is contractually committed to by the Treasury. They will be proceeding. My action is to make sure that those other schools that are not able to proceed are able to advance by being moved into the conventional major capital programme of my department.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. Could the Minister give us an update in terms of the impact that the funding cut announcements will have on the new build project for Forthill Integrated College in his own constituency of Lagan Valley?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and this is one of the schools that will continue to advance in the planning phase, because rather than it being cancelled as a result of the UK Government and the Secretary of State's position on this, I have moved it into the conventional major capital programme. But it is not one of those schools which we're contractually committed to. There are a number of these schools are at various different stages, but because of the action that I have taken, they will continue to advance. That, however, will be subject to the necessary capital becoming available when they get to the point of being at a state of readiness for construction. It then will be for the Department of Education, but also the wider executive, to ensure that the necessary capital is available for these schools and all of the other schools to be taken forward.
Minister, I'm mindful nearly a decade ago this funding was promised for shared and integrated education, and yet this money has been removed with little thought for schools, teachers and pupils. Can you tell me exactly when you as Minister and other executive ministers became aware that this money would be reallocated?
Well, this was part of the financial package that the UK Government then presented as part of that £3.3 billion. And that capital funding, which was still outstanding out of Fresh Start for shared education, integrated and shared housing schemes, was then placed into the totality of that package. So the ring fencing that was there for Fresh Start is no longer there. And just to give some more figures to this for the House, Mr. Speaker, it was in 2018 when the totality of all of these projects were announced, and that came to £483 million. As of today, that figure sits at £925 million because of the rising costs of inflation in the construction industry. So that shows the quantum of funding in terms of the increase that is necessary. What was committed so far is the £266 million for those schools, and there are some who have also completed. So I'm happy to place into the library, if it's beneficial for members, the correspondence, and I'll do that I've entered into with the Secretary of State, where I make it very clear that if the UK government is serious, as I am, about shared and integrated education, well then the announcement that they made in 2018 is no longer fit for purpose, and they need to provide the funding that is available, which was originally envisaged under Fresh Start to this executive, and I will continue to make that case, and I hope others will join me in making it. Of the eligibility criteria for free school meals and uniform grants continues to examine a range of options for increasing the numbers of children and young people who are able to access free school meals and uniform grants. The options being considered include raising the income thresholds that apply to some of the means tested criteria, the introduction of universal free school meals provision to pupils in some school years, and options that are a combination of the two. The arrangements for the provision of milk, meals and related facilities made under the provisions of Articles 58 and 59 of the Education Libraries Order 1986 set out the eligibility criteria that apply to the provision of free school meals. While it will be dependent on the detail of any change to the eligibility criteria, any changes are likely to be able to be made through the revision of these arrangements, and as a result, no additional legislation is anticipated. In relation to uniform grants, the eligibility criteria are very similar to the criteria for free school meals. These are detailed within the EA's Clothing Allowance Scheme under Article 60 of the same order. And as with free schools meals, it is anticipated that any change in the eligibility criteria will be able to be taken forward as a revision to this scheme, and therefore would not require legislative change. So I will be considering the next steps on this review in the time ahead, and in doing so I will take account of the potential budgetary implications of any change in the eligibility criteria.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. He'd mentioned a couple of options there that he's looking at. I'm just wondering if he's considering implementing a cap on school uniform cost.
Mr. Speaker, that's one of the issues that I will be engaging further with the Department on in terms of the cost of uniforms. There is guidance that was provided to schools in terms of this issue. It is one that comes up every year, and I again appeal to schools. If they were following the guidance, legislation wouldn't be necessary in this area, because it is a prohibitive factor for some families whenever they're even choosing what school they go to. And this doesn't just apply to school uniforms. You will have children who may be in a multiplicity of different sports clubs within the school, and they have to have the different kits associated with that. And whenever it comes to the branded type clothing material, that can come to a very significant amount of money. Cost should not be a prohibitor of what school a child goes to, and we need to be cognizant of that reality for a lot of families across Northern Ireland.
Clark.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your answer. In relation to your last response, you talked about the grants in terms of uniform, and you talked about the guidance. But it's clear that some of the schools are not following the guidance. So, as a minister, can you outline what your plans are going forward, given that the schools aren't following the guidance in relation to school uniforms and removal of some of the costs that you referred to?
Mr. Speaker, the member is right in terms of some schools that aren't following the guidance. I should say that a considerable majority do follow the guidance, but obviously I want all schools to follow this. So my officials have been carrying out significant work on the issue to identify possible solutions. A pre-consultation exercise has taken place, engaging with a wide range of stakeholders. A public consultation launching in late spring will gather stakeholder views in areas such as the need for statutory guidance in relation to school uniforms, particularly around the cost and affordability of school uniforms, the use of branded items and sole supplier arrangements.
Baker.
Does the Minister have plans to reinstate the school holiday food grant scheme and put it on a statutory footing?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have asked for an assessment to be provided to me in respect of what would be commonly known as the holiday hunger payments. Members will know that that came to an end on the 31st of March last year because of financial budgetary pressures within the Department of Education. So I have asked for an assessment in terms of this issue to be provided to me, and it does cut across into other departments as well, because obviously Department for Communities, for example, has a role when it comes to the anti-poverty strategy, and I think it's important that we look at this in its totality, but I have asked for a report to be provided to me on this issue from officials that I can then consider.
Well, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department is currently considering the report produced by the Independent Review Panel and carrying out internal consultation to inform a way forward. This process includes discussion with key education stakeholders, including other relevant departments and arm's-length bodies. Following this consultation, officials will produce a paper for my consideration, setting out advice on the various recommendations in the report. It is anticipated that this paper will be available by the end of April, and I hope to be in a position to respond to the paper before the summer, at which point I should have a clear understanding of the budget available to my department.
Thank you, Minister. Recommendation 21 in the review is to promote learners learning together, including shared and integrated. I declare an interest as a parent at one of the schools affected who will have its funding cut by what was announced last week. Have he and other executive parties agreed a package of funding which devastates capital funding and investment for shared and integrated education?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I am putting forward, and I did so on day one in this Assembly, I brought a ministerial statement to the House setting out my ambitious capital plans for the department. I said that I would be bidding for £528 million. That is more than doubling the capital spend that has ever been carried out within the Department of Education. I have an executive paper there for consideration, I trust this Thursday, in respect of the Strual shared campus, something that I want to see advanced, and we need to get a positive outcome at Thursday's meeting in respect of this. I was at Limavady along with the First and Deputy First Minister in respect of the shared campus there. I'm taking forward the Ballycastle shared campus project. There are a range of integrated schools that are progressing as part of that contractual obligation that I have just outlined of the 266 million. So I want to make sure that we have the capital available for major capital works, but as I indicated in that statement to the House, we need to see curriculum-led DVED capital investment, so we need to see smaller scale capital projects. We have a huge problem in terms of the investment needed in special educational needs provision and providing those support classes and infrastructure in order to mainstream children that want to go into mainstream education. So my ambition is to represent every sector of our education system, and I'm putting forward bids to the executive for that. The challenge will be for my executive colleagues. Do they share the same ambition that I have for every sector of our education system? And if they do, then I will be able to make significant progress across every aspect of our education system.
That's Ian.
At the launch of the report by the Independent Review, the chair of the panel, Keir Bloomer, conceded to me that the education system here lags way behind the education system in the House or in the South in terms of educational attainment. Can the Minister tell us what he's going to do to address the high levels of educational underachievement in this jurisdiction?
Well, the member is right to raise the concerns, particularly in areas where there's multiple deprivation for those that come from a more disadvantaged background, and there needs to be the support in those areas to give children that opportunity, which in other parts of our society they are able to flourish and reach their full potential. So I share with him that agenda in terms of trying to make sure resource goes into the areas most in need. And where there is best practice to do that, if it's in the Republic of Ireland, I will happily look at that, and where I can learn from it, we'll take that forward. Or in any other part of the United Kingdom, I want to make sure that we can get best practice and then get the necessary resources to be able to invest.
Ranley?
Sir, is there a timescale of implementation for the recommendation of this report? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's planned that an options paper will be available for my consideration by the end of April, and following consideration of that report, I will decide on the scope and priority of an implementation plan in light of the wider financial pressures and constraints under the Department is operating.
Question 5 has been withdrawn. Question 6, Mr. Carroll is in his seat. Call Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There has been significant engagement with stakeholders groups and preschool settings in respect of the standardisation of preschool sessions as part of the wider early learning and childcare strategy engagement. A stakeholder engagement forum was established in autumn 2022 to ensure maximum engagement and to assist with the development of costed options for an early learning and childcare strategy. My department also commissioned an independent, in-depth scoping study to assess the state of readiness of the preschool sector to transition to a standardised 22.5 hours per week. This involved detailed surveys for every funded preschool education setting. The scoping study is nearing completion. In addition, my officials also carried out extensive engagement in regard to the amalgamation for standardisation pilot. The information gathered will be used to inform further decisions and plans for the phased implementation of standardisation for all preschools and to inform the development of costed options for standardisation for the Executive. It is essential that we have input from a wide range of stakeholders as we take forward this work, and I am committed to ongoing and meaningful engagement.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, given the advancement of the plans that you've outlined to the House, can you tell us what the capital investment needs are for those preschool settings in order to facilitate the meeting of those requirements?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the full detailed costs of standardisation will depend on a range of factors, some of which decisions have yet to be taken on. It will also be informed by the scoping study that's due to report at the end of March, and I'll engage with the Executive colleagues on this in due course. However, to give a figure to the member, we have estimated that standardisation is likely to cost approximately an extra £35 million per year when fully operational, with additional upfront and one-off capital costs of approximately £10 million plus human resources. So that is on top of the £65 million which the current programme costs annually.
Knowing the issues with the workforce in early years settings, has the Minister considered a workforce strategy as part of this engagement with childcare?
That is an issue that does need to be taken into account in terms of what we're trying to achieve. So there is a childcare strategy stakeholder engagement forum as well. I will be seeking to engage with them as well as other organisations that are making provision in this area, because we need to make sure that in providing appropriate childcare that we have the workforce available to make that provision.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister how long will it take for all sessions to move to the 22.5 hours?
Mr. Speaker, this will be dependent on Executive approvals and availability of funding. There will be a number of options set out in the scoping study. Decisions then taken on these will impact on the speed of transition to a standardised session length. Some preschool settings will be in a position to transition to the standardised session length very quickly, while others will take much longer. It's likely to be a number of years before standardisation is fully implemented, with all funded preschool settings moved to 22.5 hours per week.
The next question is Connie Egan. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Education and the Education Authority embarked on an end-to-end review of Special Educational Needs in early 2023 to examine the entire special educational needs system from a policy perspective to ensure delivery and outcomes are in line with objectives and policy intent. Phase 1 of the review is complete, which involved scoping the review and establishing appropriate governance structures. Phase 2 has commenced and primarily focuses on stakeholder engagement to ensure that all decisions and solutions are underpinned by meaningful engagement. In addition to targeted engagement with individuals and organisations, a programme of engagement events is currently being developed for schools, parents and carers, children and young people and wider stakeholders so that they can share their knowledge and experience to be part of co-designing a more agile and improved special educational needs system. Following this engagement phase, an action plan will be developed for implementation, and I expect this implementation plan to be ready for September 2024. The overall vision for the end-to-end review is to ensure that all children with special educational needs get the right support delivered by the right people at the right time and in the right place through a high-quality education which is cost-effective and improves outcomes.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, will you give assurances to pupils and parents that children with special educational needs will not be sitting at the start of the academic year in September still unaware of which school they're going to, like has happened in previous years?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for raising this point, because in October of 2023, so last year, following what happened in the previous academic year, a strategic placement group was established within the department. That meets every week. It has the Deputy Permanent Secretary level engagement. We also had the creation of the Director of Special Educational Needs Placements created. It was a new post in January of 2024. And that is a forum which meets at the highest levels, and they are meeting every week on this issue, because we recognise that there is a real challenge coming in September. I cannot, and I wish I could, give a guarantee that every child will have a placement by then. I don't believe that's going to be the case, despite the urgency and the priority that I'm placing on this within my department. But I want to provide some reassurance, Mr. Speaker, to the House and to parents, and we'll touch on this in the substantive part of the motion that we have in front of us later this afternoon. This is a priority for me, and I do want to be able to provide the support that is necessary. But I've came into office where there is very real pressures and challenges in this area, but I'm very much committed to doing all that I can to help.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to ask the Minister, when does he think that the new special educational needs framework will be fully implemented?
Well, Mr. Speaker, following public consultation of the draft new SEN regulations and code of practice in 2021, several changes have been made to both documents which take on board the views of those that responded. The new regulations are in the final stages of drafting, and once all the necessary approvals are in place, they will be presented to the Education Committee before being placed before the Assembly for consideration. So my officials are working closely with the Education Authority regarding a timetable for commencing each provision within the SEN Disability Act of 2016 and associated SEN regulation. That Act places additional duties on the EA and on boards of governors in schools, including the appointment of a learning support coordinator, and for each child on the SEN register to have a personal learning plan. Agreed additional funding of £30 million per annum has been identified to support schools to implement the legislative changes, but due to budget constraints, only £11 million was made available to schools for 23-24 year, and unless the full amount is made available in future years, then it will negatively impact on the outcomes of children with special educational needs.
I move to topical questions. I call Cara Hunter.
Minister, just to bring back there the recent changes to the Fresh Start funding in integrated schools. Many of those schools listening today will have engaged in tendered contracts and years of planning processes. Can you give any assurances today to those in integrated school communities that the capital funding they were promised a decade ago will be replaced?
Well, I can't give that commitment, but what I can give a commitment to is my determination to make every representation possible with the United Kingdom Government when it comes to what they announced in 2018, that they should honour that in terms of the increased cost associated with these projects. And I will also be making an ambitious capital bid, which I've outlined in this House, to my executive colleagues in order to take forward the capital works associated not just with these schemes that were under Fresh Start, but across the totality of my department. And that doesn't come in year one. A lot of these schools are at different phases of development, and that can be profiled over a longer period of time, subject to the various processes being complete. But I will continue to make the case for the funding that is necessary for these schemes under Fresh Start, but all of the other schemes within my department's conventional major capital programme.
Ms Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. Just on that then, Minister, can you give your assessment as to how this funding reallocation will impact the completion dates and timelines for these schools? And will you commit to meeting with some of the principals to discuss these issues further?
Well, I'm happy to meet with schools. There is an extensive list of schools that have asked to meet with me, and colleagues here in this House that have asked me to engage on different projects. So, it's my intention to be as accessible as possible to members of this House, but also right across the Department of Education's responsibilities in terms of engaging with schools. But bear with me in terms of the very considerable number of requests that are in for me to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, what engagement are you planning to have with the UK Secretary of State for Education?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be engaging and speaking with the UK Secretary of State for Education, Gillian Keegan, later this week, where I will have an opportunity to highlight some of these issues that we've talked about today, but also to raise the issues contained within the Safeguarding the Union agreement that my party secured with the UK Government. And within that, members will see, when it comes to East-West relations, a focus on educational matters, and that is something that I will be pressing on the UK Secretary of State to develop with me so that we can deliver upon those commitments that the UK Government entered into.
I very much thank the Minister for his answers here today. Minister, can you also outline, are there plans to meet with the Scottish and Welsh Education Ministers?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I will be hosting a joint educational meeting of my counterparts from the devolved parliaments. Arrangements are being made for that to take place, I think, in April, so that we can share best practice, and I'll certainly be doing that in terms of my engagement with colleagues in other jurisdictions within the United Kingdom.
Broadley.
Speaker, could I ask the Minister, in view of so many topics or many questions asked today about budget, could he provide us with his budget position for next year, and does he think his budget is enough?
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the member for that question? In terms of the budgetary position for my department, prior to the allocation of additional funding from the financial package that the Treasury announced, our department's resource DEL budget bottom line was 2.582 million in that respect, so that's 2,582 million. Obviously, there were some further allocations as part of the financial package that came to 296.8 million, and that is to help in terms of some of the costs over the past financial year, but also when it comes to the teaching pay awards dispute and providing a resolution to that. Members will know that I have outlined, even in this question time, the vast range of budgetary pressures that sits within the Department of Education. And this is because of the needs within our constituencies that individuals have in order to get the support that they need. So what I will be putting forward for the Finance Minister's consideration, and ultimately the Executive, would be to increase the overall requirement of my department to £3 billion 594 million. That is a £1 billion uplift that my department needs to meet the objectives that we have, and that will be going forward as part of the budgetary process for next year.
Call Mr. Broadley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has partly answered my supplementary, and that is, does he think that he will get the support of his executive colleagues in increasing his budget, considering that so many around the House from all parties have put pressure on him to do so?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it certainly will put the challenge with executive colleagues when it comes to the bid that I'll be putting forward, if they are able to match that ambition. But it also does, Mr. Speaker, put into stark focus why my party leader at the time of these discussions with the government said it was not enough. Other parties said get the executive back up and running. Our position was constitutional, it was not based on financial considerations, but we did make it clear this would not be enough. Others said we can fight this fight from within. I quoted to Mr. Tennyson what his party leader said at the time. And I look forward to seeing how that strategy is effective when it comes to securing the additional funding that was needed. But we have outlined from day one as a party, we are underfunded, that needs to be corrected, and we will continue to make that representation to the Treasury.
Cathal Boylan is in his seat. I call on the Allen.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, during a recent meeting with the Youth Work Alliance, they highlighted quite the contrast in the funding provided to the statutory and voluntary youth service providers. And if I can just give you a flavour of that, the community and voluntary sector provided youth service provision to 117,418 children, whereas the statutory provided youth service provision to 91,795. That equated to roughly £97.90 for the voluntary sector, whereas the statutory sector was over £254. Will the Minister commit to reviewing this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member does raise a point that is worthy of consideration in terms of the most effective use of public resources, and the voluntary sector does provide excellent support to our children and young people, and that is something that I want to see supported, and they did face significant reductions in their budget during the period when Stormont wasn't up and running. Obviously, subject to all of the budgetary requirements that my department has, I want to make sure that we are able to support that community voluntary use. He does raise issues about the comparison with the statutory and the value for money in that respect, and that is certainly worthy of further consideration and assessment.
Minister, in highlighting the excellent work provided by our community and voluntary organisations, will you commit to joining with me in my constituency of East Belfast to meet with the Ledley Hall Youth and Boxing Club and other providers to hear firsthand the impactful work that they're carrying out?
Well, whether that's Department of Education or communities, but nevertheless, we can follow up on that invitation and make sure that there can be an appropriate meeting set up for the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, we've talked today about various options that you have in looking at lowering the cost of accessing education for families across Northern Ireland. I'm just wanting to know, one of the other things that you mentioned was cross-departmental working, if you have any plans to work with any other ministers in order to lower the cost of accessing education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, certainly when it comes to collaboration with executive colleagues, that is something that does take place in a number of areas. I can think of the skills agenda, and there are a framework in place with the Department for Economy, for example, because of that overlap between the age of 16 moving into 17, 18, 19. So that requires collaboration, and importantly, when it comes to the early years, early year learning and childcare strategy, that does require effective collaboration across a whole range of departments, and I've already put forward a paper to the executive and got agreement to set up a group which includes the Department of Health, for example, which has an important role in this, the Department for Economy as well because of the employability aspect of this, the Department for Communities, and I've no doubt the Department of Finance is going to have an interest. So where there is collaboration, absolutely I will work with executive colleagues to try and take that forward.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we've already heard about holiday hunger today, and I think it was asked already by the member from West Belfast. I'm just wondering what other steps the department will take to try and alleviate holiday hunger going forward. Thank you.
Well, the member will know the response that I provided to Mr Baker earlier in respect of the report that I am awaiting on that. Obviously, where there is budget available, the department is going to be able to do much more. This is a scheme which did end last year. The annual contribution towards that was approximately £20 million per year. So, in considering all of these things, obviously there are budget constraints, but there is very clearly a policy objective of trying to help people who need that help, and that needs to be what guides my department in terms of the bid that we would be making around the financial resources for our department next year.
Will the Minister make reform of careers advice and skills a priority?
Yes, Mr Speaker. How much advice and guidance will go into our young people to become politicians, I don't know. I didn't need advice or guidance on that whenever I was at school. It was something that I always wanted to do. But the member makes an important point in terms of getting the right careers advice. And you know, it isn't always about pursuing academic qualifications. There's the apprenticeships and trade, and making sure that what qualifications you come out with will ultimately lead you to getting a job. And too often, and I was one of these people, albeit I went into politics, you know, whenever I graduated with my degree in business studies, so too did hundreds of other people. And when it came to then seeking employment, you know, what set the individual apart from other people whenever it was a generalised type of qualification. So the member's right to raise this around getting careers advice and the right advice, and also making sure our curriculum aligns towards the needs of our economy.
Answer, and we heard earlier from the Minister for Economy the need for collaborative working and the overlap, and you've already referenced that in some of your answers today. So would you consider working collaboratively and commit to a joint action plan with the Economy Minister on the issue of careers advice and skills?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I will be meeting with the Minister for Economy. We've already discussed this issue around the need to have that collaboration, and we will be setting about that meeting and then seeing what more we can do in this area.
Challenges on all aspects of the education budget. Could the Minister perhaps provide some information in relation to future capital investment in the EODIS centres?
Well, the member raises an important issue, Mr Speaker, around the capital requirements that are needed, whether it's in IODIS or in other aspects of the education system. That's why the bid that I have going forward is a very ambitious bid, because of the capital needs that exist.
The Minister for his answer, and having visited and witnessed the commitment of staff who work with young people who do have challenges in settings which are not always fit for purpose, I would encourage the Minister to pay those centres a visit at his earliest opportunity. But further to that, could I ask the Minister for his assessment of the EODIS provision?
Well, again, can I thank the member for the question, and I'm more than happy to visit some of the areas that she's referenced in her question. There is an inadequacy in terms of some of our estate, and it requires capital investment. I've already witnessed that firsthand in some of the schools that I have visited. We have excellent schools, and we also have schools which are completely inappropriate for the 21st century, and that's going to require significant investment.
Thank you. That concludes questions to the Minister for Education. Members just take the raise before we move to the next item of business. Thank you.
Okay, members, we resume the debate on the implementation of the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls, and I now call on the First Minister to respond.
Corlia, and can I thank you for your latitude in terms of extending the debate, given the significance of the issue and the fact that so many people, many members wanted to contribute to the debate, and I'm really grateful for that. And I'm also really grateful for the collegiate approach that everybody took and the tone that was set in terms of the seriousness of the issue and the fact that the leadership on this issue starts here with us in this chamber. And I really think that bringing this debate today really underlines the significance and the priority that we put on the issue of tackling violence against women and girls. So I just want to commend that approach to this issue and to every other issue as we grasp many nettles in the time ahead. On day one of this new Assembly, I stressed very clearly how vital it is for all of us to work collectively and to end violence, abuse and harm suffered by women and girls in all of our communities on a daily basis, and many members referred to many examples. And I've said it before and I say it again here today. These women are not statistics. These women are our mothers, they're our sisters, they're our aunts, they're our daughters, they're our friends, they're our work colleagues, and they are us. They're us who have been speaking in this debate today. So we must take action now to stop this violence, and we must never forget those that have been killed. Too many names to mention, sadly. Too many grieving families for their sisters, their mothers and their daughters. And these murders did not occur in isolation. They are part of an epidemic. And the sad reality is that we all know someone whose life has been impacted by her experience of domestic violence, abuse or harm. Women all have their own stories to tell, their own experience of behaviour that makes them feel uncomfortable or makes them feel anxious every single day. Challenging violence against women and girls is not a new problem, but dealing with it does require a whole-of-society approach which everybody recognises. One of the very first actions of this executive must be to introduce a new strategic framework and the associated action plan, and many members did refer to the need for action. That work's now being finalised, and I look forward to coming back to the Chamber to talk about it in more detail. People and organisations from right across our communities have helped to shape this framework, and I had the pleasure of meeting some of those people very briefly in the last number of weeks, and they absolutely have reflected their different backgrounds, their different perspectives, and also the need of those who have experienced gender-based violence. In particular, we want to pay tribute to the support that's been provided by the community, voluntary and statutory sector organisations. They have been carrying out this vital work in the most difficult circumstances, and as many have been impacted by recent budget cuts, as we know. So this remains a very challenging situation, but we are committed to securing a fair and just financial settlement to deliver public services which allow ministers to begin to deliver on the vision of this strategy, which is to end violence against women and girls. And I look forward to continuing to engage with our executive colleagues in relation to the funding for Women's Aid Federation and other delivery partners who have worked so hard in this area and do so on a daily basis. The extent and the variety of good work being done is clear, but so is the fact that obstacles remain to reporting abuse and getting the help that is so sorely needed. We need to end the silence around violence against women and girls, and together we must all collectively say enough is enough. Barriers persist in the justice system and our society which prevent women and girls from accessing support. To overcome these challenges, the strategic framework is clear on the outcomes that must be achieved. And core to this is the delivery of the domestic and sexual abuse strategy and a real commitment to enhance joined-up working across departments and with our community partners. Our justice system must be one in which victims, survivors and the public can have confidence, knowing that offenders will be held to account. High quality and accessible services must be available to every woman and every girl who needs them. And then much more than this, prevention is key. And many members referred to the root causes, and we have to get right down into the nub of this. For children and adults of every age, we need to work towards changed attitudes and behaviours. Everyone needs to understand that violence against women and girls, what it is, and help to prevent it. Women and girls have to feel safe and be safe everywhere, in all places where they live, where they work, where they learn, where they socialise. We will only end violence against women and girls if men and boys are part of the solution. Everyone should be equipped and empowered to enjoy healthy, respectful relationships. Delivery will require commitment from every corner of this executive and indeed every corner of our society. We want women and girls throughout our community to know that we have their backs, that we are looking out for them. It has to be that whole of society effort, and partnership working is key. That's partnering with education, sport and workplaces and service providers, with young people and communities. We will work to develop campaigns to influence and change attitudes and behaviours for the whole of society. And just as importantly, we will work to support partners to develop training packages to equip people to do the right thing. Partnering with employers and businesses, trade unions, we will ensure that there are good policies and tools to protect women and girls wherever they are. Partnering with our colleagues in other departments, we intend to remove barriers to support that make life harder for women and girls rather than helping them. But this framework is just the beginning. So now our focus is on finalising the strategy, on taking forward actions in a coordinated and a joined-up manner, with the goal of making a real difference to people's lives, as everyone understands what violence against women and girls is and plays an active role in preventing it in every sphere of life. We know this is an urgent issue. We know that we must take action, and we will be asking this Assembly for your support in the time ahead as we bring forward the action plan. So I would finish by saying this. I think we make a direct appeal today to the public, for the public to be aware that there is something that every single one in our society can do something to protect women and girls. So I ask everybody to play your part. Let's get to work. Let's not waste any more time. Let's make this happen. Let's break the silence. Let's work in partnership. Let's turn the talk into action, and let's end violence against women and girls.
Thank you, First Minister, for that response. I now call on Brian Kingston to wind on the amendment.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all members for their thoughtful contributions to this debate and on the important matter of the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls. The purpose of our amendment is to highlight the need for the Executive Office and other departments to prioritise funding for the delivery of programmes contained in the associated action plan, and to clarify the need for Government at Westminster to address the current inadequate funding of Northern Ireland below our level of need, so that essential programmes such as this can be adequately funded. As a man, I would acknowledge, and in reflecting on the attendance and who spoke most during the earlier debate, that if we view this as a woman's issue, then we miss the whole point. To reflect on some of the comments made earlier, Emma Sheeran, in proposing the motion, said that this was an outstanding commitment from the last mandate, that there was extensive co-design work had gone in, including with groups providing support to victims and survivors, and that the root cause is misogyny, the belief that women can be dominated by men, which is a challenge to men and boys to examine their attitudes. My colleague Harry Harvey, in proposing our amendment, said this has the potential to affect every home. The onus is on all of us to recognise this issue and to take action. And the vision is of a changed society with the goal of eradicating violence against women and girls. Connie Egan, and I congratulate her on her maiden speech, pointed out that Northern Ireland is the only region in the UK and Ireland not to have such a strategy, and we need a whole society approach where misogyny and sexism do not go unchallenged. John Stewart, who chaired the TEO committee in the last mandate during the consultation phase, said it is important that we learn from what has worked well and not worked well elsewhere, and pointed out that previous motions on this topic have passed unanimously. Sinead McLaughlin expressed concern about uncertainty over funding for implementation, and she pointed out how everyday phrases can commence a negative escalating attitude. Deirdre Hargreave pointed to changes in society, pointing out that the 4 ministers in TEO are now all female. However, we have a long culture of mistreatment of women in society, and there are roles for all departments to play. Diane Forsyth said that violence against women and girls is very real in Northern Ireland. There's an underrepresentation of women in senior positions, which has affected the under-prioritation of many issues, including in this Assembly. So there's a need to change attitudes and to educate society. Paula Bradshaw, as Chair of the Committee for the Executive, also said that consultation has resulted in some changes to the draft strategy, and the task is not to tackle violence against women and girls, but to end it. Linda Dillon said that there should not be any acceptable level of misogyny and disrespect towards women, that we need to have challenging conversations from a young age, and that abuse should not be ascribed to stranger danger, but in many cases comes from people known to the victim, woman or girl. Cheryl Brownlee said that co-design has been a key to the strategy, including voluntary sector, government and the voice of lived experience. She points out that men and boys also suffer from violence and abuse and should not be overlooked. However, victims of gender-based violence are disproportionately female. I estimate domestic and sexual abuse costs Northern Ireland up to £1 billion per year. Saoirse Eastwood reminded us of the uneven criticism directed at female MLAs compared to male MLAs in many aspects of the media, and that abusers can be at every level of society. Cara Hunter pointed to the need to educate young people. Yes, I'll give way.
Would the member agree with me that our actions from this chamber will matter much more than our words? Thank you. And Ms. White.
Member has another minute.
Well, absolutely. My colleague's right, and that was a recurring theme in the comments, that this needs to be a strategy that results in actions, not just in fine words. As I was saying, Cara Hunter pointed to the need to educate young people about what is sexual harassment and understanding of issues of consent. Sian Mulholland said that there was an important role for protection measures online, that men and boys are an important part of the solution, and a safer society for women and girls will be a safer society for all. Justin McNulty said that underreporting is a major part of the problem. When lives are taken, their names are known, but thousands of others are abused in silence and go unreported. Alex Easton said that the lives, hopes and ambitions are being shattered by violence and abuse, and we need to address root causes. Jim Allister pointed that this was an important and necessary debate, that victim blaming is part of the issue, and the powerful testimony of Maria Cahill, who suffered repeated abuse, is very relevant to this debate. Thank you. That's me completed.
Thank you. Now to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion, I call Karen Cullen, who has 10 minutes.
Gormilgad Lascan Kulia, and indeed Gormillan Magov, to every member who spoke. I think I recorded something on the long 19 people who contributed to this debate, including my own wind. And I'm really delighted to see the collegiate approach and indeed the contributions that everybody made, which I believe were sincere, were honest, were very credible. And I just want to pay tribute to the DUP. I think it is important that both the Mail Harry moved a motion and Bran winded on the motion, and I do think that would be appreciated not just by people in this chamber but to many people who are watching this debate. I want to thank Christine Gillespie and the Library Services, and indeed the many people who are in the chamber from WRDA and Women's Aid for a massive information pack. I think this in itself shows about the lengths that some people have went to in terms of research, and it's something I think we can use as a reference point. And when we brought this motion forward, we simply knew that the response that we had today would be the response. Our party made it a priority to bring this in the coming days, in the first lot of days of our new sittings, simply because if you can't see it or hear it, you can't either be it or believe it. And while many people look down on the no-day name list for motions, a lot of people need to be able to recognise themselves in all our words, and I think that's really important. When Emma Sheeran moved the motion, Emma's first words was, "This has been a cross-party initiative that should enjoy and will enjoy cross-party support." And it's not to be presumptuous, it's just for people who've been here before and added to the whole discussions, particularly in TEO and elsewhere. But even it went into justice, it went into communities, it went into health. So everything we do regarding this strategy, while TEO are leading on it, it has to be cross-departmental in its outcome. And I have faith that that will be the case. Obviously, money, the need for money is at the centre of it. However, I think every speaker, well, I would say the majority of speakers mentioned the horrendous and shocking statistics around, for example, 75% of 16-year-olds surveyed had experienced street harassment, had felt ashamed, had felt embarrassed, had felt harassed, had felt humiliated. And as many of our speakers said, they're us, they are our daughters, our sisters, our friends, our colleagues. And it's only when you can think of it in those human terms that you actually start to realise the brevity that we are all dealing with. Unfortunately, we have seen far too many people who have lost their lives, who have been murdered as a result of domestic violence, have been murdered as a result of people who felt that killing women in the street, in the cases that were mentioned, is somehow acceptable. And I think many of the members, in fact all that spoke, have said that we do need to change the culture and the narrative. The violence against women and girls is not acceptable. And for that reason, and that reason alone, I do think this will be one of the good things coming out of this debate. Not that we need reminded, but for people who are watching us and listening to us, it will be good for them to hear how collegiate and how sincere we all are around this. I just want to say one wee thing, and it's not to be panicky, but I would really love us to change the term Maiden Speech. I just think it's archaic. It's like something out of a Charles Dickens film, movie, book, whatever. I think we should refer to it as first speech. Connie made hers. I met her mummy in the canteen, so there's 2 generations of women listening to this. But let's hope we have a 3rd generation of women coming here and we can maybe drop that term. Because while it's not sexist, there's men here making their maiden speeches as well. I just think it's crazy biscuits, to be fair. Anyway, domestic violence, and indeed all the organisations who are trying to help people at their most vulnerable, their funding was cut or removed. And many people, including Michelle, the First Minister, spoke about the need around women's aid. In fact, most speakers, contributors did. And that in itself should go to the vulnerability of people who are trying to help people when they need it most, at their time of most need. And that needs to be something that we need to look at as a priority. I also want to mention other women's organisations out there that I personally worked with throughout COVID and after, the women's centres, who took huge personal risks going into people's homes, trying to help them, working with the PSNI, working with courts, going to courts with them, and being there for them throughout that journey when no one else was. I think we need to mention those women as well. And I want to take this opportunity to mention in particular the Falls Women's Centre and the Grace Family Centre as well, both in North and West Belfast. And I know each of us have many other examples where we do that. But women who have retired are actually, being a preventing service when people need it most. And I think that's really admirable. I also think in terms of the point that both many people, but particularly Deirdre, Hargy, Sinead McLaughlin and Sorkin mentioned about the toxicity around the debate around ending violence against women and girls, and particularly around, Sorkin made this point in particular, when you finished your wine, Bran, and you said, and Harry, your intervention was around, it's how we behave in this chamber. We all are used to a cut and thrust of politics, but I think it is belligerent to shout at people from a corner, shout at people from a sedentary position, put things up on social media with some vile commentary, because what that does is that adds to people's permission, not that they need it, to abuse, insult, offend and intimidate others. So each of us have a responsibility to be courteous, and that myself I'll include. Most people know I'm very straight, but I would never ever deliberately go out to cause people harm and offence, and I have been subject to it in here, as have many others, and I think it needs to stop, because people who persist with that are nothing but cowards and they need called out. So Deirdre Harkey mentioned the whole issue around and indeed Linda and others around the mother and baby homes and the migrant laundries, and that is our shame, that is our nation's shame. And I think what we can do, the only thing that we can do, is to ensure not only does it never happen again, but those who are responsible have to restore financially, and we have to make sure that things like that not only never happen again, but people who were impacted have now gone into 3 and 4 and 5 generations, and we need to put our arms around them and give them support. Diane Forsyth, no stranger unfortunately to some of the vile abuse, called out what it was for her, and in fact as elected reps we had to go and meet the police about the abuse that we received and about our own personal safety. And I have to say this, credit to everybody, we were there to support each other regardless of our positions politically, because that's what we do. That's what we do as women, and I'd like to think that's what we do. We'll fall out, we'll disagree, but when it comes to calling abuse out and violence and intimidation, we need to do it for everybody, not just for some, for everybody. I also want to thank Paula as the chairperson. I'm sorry, Connie, I meant that you're the chairperson, deputy chair. I meant to add that in as well, in terms of what happened in the last mandate. So I think what I've heard today is in the last mandate, a lot of work was done. Michelle, on behalf of the executive, and indeed as First Minister, has said, we're going to gather this up. We're going to try and get the strategy sorted out. We've got the framework, we need to get the strategy sorted out, and we need to have an action plan. And I suppose the gift in all this is that we need to be able to see it. So I want to pay tribute to everyone who spoke. Cheryl Brownlee spoke about the abuse that young boys and young men get as well, and regardless where it is or how it emanates, we want to call halt to all that. I think for us all, just to end on this note, it isn't just about us all getting round these chambers and agreeing for the sake of agreeing. I believe this was an honest debate. I believe it was a credible debate. I appreciate the amendment from my 2 colleagues, but I'd like to see us setting a very clear and resounding support to end gender-based violence against women and girls. So I, like the rest of my colleagues, support the amendment and ask that we support the motion as amended.
Thank the member for concluding the debate. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Brian Kingston and Harry Harvey be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you take your ease until we make some changes at the top table?
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on special educational needs and disability investment and transformation. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
that this Assembly commits to prioritising the needs of our most vulnerable children with special educational needs and disability, SEN, notes that the current system for supporting children with SEN has failed to deliver appropriate and timely support for parents, pupils and schools, and calls on the Minister of Education to prioritise and invest in SEN transformation to ensure that the end-to-end review of special educational needs produces an action plan that will be implemented urgently, and to make a commitment that all children with SEN in key transition years are notified of a school placement which meets their needs no later than children without special educational needs.
Thank you. I call Nick Matheson to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Still learning the processes.
So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion, which is Nick, will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So, Nick, could you please open the debate?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Take two. I'm now able to say that I'm delighted to move this motion today. I'm sure we would all agree that the need to invest in and transform our special educational needs and disability system in schools must be an immediate priority for this Assembly and for the Executive. Our current system is, and I think it is not overstating it to say that it is failing children, it is failing parents and schools, and we need to ensure that reform is implemented as soon as possible in order to deliver for our most vulnerable learners. The many issues that we see in our SEN system should come as a surprise to no one. They have been ongoing for a significant number of years, and there have been numerous reviews and scrutiny reports undertaken in relation to the issue, including the Public Accounts Committee, the Northern Ireland Audit Office, the Commissioner for Children and Young People, most recently the Ipsos Independent Review of Special Educational Needs. And there are, I think, and possibly more, over 150 recommendations made in this space, and yet we're still experiencing the same problems that were identified many, many years ago. Placements are made on a crisis management basis every year. Needs are identified too late, and interventions don't come when they are needed. Communication between the EA and parents is poor, and at times non-existent. And cross-departmental work between health and education remains a noble ambition, but in reality is not delivered on the ground. Every member of this Assembly will have experience of being contacted by constituents at their wits' end whilst trying to secure a placement with provision that adequately meets their child's needs. It's not a big ask, just adequately meets their child's needs. Many parents end up feeling that they have no alternative other than to go to the media to give their case profile to secure a placement. Parents describe this concept of the fight that they must undertake to give their child access to that most basic human right of an education. So just back in December 2023, there were over 215 children in crucial transition years with special educational needs statements still on the waiting list for a statement of special educational needs, surpassing the legal 26-week limit. And some of those children on the list had already been waiting for over 52 weeks for that statement to be finalised. Far too many children are being left behind their peers, placed in a school that's not appropriate for their needs, or left at the start of the school term without a placement altogether. I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. This is a hugely important issue, as he's rightly pointed out, and is a challenge for all of our offices. This is a crisis. But does the member agree with me that every year when we hear of the challenges that are facing these children in schools, particularly the ones that we can't get placed, that the Education Authority doesn't seem to learn any lessons from the previous year, and in fact, for whatever reason, seems to end up with the situation much worse the following year? Is it the case that they can't handle the situation?
Thank the member for the intervention, and I can't promise I'll take too many more, as I've got quite a lot to get through here. But there does seem to be serious questions in relation to the Education Authority's ability to get a handle on this, and I hope that we will hear from the Minister about a plan of action to try and address that. I would sum up my last section of remarks really by saying that I think learners find themselves in a system that is focusing just on the placement, just delivering a placement, just getting the box ticked, rather than the provision that is appropriate for them, and this can't be acceptable. So a lack of meaningful support for children at the point needs are identified means that many parents have no option left to support their child other than to go for that parental request for a statutory assessment, and that was given some discussion today at Education Question Time. But shortages of educational psychologists within the EA mean that families are facing huge delays with this process, and that 26-week statutory time frame that I've referred to already regularly breached, valid exceptions criteria regularly brought into play, and the process delayed. And I want to be clear, parents of children with special educational needs or disabilities should absolutely be able to pursue their legal right to acquire a statement of special educational needs and to acquire those protections in law that their children are entitled to. But we should not be operating a system where a statement is sometimes the only mechanism by which a child with additional needs can receive support. Support for learners with SEN should simply be normal practice embedded at every level of our education system. Early intervention must become the norm. Now, the motion is very clear, and I think my comments are very clear, that my assessment of this situation is one of failure. But I do want to acknowledge the work that is currently being undertaken by the EA and the Department through the end-to-end review of SEN. The principle that they set out, and that I've heard it in many engagements with them, of all children and young people getting the right support from the right people at the right time and in the right place is welcome and receives my full support. And I think that is the ambition we should all be aspiring to. And it is my understanding, I think further to the Minister's contribution in the Chamber today, that an action plan is due in the summer or perhaps early autumn, which is encouraging. But I must be clear. That action plan must be a clear action plan to deliver meaningful transformation. It cannot be another suite of recommendations. It cannot be another report. It cannot be a suggestion of another review being required. Parents have waited long enough, and they need to hear clearly what the Department is going to do, when it is going to do it, and how success will be measured. I think anything less than that would be a wasted process that will have achieved nothing. And I also hope that the motion is clear that action is needed now on this issue. The long-term transformation is vital if we're going to get this right. The long-term transformation is vital if we're not going to be back in this chamber having this debate year in, year out. But there is a need for some action now if we're going to make sure that the parents who are already looking to September with huge levels of anxiety can be reassured that the Department is working as hard as it possibly can to ensure their children get a placement. In August last year, there were 149 children with statements of special educational needs, many with complex learning needs, still awaiting an allocation of a school placement. So immediate action must be taken now to ensure that we do not see those mistakes being repeated again, especially with pupils in those key transition stages. And I would hope that the Minister today in his response will clearly set out what his department is doing to address SEN placements in those key transition years for September 24. We cannot repeat what we saw last year, where parents described feeling that they were utterly broken by the process of acquiring a statement. And I think sometimes there is histrionic language used in this chamber, and members will overstate their case to make a point. But that is a phrase that parents have used with me repeatedly, sitting in my office, that they feel broken and they feel that nobody is listening. And we cannot let that continue. That we should not have a system that is based on a fight. We should not have to fight for something that parents of children without any additional needs simply take for granted, a school placement. You apply and you get your place. We cannot accept that a fight is necessary. That is not acceptable, it is not normal, and I don't think any of us should tolerate it. So I welcome the independent review of Education's acknowledgement that there is a serious problem in how we confirm those places for children with SEN. And I think that their recommendation around the ending of the system of these placements being treated as supernumerary is something that the department needs to take away. Parents should have confidence that their child will have a place, not that they will be tacked on to the end of some other mainstream admissions process. Now, money alone will not address these issues. It is clear, however, that investment is going to be required. Money will be needed to make this happen, but we need that investment to be strategic. It needs to be done on a recurring basis, and it needs to be able to allow the department and the EA to plan properly to transform these services. I welcome suggestions that there will be an earmarked capital budget for SEN, and I hope that is something that can progress. I would also mention very briefly the non-teaching staff pay and grading review. I think it is imperative that if we're going to transform SEN services, that work is taken forward, that business case is delivered, because without staff working in the system, expert staff, committed staff, then we can't transform the system if we've no staff actually there to deliver it. I'm afraid I'm really running short of time. Apologies. I do just want to take this opportunity to put on record my thanks to the parents involved with SEN Reform NI. In particular, their engagement on these issues and their willingness to share their stories so personally, I think it really does need to be put on record. They shouldn't have to share those painful personal stories to get this issue on the agenda, but they have done so in the hope that what we do in this place can actually bring about some change for them. And it was an absolute privilege to meet some of those parents and the children here today in the Assembly, and I think it was a big deal for some of them to make the trip here and to be present, so it really is appreciated. So I think I would just conclude at this stage that this is not a situation we can accept for our children. Crisis has become the norm. It is time to meaningfully commit to invest in transformation and invest in action. And I want to just finish my remarks with some reflections from a special school principal that I had the opportunity to meet last week. And she made the stark observation that many of the pupils in her care have life-limiting conditions, and some sadly may not complete their time in school. And she was clear, those children cannot wait for another report. They cannot wait for another debate. They need action now. So I hope that the Assembly can speak with one voice on this issue today and support the motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I call on Robbie Butler to move the amendment.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And we will.
Sorry, Robbie.
Move the motion. Sorry.
Let's move the amendment.
Sorry, did I not move it earlier? No, didn't. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I was laughing at you.
So it's just to let you know, you have 10 minutes to move the amendment, and whoever's waiting on the amendment has 5 minutes, and all other speakers have 5 minutes in between. So, Robbie, you start the debate on the amendment, please.
That'll teach me, won't it? I was laughing at the chair of the Education Committee for making a mistake, but I did mine on purpose because I was thinking about your comment about crazy biscuits. And I was thinking about how I could be funny, but I don't need to be funny. This is a very serious debate, genuinely, and we will have no hesitation in supporting the motion, and we hope that there will be unanimity in this chamber and that the amendment that we have tabled, and it's a very modest amendment, will also be accepted. Parenting is not easy for any of us, and anyone who has had the privilege of being a parent will know that it is not easy. It's one of the most significant life-altering occurrences that you can have the privilege of making. And from birth right through life, all of us will be faced with challenges and difficulties. All of us will be faced with opportunities and potential, but there is another reality. And that reality is that life, opportunities, difficulties and challenges, it's not equal. We're not all born the same. And for some of our most amazing young people and their families, they are born with difficulties, disabilities, and some of those young people in their early formative years then develop issues which would require them to have and need additional support throughout their formative years. But sadly, and with growing regularity, and the mover of the motion has already spoken to this, more children are finding difficulties and are not having and being afforded the appropriate, and I would even go as far as to say they're not even getting the adequate help, never mind appropriate help, at a really important moment in their life. Now, the Minister, I'm sure, will refer to, and he has done since he's taken up post, the significant challenges that the full educational sphere faces. Most of that will probably be fiscal. But the unarguable point is that the most detrimental impacts are being faced and felt by some of our most vulnerable children. And if that doesn't ensure that where we put our priority, I'm not sure what will. Now, I have to say, Principal Deputy Speaker, that it's not all doom and gloom, because we do get it right at times. And in particular, I want to pay tribute to our special schools, who are absolutely amazing. And I've paid many visits to those special schools, not all of them, sadly, but some of them, Fleming, Fulton, Harberton, Parkview and Glenveigh, over the years. I can't commend the staff enough for the fabulous service that they give our young people in those locations. And I'm going to also mention MENCAP, who have batted beyond expectations and capacity for many years to support the families and young people that they do. But sadly, for all of the special settings that we have. The capacity to meet demand is not being met, and we now have overcrowded environments in those schools and in those settings, and we now see our teachers and our support staff in those schools struggling to meet the needs of the individual children. And I know that the department and the EA have moved in over this last couple of years into supporting more children in our mainstream schools. It's known as SPIMS. And there are many instances of good learning and good examples that we can pick from there. And I know the Minister at some stage in his argument will also talk about the lack of funding and the lack of investment over the years, and that has led to a lot of the issues. But one thing that I will repeatedly say for the two parties that sit to my right and across there is that funding is one part of it, but the failure to have government here for 5 years over 8 does not neglect our responsibility in the transformation of education and opportunities for our young people. And I hope that this is picked up in a mature fashion by the parties that have exercised that veto over this last couple of years. As an MLA, it has sadly become a regular occurrence, and I'm sure it is the same for the MLAs in this chamber, to help and assist our constituents and parents who are finding it difficult to get a statement or get that additional support that is required that sometimes doesn't need a statement. But the reality is, and this is becoming a calendar event, that we have young children missing out on their first day in school. It's very simple. Missing out on your first day of school, whether that's nursery school, primary school, first year, or year 8 as you would call it now, is just not acceptable. And when we think of the start in life that some of these young people have, to compound it further, that the systems that we have in place actually will dictate that they face the most disadvantage in getting one of those spaces, literally breaks my heart, and I know it does for many of the members in this room. This motion calls for an action plan to be published and implemented relating to the end-to-end review of special education needs, and it requires it urgently. And I have met with the department and EA specifically on this point a number of times, and I would urge the Minister to detail in his response a clear timeline and his clear ambition that this project is recognised as a serious priority and to address it in the appropriate way. To address the failings and systemic shortcomings to the past and to treat our children who have additional needs with equality, dignity, and to show them that we value them as we do all of our children. I had the privilege, Principal Deputy Speaker, of serving on the previous Education Committee from 20 to 22, and we made sure with the previous Chair, Chris Little, and I want to pay tribute to Chris, and the outgoing committee that was there, of the work that was done to ensure that special educational needs remained a number one priority for that committee, and I know the Chair already in our first 2 meetings is going to ensure that that is the case for the newly constituted committee. Absolutely.
I totally agree with the member in relation to the work of the previous committee. It was vital, and in fact I think helped resolve quite a lot of the issues. But since the collapse of these institutions, do you believe that the Education Authority has learned any lessons in relation to how children have been mistreated within special education needs schools?
I thank the member for his intervention, and I'll try and answer this brief.
Robbie, you don't have an extra minute, just to say, just in case you think you do.
Okay. Thank you. This is going to get crazy biscuits now. Just to briefly answer him, if that's okay. I think, in this, I think the EA of our phase inherited a real catastrophe. And I think they were faced with an almost impossible situation. So at this point, I'm reserving judgment because I do believe some of the people that are there and were there have been doing their best. But I think the problem has been compounded because we haven't been here. And that's what I would like to add to that, if that's okay. The education years are the nurture bed for life for all of our children, regardless of who they are. I think we'll all can accept that. These are the years when we prepare our young people and try to encourage them to achieve the best outcomes that they can in life, whether that's in further education, higher education, or in the workplace, or whatever adventures that they would want to take. But sadly, and for many years, this transition phase for young people with a disability or a learning disability, they face an unfair and unknown challenge because there's a shortage of options and a lack of support as they move into that transitional phase. And that's the reason that I brought the amendment today, Principal Deputy Speaker. An Assembly report from 2016 into post-education provision for young people with a disability or a learning disability found that this was the case back then. Lack of suitable provision to transition and a systemic process coupled to a lack of information for parents and those young people to navigate this next stage of their lives. There's a clear inequality that exists. And whilst there are inarguable challenges to be faced in the creation of a worthwhile and valued opportunities, it's unconscionable that as a goal, if we don't commit to broadening and maximising our commitment to creating a society where these young people are afforded the very best opportunities, the very best and highest levels of support to fulfil their potential as valued members of our society, that I have to ask, can we truly call ourselves an inclusive and empathetic society? I ask the Chamber and the members to support the amendment to the motion.
I call on Pat Sheehan. Pat, you 5 minutes.
Ceann Comhairle, I suppose the beginning and the end of this issue is that every child, irrespective of background or ability, is entitled to and has a human right to an education. Unfortunately, all too often we see that that right is not being upheld or is only partly being upheld when children don't get the quality of the education they deserve. And I want to use an example of a case I dealt with to illustrate that point that I'm making. In June 2022, a young child was transitioning from nursery to primary school. The principal of the nursery told the EA that a mainstream primary school wouldn't be suitable or appropriate for that child who was non-verbal, wasn't toilet trained and had severe sensory issues. However, the EA then decided to put pressure on the local primary school to accept that child. And after a period of time, the primary school felt they were under such pressure that they agreed to take the child on an interim basis to see if they had the capacity or the skills to deal with the child. As it turned out, they didn't have the capacity to deal with the child. The child's special needs were so complex, they weren't able to deal with it in a mainstream school. And what happened then was that the child was sent home. The child sat in home from September until February the following year. And it was only then the vice principal of the primary school became aware of the situation regarding that child, contacted me, and it was only when I made an intervention with the Education Authority that that child then received a place in a special school where he should have been in the first place. So that child's rights were not being upheld when he was left for 6 months without any chance of social or educational development. And we've known for years now that the number of children presenting with special needs or disabilities has been rising, yet it's abundantly clear that there has been no strategic planning within the department or the Education Authority to deal with that. We see every year at the end of the school term in June and right through the summer months, parents of children with special needs in transition years, and indeed the children themselves, are left on tenterhooks, wondering if a place will be made available in an appropriate setting for their additional needs. As demand has risen, advances in provision have failed to keep up, and crisis management in the EA has taken the place of the statutory functions of that organisation to ensure that every child gets an education. Ceann Comhairle, it would be remiss of me not to mention also the need for greater access to special support within schools. And the Irish medium sector in particular suffers from a lack of provision of special needs expertise through Irish. And it's worth pointing out that more than 20% of pupils in the Irish medium sector have special educational needs or disability. So we have an absurd situation where children whose first language is Irish, receiving support from educational psychologists and speech and language therapists through the English language. And it's essential, therefore, that the Education Authority-led review of gaps in services includes a systemic review of supports and services that are specifically tailored to the needs of the Irish medium sector. The current provision of support does not take account of the bespoke needs of Irish medium pupils learning in an immersion context. Cuts to the education budget and SEN funding have disproportionately affected children and young people who are already disadvantaged. That is not good enough. Our children deserve better, and our most vulnerable children deserve only the best support that we can give them. Our children with special needs are not second-class citizens, and the Department needs to take urgent steps to show that they agree with that assertion.
Thank you, Pat. As this is David Brooks' first opportunity to speak as a private member, I just want to remind everybody it's a convention that when an MLA makes their first speech, it's made without interruption. David, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to rise for the first time in this chamber, and I'm thankful to those who elected me to represent the great constituency of East Belfast. In the traditions of the chamber, I'll refer a little to my predecessor and to my constituency before moving to the scope of the motion. I follow my friend and a great servant of East Belfast, my party and this House, in Robin Newton. As I told him before my election, he was long an encouragement to me, and he was and remains, even outside of this place, a peerless example of public service to the place and people he himself was so proud to represent and work for in over 3 decades of public service, 2 of them in this Assembly. Thank you, Robin. In some ways, I'm East Belfast by choice. I was raised a little further east in Cumber, but my family on both sides is rooted in the east. My father hailed from Dundonald. My mother's side were originally from Saunders Street, now gone at what is at the bottom of the Newtonards Road. East Belfast has a proud history. It has always been to the fore of some of Ulster's most iconic industries: the linen mills, rope works, aerospace and defence at Shorts Brothers, shipbuilding at Harland and Wolff. It was home to the great C.S. Lewis, whose image and words greet us on our way into this very chamber. It gave us arguably the world's greatest footballing talent in the Craigie's own George Best, and of course our first Prime Minister in James Craig. Through my childhood, it felt like some of these iconic industries were in terminal decline. But the East does not just have a proud history, it also has an exciting future. Core to the new and emerging Northern Ireland economy, today we see Spirit Aerosystems seeking to grow their footprint, Thales at the cutting edge of defence systems, and the cranes of Harland and Wolff, such a symbol of our city and of Northern Ireland, again overlook shipbuilding and a new generation of skilled yardmen and women. The nearby harbour estate is now teeming with new and thriving industries in the sciences, cybersecurity, film and creative industries, tourism and hospitality, all foundations of what can be a bright future for all. But through its highs and lows, East Belfast's anchor has always been its people. Resilient, loyal, hard-working and strong-willed. Today they look forward wanting, as we all do, a better future for this generation and the next. Easy access to healthcare when their loved ones need it, decent homes for their family, quality schools and education for their children. In the motion brought before us, we address the need to invest in and secure that education for some of our most vulnerable children. Last week I visited Greenwood Assessment Centre and later spoke to the principal of Mitchell House Special School. I have nothing but admiration for the work of staff in both schools, which I know is replicated in the others across the constituency. In what are too often unfit facilities, bursting at the seams and in need of repair and replacement. This is a testament to their dedication and their vocation and to the children. There is recognition on all sides that too often the system within which they operate hinders rather than helps them in this difficult if fulfilling work. I know in speaking to the Education Minister, he is fully committed, as we all should be, to doing with all that is within his gift to ensure that young people with SEN have, like their peers, an education that is suited to and has taken account of their needs. Educational transitions should be as smooth as possible for every child, timely and not disruptive to the pupil's education, not exasperating the challenges they or their families already face. The Education Authority must be fully accountable in that regard, and too often their approach appears to be policy rather than child-focused. We know too the needs of the sector, and most importantly the children, go beyond allocation of places. They require access to tailored and evidence-based support, the mainstreaming of SEN training for all our trainee teachers, and facilities that are fit for purpose. We know, however, in every sector, transformation and improvement requires resource. The implementation of this end-to-end review will be no different. In my first weeks here, I have heard members speaking in this chamber and in the Education Committee about their commitment to and vision for SEN education. I believe the intent of their words are sincere, but words are not enough. A vision, a wish list, will remain only that unless the UK Government deliver on their promise of a sufficient needs-based funding model that this party has advocated for. Equally, all parties across this chamber, represented in the Executive, must be prepared to back up the talk of prioritising education by empowering the Minister with the investment required to improve the lives of all those who depend on and work in our SEN education services. I look forward to working with members across this House towards that shared goal. Thank you, Ms Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call Cara Hunter.
I'm Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this issue today. And I'm rarely angry as a person, but this is one issue I think that really does. I'm really deeply unhappy about it, and I see it every day and every week in my constituency office, and it's heartbreaking. The dire need for more special educational needs support is an urgent and pressing matter that demands our collective attention and immediate action. We must listen and learn from parents and caregivers in our communities, our teachers, our classroom assistants and our health professionals to ensure we create an equitable, sustainable change for all children with special educational needs. In my own constituency, I've been to Rossmar Special School in Limavady, and I've spoken with staff, parents and families there, and I recognise it's such a positive learning environment for our young people. But with lack of investment and funding, there really are so many challenges, but thank God for the good staff that support so many young people. In my time in politics, this is something that has come to my office often, parents and families feeling unheard and that they're just ignored entirely by the system. Children with special educational needs unable to get places in schools has created much stress for families. Pupils unable to attain the transport they need to get to school, to get to socialising opportunities. They often experience long waiting lists for speech therapy or health appointments to improve both their quality of life, well-being and overall development. Our children are facing significant challenges, including inequitable access to education, inappropriate placements and countless systemic failures. We believe the time for action is now, and we in the SDLP call upon the Minister of Education today to prioritise SEN reform, ensuring that every child, without exception, has the opportunity to reach their full potential in our education system here. Today, we will be supporting this motion and the amendment, and I welcome that it adds the dire need for more investment and support for that key year of SEN pupils transitioning around an education setting and into society. And I've spoken with worried parents who have touched on that their children with learning difficulties often goes to a special school 5 days a week, and then after their time in school has finished, there's barely any support in that adulthood. There's gaps of group-sitting activities which can lead to social isolation, but thankfully in my own constituency I've seen a number of groups, whether it's Destined and Feeney or Causeway Neurodiversity, which have done an incredible job of filling this gap and providing a sense of community for those with special educational needs, which I think they're just brilliant. I'd like to thank the parents at SEN Reform NI who have come together to work on this issue and shared their lived experiences, and I think they've highlighted just how vast this issue actually is and the dire need, the urgency to fix it. And if we look at the statistics, they're absolutely staggering. Last August, 149 children with special educational needs and complex learning needs were left without a school. Like, let's be clear, like this can never happen again, and it's on each and every one of us. And I'm not a parent yet, but it's absolutely heartbreaking. And I think Pat rightfully touched on there, children with special educational needs are not second-class citizens, so let's not treat them as such. And we know that almost 20% of our school population have a special educational need, so why are we not investing in those students? Why are we not supporting them and investing in their futures? Why are we not building efficiently sized buildings to support their complex needs?
Could the member give way?
Yep.
I thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that there should be flexibility or agility built into the system and into settings to respond to the ever-growing demand and need? I think of Ardnashee School and college in my own constituency, which has received an extremely welcome but very long-awaited new build. So long-awaited, in fact, that by the time it is ready for occupation, the school population will have outgrown it by almost a third.
I thank the
Cara,
member.
you have an extra minute.
Thank you. I thank the member for his intervention, and absolutely, and recognising that as we sit here today, there's so many pupils and families waiting on assessments, and we know that they will only add to the number of children with special educational needs. So the expansion of those buildings is absolutely necessary. But this present situation is marked by several systemic shortcomings. Inadequate capacity in our special schools, as I've mentioned, limited access to education for children with special educational needs, the delays and uncertainties surrounding assessments, that is a massive issue which I come across all the time, and just the level of pressure that puts in the family setting as well can be extremely difficult. One issue Mr McCrossan loves to touch on, and I share his enthusiasm, is the lack of accountability within the Education Authority, and I think it's something that will be really interesting over the coming months when we dive a little deeper into how we can best support our children with special educational needs, and I welcome looking further into that. But while I'm here, I'd just like to thank ADDNI, who I met with last week to talk about the lack of investment and support services for children who have ADHD in Northern Ireland, looking at the lack of investment and support from our trusts into ADHD, the lack of available support services, and how that causes a lot of difficulty for pupils and can lead to a lot of mental health issues as well. So I really just want to place that on record. We really must address these challenges, and we must start today, and we in the SDLP stand firm in our call for immediate action to address these systemic failures within this sector. Every child, regardless of who they are or their diagnosis, where they come from, deserves a well-funded, well-supported journey through education to support them and enable them to fulfil their potential. And I would urge the Education Minister here today, at any given opportunity, to conduct this urgent review as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. As this is Cathy Mason's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I would remind the House that it is convention that a member's first or inaugural speech is made without interruptions. Cathy, you have 5 minutes.
Gura Mayagut, Principal Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to be here for the very first time, making my first speech, and it's important that I thank all those people in South Down who placed their trust in me to represent them in this chamber. I gave my word that I would work hard for the people of South Down and try to bring forward solutions on the issues that matter to them in their everyday lives. That includes making childcare affordable, providing better support for children with special educational needs, dealing with hospital waiting lists, and ensuring that people can access mental health services when they need them. It is with great honour that I stand here today representing the people of South Down, from Newcastle to Downpatrick, Kilcoo to Drummondess, and all that lies in between. I do so knowing the weight of responsibility that this brings, following in the footsteps of the great Sinn Féin representatives like Mick Murphy, Katrina Ryan and Willie Clark, to name but a few. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm a very proud County Down woman, and my heart lies in Drummondess, the village where I was born and reared. My children and husband and I now live in the small village of Loughlin Island, and I suppose despite our Gaelic football and differences, I'm very proud to bring my children up in this close-knit community that has of course itself dealt with a major tragedy, but has faced it with resilience. When beginning this journey here in the Assembly, it was very important to me that my office was based in the county town of Downpatrick. And in the time ahead, I want to build on the good work that has been done by my predecessors, Chris Hazard and Emma Rogan, to build a vision, a better future for our town. This town has faced devastation from the recent flooding events, but I have no doubt will come back bigger, better and stronger than ever. A brighter future must begin with better access to healthcare and fighting for the restoration of services at the Down Hospital. Just a few weeks ago, sadly, I lost my hero, my big brother Peter. I witnessed firsthand the miracle that our healthcare system is, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the staff, nurses and doctors at the ICU unit in the Royal Victoria Hospital who not only cared for Peter, but lovingly wrapped their arms around us, his family. In order to ensure that our young people in South Down receive the very best start in life, they must have access to the very best possible education system. We were elected in May 2022, and over the course of nearly 2 years, we were forced to stand by while the situation facing children and young people with special educational needs became increasingly difficult. We need to come together, and we need to work hard together to secure and deliver the necessary resources to support these young people and their families. There has been a systemic failure on the part of the Education Authority over the course of a number of years, and we need to get to grips with the issues at hand. Of course, the case should be and will be made that an enhanced funding package should be made available, but first we need to get things right at policy level. The Department has time and again refused to grapple with the EA's shortcomings in relation to SEN policy. In fact, it was the work of whistleblowers, frustrated system users and community and voluntary organisations which exposed the EA's failure with regard to SEN policy implementation. In reality, these issues should have been picked up by the relevant public authorities and dealt with. Recently, I've been working with St Bridget's Primary School in Downpatrick, who are fighting to get team teach training for their staff, who are educating and caring for the same children with the same level of need of those who attend Knockhaven Special School, which is just a stone's throw up the road, and whose staff are entitled to this training. This doesn't seem fair or justified, and for the sake of the staff and the needs of those children, it must change. Adequate training must be made available for all those who are caring for our children. I know that each of our offices are dealing with cases of exhausted parents fighting for the rights of their children to get the education they deserve and overcoming barriers day and daily. To conclude, I want to commend the work of those who took this motion forward today. It has my full support, and I look forward to working with everyone across this chamber to help deliver on the transformation that is required for special educational needs. Gormilwood.
Thank you, Cathy, and I call Cheryl Brownlee, please.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. In the previous motion on ending violence against women and girls, I remarked on how pleased I was to see the Assembly dealing with real issues that are affecting people right across Northern Ireland. In that regard, can I begin my contributions by congratulating and thanking the members for bringing such an important motion to the floor of this House. I'm currently going through the SEN process with my son, so I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate today, not just as an MLA, but as a parent in the heart of the process. Personally, and as a party, we recognise that special educational needs provision in Northern Ireland has been pushed to breaking point and is in dire need of investment and reform from the ground up that is underpinned by sustainable budgets and parental engagement. The number of statement SEN pupils has risen by around 5,000 since 2019. While initially this sharp increase is a bit of a shock, I believe that there are some positives to take, such as early intervention, awareness, identifying conditions and providing support that may not have been provided in years gone by. Having said that, it's important to highlight that the statement and process itself has its flaws. One of the fundamental issues lies with the initial forms. They're complex, paper-based, they take a long time to fill out, there's general confusion around the process and the next steps, putting parents at a disadvantage before they even put pen to paper. Principal Deputy Speaker, we need to break the cycle. The Education Authority needs to provide an alternative, simpler, easier to navigate process that all parents can feel confident in and advocate for their child at the highest possible standard and not to be disadvantaged due to the process. Another aspect is that the process requires parents to record their child in a number of specific situations. On this basis, a decision is made. How can a child be judged on the 6 minutes out of a 24-hour day, bearing in mind that the very nature of children with SEN means that their reactions can vary starkly based on different environments and situations? We've also heard about the significant level of tribunal cases against the Educational Authority. A significant number of decisions which are appealed through the process are overturned, which is great for parents, but shows that the initial assessment process is severely flawed. There needs to be a cross-sectoral, cross-departmental approach to this process. As an example, I mentioned previously that the number of statemented children has risen sharply in recent years.
The Department of Health projections show an expected continual rise in children and young people with special educational needs, but that's not reflected within the Education Authority's predictions. We need to see this increase reflected urgently in providing suitable educational places supported by the correct infrastructure. I would like to take this opportunity as well to celebrate the community and voluntary organisations who are providing support to young people with SEN and their families. One particular organisation in my constituency of East Antrim is Little Stars. It was born out of a sheer passion and determination to see specific services offered for those with special educational needs. I've also had a very useful meeting with the SEN Reform NI on Friday, and I want to thank them and all other community organisations who are making a difference every day and taking on the fight for so many. I also want to place on record my support for SEN staff, both teaching and non-teaching, who do such incredible work in very difficult circumstances. They deserve to be paid a fair wage for the job they do, and I welcome the Minister of Education's commitment last week to resolving the pay disputes within the education system. As a final point, I would like to touch on the parent and carers in these situations. And of course I speak personally when I say that every parent wants the very best for their child, and of course will naturally fight to ensure their child has the best start to life. However, many of these parents work full-time, have other children, other commitments, and are being overrun by an overly complex, complicated and time-consuming process, which is having a detrimental impact on their mental health as well as the child. No person should ever have to fight this hard for basic education. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Sean Mulholland, please.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Did I get that right? First of all, before I begin to speak, can I pass on the condolences of myself and my party to yourself, Cathy, and for sharing your personal story of your loss. I want to rise in this important motion and thank firstly my colleague and my party's education spokesperson, Nick Matheson, whose passion for this issue has been evident this afternoon in his opening speech. I want to speak about the importance of early intervention and planning in the support and nurturing of children with additional needs in their education journey. Early detection of need and early intervention is critical in ensuring that our children receive the support they require to succeed and thrive in life. There's significant research evidence about the importance of early interventions in the earliest of years. Prevention is better than cure, as they say, but investment so far has failed to match that rhetoric. Investment in prevention and early intervention makes sound economic sense, with well-documented and robust returns on investment felt right across society in every shape and form. The investment in early life interventions can be offset by the potential savings in terms of reduced need for late intervention. It's clear that the earlier we intervene, the better the outcomes. This is particularly important with children with special education needs and disabilities. We cannot and absolutely should not wait until a child reaches preschool or primary school to begin planning for their education journey. No parent should have to fight for the right for their child to access such a vital component of their development needs. Although this is an education motion, this is not just an issue to be addressed by the Department for Education, though. In light of the need for early intervention, we cannot understate the importance of a joined-up approach from all of those who have cause to be engaged with families and children from birth. The key cohort partner here being health visitors, and health visitation is an absolute priority within early years service, with its reach and impact extending well beyond health and its remit. And concerns can be raised at those key points in a child's development, whether that's at a 1-year, 2-year preschool review or at points of contact in between. Health visitors are the perfect people to instigate early intervention, but it must be joined up and it must be well communicated with the education system. Once raised, it should not be a postcode lottery for children and families as to whether they have access to early intervention developmental services, but unfortunately that's exactly what is faced given the inconsistency of services delivered right across the trusts and indeed the education areas. The Independent Review of Education also acknowledges very clearly the role of speech and language therapists and their role in addressing developmental issues. There's a widening gap between capacity and demand, and this is a vital service with early intervention through SLT potentially helping to prevent or resolve problems that could emerge later in life. And yet there are huge numbers of vacancies in these key roles. Without investment, we cannot address those workforce pressures, and this will not address the obvious and urgent need. Another cohort that is essential in this joined-up approach are those within the early years sector. Proposals to expand or improve the quality of early years services will have immediate cost implications, that's true, but their long-term consequences will be financially positive. We want to see funding for early years and the support systems that this sector provides to be adequate, strategic and seen as a long-term investment. Today in Northern Ireland, there are 18.7% of children recorded as having special or additional needs, and 6.8% have statements. Those children will not simply present themselves on their first day of school with those additional needs, so why do we have a system that waits until that point of entry to address their need and to adequately plan for their education journey? We need to move forward urgently ahead of the school year so that we do not see a repeat of the shameful scenes last September with our most vulnerable children not having a plan for their educational journey in place for either their first day, their first week or even their first month. We need a joined-up approach, one that is adequately funded across departments and stakeholders and is ready to deliver the right support at the right time for children and young people who need that support most. Thank you. Principal Speaker.
Thank you, Sean. I call Danny Baker.
And thank you, members, for bringing forward this very important motion. A battle a day is what every single parent of a child with special educational needs goes through in order to get any support. Parents are exhausted from the daily challenges and need us to be their voice and deliver real change. Children with special educational needs and their families are being failed by the current system. They are being left behind, and children deserve better. I have listened to families, worked with support groups, and have been left absolutely heartbroken by the experiences faced by families within our communities. It is important that these real life stories are heard in this chamber, and I will share a story from SEN Reform NI. This is Alana's story, a mother of 2 children with autism aged 10 and 5. Alana's 10-year-old daughter was diagnosed aged 4 through her health trust, whereas her son was diagnosed privately aged 3. The fights, struggles and battles for support and services are soul destroying. When she first applied for her assessment for her daughter, she was turned down. She appealed this decision, and with no further evidence, to her shock, she was then approved. All of the worry and stress in between could have easily been avoided. The struggles to actually get her daughter's statement within the 26-week period was very difficult. She had to constantly chase up her application. The whole process left her feeling emotionally drained, and her mental health deteriorated due to this process. Already in a bad place from having to go through a broken system with her daughter, it was more daunting knowing she had to do it all again for her son. More worry and stress that anyone should have to deal with to get a child's basic needs met. This is only one story, but sadly there are hundreds. Children deserve better. Whilst policy, legislation and reform are of the utmost importance, we all need to remember that it is the families of children with special educational needs that are under pressure, and everything we do must have them at the forefront. And it is important that children, young people and families have a platform and their voices are heard at every level of government. Capacity across our special educational schools and units in mainstream are a breaking point. There is limited capacity for new pupils, and we are nearly at that time of year where parents await anxiously to see if their child has been given a place that will meet their needs. I believe this year could be even harder for families. The fact is, for many children, they are being offered places that don't meet their needs, or in some cases they haven't been offered at all. Some children with special educational needs in mainstream schools can end up on reduced timetables or miss school altogether due to transport issues. All children deserve to be given the best possible education, and I want to give my thanks to all the school leaders, teachers and classroom assistants who work tirelessly for children with special educational needs whilst themselves under immense pressures. Early intervention is key. The parents themselves understand this, but the long waiting lists and the lack of cross-departmental working is almost impossible. While parents do everything in their power to support their children, many have to come out of work because the system is failing them. A cross-departmental approach would be then a step in the right direction and a welcome change in the process. With health and education working in tandem, we can make a real change to the lives of children with special educational needs and disabilities. Educational teams supported by health experts will give children the best possible start in life, because delays in early intervention have a clear knock-on effect in the next stage of a child's development. If there is delayed intervention in the early years of a child's development, families then struggle to get their child statemented in time, impacting their support in mainstream school or a place in a specialist school. The Children's Law Centre rightfully takes a view that the majority of issues faced by families have been caused by the unlawful operation of the SEN legal framework and process failings, driven by chronic underfunding. Education in the North has been underfunded by a cruel Tory government for far too long. There needs to be proper investment in our education system to ensure a needs-based delivery of services to children and families. Sinn Féin wants an education system that delivers for all. Our education system should, at its core, operate in principles of equality and fairness, regardless of background or ability. We are at a critical meltdown point, and there are shelves filled with evidence and reports stating what needs to be done. So let's work together to make sure that Alana and many parents and children out there know their voices are heard loud and clear. And most importantly of all, that we deliver change that they deserve, ensuring that children have free and easy access to supports and to ensure they can flourish and reach their full potential.
Thank you, Donny. I call on Diane Dodds. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I hope I've got that right this time. Minister, your mission statement for your department states that all pupils should be happy, learning and succeeding. And in my view, this applies equally to all young people, including those young people with special educational needs. And for these young children to be happy, learning and succeeding, they require the right support with the right people at the right time and in the right place. We need to be measuring this, and we need to be taking remedial action where we are failing. I know, Minister, you have said that reform of special educational needs is a priority, and we thank you for this. But at the moment, we cannot say, hand on heart, that we are delivering all of these things for young children with special educational needs. I welcome the tone of the debate today. If we are, as the member for Lagan Valley said, to be an inclusive, compassionate society, then we must show that inclusivity and that compassion to those children and young people with special educational needs, and indeed their families. Now, there have been some very well-coordinated speeches here today, but today I just want to reflect on some of the issues that have come to me as I have spoken to families and to teachers and visited schools in this particular area. First of all, let me say about staff. Teachers tell me in special educational schools that they are under more pressure than ever before. Many are feeling the impact of that pressure and that crisis. And many of the children are presenting with more complex emotional and behavioural needs. There is a constant pressure on staff and family. And our support staff are the backbone of everything that happens in a special educational needs setting. And I know, Minister, that you're working on the business case for the pay and grading review, and I hope that this can come to a fair conclusion relatively soon. Can I also talk about access to special educational needs? We all know in this chamber that the chaos of last year cannot be repeated. As I said to some of your departmental officials that I met a couple of months ago, and they're here in the chamber, we can't be surprised twice by the number of children who are requiring a place in a special educational setting. And this morning I heard some talk on the radio that we would need over 1,000 places. And if that is so, that indicates some degree of planning, which is different to where we were last year, and I'm glad to hear that. But I want to say that our children need to be appropriately placed in the right setting, with the right support, with the right teachers. And last year, we created over 100 additional classrooms for children with special educational needs. We created them in a hurry. We created them in a state of panic. And this year, I'm told that we're thinking that we might need another 75 of those classrooms. Now, I think that our children do deserve the right support and the right setting, but they do also require it at the right time, and they need to know that they will have a place in school, and where that school is, in an appropriate time. Because this year, some of the children who required placement in special educational schools did not get a place in their school. They had a place in a school, but they did not get to attend school until January of this year, for example, when the special provision was opened at Saintfield for Oakwood. Now, that is simply not where we need to be, and we cannot have that happen again. I would also like to I think we need to explore how these special provisions and units are being inspected to ensure that the quality of education is appropriate for children with special educational needs. Just very, very briefly, the capital needs programme, I do think that we need to separate that out from the general capital needs programme so that special educational needs schools are constantly being monitored and their needs met.
Could the member bring her remarks to a close,
Thank
please?
you. Can I just say as well, Minister, and I know you know this, it's not just an education issue. It is a cross-departmental issue, and it is a matter for health. And I hope that you're able to work with the Health Minister in this respect.
Thank you. I call on Kelly Armstrong, please.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I just start off by saying that when we think about education and children with special education needs, what we need to bear in mind is equity. And in order to get equality for all of the pupils, we need to think about how we can encourage and increase the investment in those children that need more help in order to be treated equally. But today I stand to speak in support of the Alliance motion and confirm support for the Ulster Unionist amendment that's coming forward. I absolutely agree with you, Mr Butler, on this one. And I'll declare an interest as Chair of the All-Party Group on Learning Disabilities and Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on Disabilities. And in those roles, I have heard from pupils and parents that the current system for supporting children with special education needs and disabilities is failing them and their schools. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm going to use my time to discuss the failure of the system to work appropriately at time of transition. Every year, children with special education needs are notified about the school that they are to attend weeks, if not months, after their peers. Why? This Assembly has called on the Department for Education to stop this unfair and, I believe, discriminatory treatment of children with disabilities since I came into this House in 2016. It didn't just happen last year, it happened the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that. And indeed, the Children's Law Centre have said that SEN has been allowed to degenerate into critical failure. I appreciate the Minister has talked about the Strategic Placement Board. If we're investing that money now, then I expect fully that children with special education needs will not be left in the situation this coming summer. I think that it is time that we ensure that every single child, irrespective of whether they have disability or not, finds out about what their school is or their next school is at the same time. I do not want to have to sit in another meeting room with parents in tears, frustrated that their child is the only child in a primary school without a school place. Minister, as a parent, it breaks my heart when I hear a child with disability asking why they have not got a school place. Have they done something wrong? Or is it because they're disabled that they can't get a school place? That is a disgrace. Principal Deputy Speaker, I appreciate that the period of transition is complex, so I ask the Minister to confirm if any learning has been taken from the experience of the Special Education Needs and Disability Tribunals. If the members of that tribunal were consulted with, many of the repeated errors and continuing mistreatment of children with disabilities and their parents would have been dealt with and no longer part of the system. Principal Deputy Speaker, I demand that the use of the term supernumerary when referring to children with disabilities stops today. Treating children with disabilities as separate and not counting them in a school's intake says more about a system that is based on division and difference when it should be a child-centred and inclusive approach. The Department of Education decided to place children with disabilities into mainstream schools. It's for the Department of Education to stop using outdated and segregating language. And I'll say nothing about the fact that there is very little provision provided for after schools for children with disabilities. Principal Deputy Speaker, I am very fortunate to know Collard House Special School. An MLD school that has helped children achieve GCSEs and develop their skills to the very best that they can achieve. Many children leave school with qualifications enabling them to enter the workplace. The system currently moves MLD children into mainstream, where children with disabilities are separate, not even counted as part of the school intake or exam result achievements. Is this system working to develop children with disabilities, or is it further segregating children with disabilities?
Would the member give way?
I will.
I thank the member for giving way, and I'm loath to jump in here because I think you're making great headway with this, but I want to pay credit to you as chair of the all-party group on learning disability and the former chair on disability, and we have shared rules there. Would the member agree with me that children from pre-primary, and you've really alluded to it, at nursery, children with a learning disability face discrimination there. Then they move into mainstream education, but the education, and then, as my motion speaks to, then into the workplace and further education. They're facing discrimination throughout their lives.
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I think I might need it. I was actually just about to move on to what we heard as part of the all-party group on disability with Fleming Fulton School, who talked about the careers service and how they felt that they were like a poor relation in comparison to the grammar schools not only a few miles away from them. Principal Deputy Speaker, 27% of people with disabilities are not in employment. It's the worst statistics that Northern Ireland has compared to the rest of the UK. But the careers advice that they receive is limited compared to other schools. For example, part of the careers system, we have children with Fleming Fulton School who've been asked to go to work placements that they can't get to because the public transport system, they have to phone 24 hours in advance to book a wheelchair place. Or two children from the same school cannot go to the same work placement because they need 2 wheelchairs on a bus, and no buses have 2 wheelchair places. And while that is an infrastructure issue, it comes back to careers people not giving children the appropriate advice or support. They believe already that it's too difficult to get to work. So what is education providing for those young people? I have to ask the Minister to clarify if basic disability awareness is built into all transition services, including careers advice. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm also very aware there's been much made about the amount of money spent on special education needs, particularly on the workforce.
The member bring remarks to a close,
It is
please.
time that we bring that workforce pay together and put it forward, because they are not second-class workers. They are key to our children's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Paul Free. Thank you, Paul.
Principal Deputy Speaker, everybody struggles with these titles. I think we should just refer back to Mrs. Speaker. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Now, this quote is used often by very many members, including myself, but it's pointed at Gandhi as being the contributor of that quote. It's absolutely right. And here we have a number of boxes ticked. Children are most vulnerable in society, and special educational needs children. But yet, we fail them, and we fail them badly. Not only do we fail the children, but we fail the parents and also all other family members who then struggle either with education or with social issues or with pressure at home. So what will we do about it? What will we do in this assembly about it? I'm sure every single one of us deal with these issues on a daily basis when we're in our constituencies. I can recite many stories about work that I've completed, and it's heartbreaking. One family that have moved into my area of Northampton from other parts of the province, who struggle to get their child into a special educational facility, school. And I want to pay tribute to the special educational facilities that we do have, the schools that we do have. In my constituency, we have the first-class Castle Tower School, which is one of the most modern schools that we have in our stock in Northern Ireland. But yet, it had to open a second campus in the old defunct Bally High School building, which I was educated in, and also others that's outside of my area. but who will cater for the educational needs of some of my constituents. Riverside and Antrim Town, Rodensfield and Larne, Kilronan and Macrofilt, Sandalford and Coleraine. It goes on and on. And these schools do sterling work in really challenging environments, and they do their very best for the children. And I hear nothing but good reports when we get children placed in these settings that they deserve to be in. Because every child deserves an education. And can we say we're delivering that at this present time? No, we can't. And so this is why this debate is so important. But it's one thing debating these things, it's one thing talking. When are we going to see action into catering for these children? 149 children not being placed, and they're not being placed because of their needs. Not because there isn't provision or because there isn't a place, it's because of their needs. That's absolutely and totally wrong. Are we catering and looking after our most vulnerable in society? No, we are not. And we're failing so many people. And that has to stop, because we're not only failing those children, but we're failing their wider family. Yes, I will, yeah.
And I thank the member for his comments. They're very passionate, and I agree with his passion. And as you say, we're failing those children. So if we keep throwing money at the same money and more money at a system that's not delivering, then we have to ask the question, is what we're spending our money on being well spent?
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you, and a very absolutely valid point, because I preach in this place about reform, and about if we just worry about budget lines and asking and requesting and demanding more money to throw at a system that's failing, we will throw that money down the pan. And I can assure you, those parents of special needs children who that pound in their pocket is just as valuable as anybody else's will be given that money into taxation, and it will be not serving their purposes one bit. In fact, it will be wasted money, and they would be able to spend the money far better than any government department. So and here's one of the issues about the programme for government, which I keep going on about. This is a classic example where a programme for government can pick this issue up and actually make real difference, because it's just not an educational matter. Health has got massive issues to do with this. At a very young age, picking these young children up at a very young age and identifying their needs before they even get anywhere near the school path. But yet we go for years with children not being statemented. And here's the thing about a statement. A statement is a very important thing nowadays. But what about if we think that we give those children support before they're statemented, so that they don't need to push so hard and battle so hard to get a statement? Why is the support not there at its earliest stage? And of course, the pressure on schools, to statement children at P1, P2, P6, P7 becomes a completely different equation. And that's not fair on the school, and certainly not fair on the child. So we need to do this better.
Could the member bring his remarks to a close, please?
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Paul. Daniel McCrossan, please.
Principal Deputy Speaker, this is a critical and important issue, but nothing we're hearing today is new. And the reality is that behind all of the examples and numbers that have been given, there are families and children that are suffering terrible situations, and they're all unique. There's a wider problem here that we need to look at. We have multiple reports, numerous reports. There's 200 recommendations that outline how we could move to resolve this problem. The previous Education Committee spent months looking at this issue. The previous Public Accounts Committee spent months looking at this issue. The NAAO spent months looking at this issue. We know what the problems are. The reality is, and for parents watching today, they'll be saying, is this just, and I'm sorry about the tone, but is this just another lip service situation? What they want is action. We know what the problems are. And I'm sorry to say it, but if there's ever an example of how not to do something in this particular area, this place would top the charts, because it has been disastrous. And the truth is, and we've all had it, because my door is knocked as much as everyone else's, my phones ring, my emails are filled with parents that are absolutely desperate for help. And I mean desperate to the extent that their mental health has deteriorated significantly, that they've had to leave their jobs, families that don't have any wider family network or support, that are in crisis. When those children, those families needed us, this place was silent. Not once, twice, for 5 years in total. And we knew 5 years ago what we know today, because all of the reports point to the exact same things. What we need is action. And I won't be standing in the way of this minister if he is going to move to resolve or implement the various recommendations that have been laid out. But we need to move now. Motions are grand. They draw attention to the issue. They shine a light on it. But what people want is action. We cannot delay this and delay this and delay this. And I was reading some of the stuff that came through today from the Children's Law Centre, and it points to things that we have all discussed today. A few things out. The problems parents and children are experiencing are caused by the unlawful operation of that framework and process failings, driven in part by chronic under-resourcing and poverty of service provision relative to the growing need. It's a shocking statement. The briefing paper goes on to claim that the SEN system has been allowed to degenerate into critical failure, with even basic legal entitlements such as a school place being unavailable to children most in need. And here's the one that really I have questions for. The Education Authority. Because when I raise complaints and concerns, and there's a mountain of disastrous mismanagement by the Education Authority in this area, our children have been failed. And when I reported it continually to the Permanent Secretary, to the departmental officials, in the absence of this place, when we couldn't hold the minister to account, nothing's done. The briefing by the Children's Law Centre was highly critical of the role of the Education Authority, stating there is a complete lack of clarity about what transformation processes are taking place on the ground within EA pupil support services. This is a disaster. And I'm not going to stand today and say, let's all be cosy and work together. We really need to implement the recommendations that are there. And this House talks about early intervention and the importance of it. Yes, that's it in a nutshell. But for God's sake, let's ensure, first and foremost, that we listen to the parents that are affected, the teachers at the cold face, the classroom assistants, all of those who are struggling. I'll give way to the member.
Member for giving way, and I really admire his passion for the subject and served on the committee with him. Would the member agree with me that whilst funding is one particular avenue of concern, that the underuse of the Children's Services Cooperation Act has been a singular failure between most of the departments for the exercise efficiencies and direct transformation?
The member's an extra minute.
Absolutely, that's a key point, and it's also pointed to in the Children's Law Centre documents today, the importance of departments working together, which does not happen. Now, I sincerely hope, with the ministers in place and the new executive, that that will happen. But at the centre of this, regardless of the debates in this House, and I hope this House never falls again for the sake of these children or all of the other people that are struggling in our society, for the sake of those children and the future of our society, which these kids are, we need ministers to work together to put them first. Enough of the suffering, enough of the struggling. Let's just take action now and let these families and young people know that we've heard them and that we're responding to them and we're going to take action. And most importantly, that no child will be left behind again. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. The next two speakers have moved into the grace period, so Justin McNulty and Jerry Carroll will have 5 minutes each, and if you take an intervention, you won't get an extra minute. So Justin McNulty.
I'm glad to see that this motion has been brought forward today. Issues with support and resourcing for special education needs bring the highest volume of cases through my constituency offices. And prior to commencing my remarks, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the sterling work being undertaken by so many schools across the North who, in difficult, challenging circumstances, stand as strong advocates for students and their families with those with special education needs. The Thor School and the Liston Alley School in my constituency have done an unbelievable work, but teachers and assistants across all schools who every day see the challenges children face and know how little help and support is there for them, I pay tribute to them. And one such school is St Paul's High School in my own constituency, where both my parents were teachers, and stands as an industry leader in inclusivity and championing the needs of children with additional needs. As principal of St Paul's, Mr Jarlath Burns deserves credit for his leadership on these issues. And I congratulate Jarlath on the impact his teaching team have made for children with special education needs and their families. And his term as Uachtarán's Cumann Lucas Gael, I hope as it commences, I hope the impact he makes there will be as positive as the impact his teaching team have made with the children with special educational needs. Since 2009, the number of pupils with special educational needs in the North has been growing at a pace faster than the general population. Approximately 20% of the school population in the North has special educational need. The issues with provision of special educational needs support are well documented. Poor communication between families and statutory agencies, inadequately resourced services and support provision, poor coordination between health and education agencies with respect to early identification and intervention, and delays in statementing. Delays. The issues are well documented, but central to this debate should be the human impact of the shortcomings of statutory bodies. One example of those small impacts sits prominently on my mind today. I was contacted by a mother of 3 children, 2 of whom had special educational needs. Due to administrative issues, applications for free school meals for those children were not processed in time. Despite extensive lobbying efforts, it took almost 6 weeks for the Education Authority to correctly process those applications. In that intervening time period, their despairing mother was forced to give up her own meals so that her children could bring lunches to school. That is an insight into the human impact of the profound failures within our special educational needs system. Without adequate supports and timely interventions, children with special educational needs will suffer poorer outcomes with respect to mental health, mental wellness, social isolation, bullying, delays in school development and academic progression. It's important to remember that governmental and bureaucratic failures with respect to special education needs will have a permanently negative failure on the lives of children and their families. That is time that they will never get back, and that is ground that can never be made up. Reform and transformation of systems and processes are desperately needed, but it's critical to ensure that those reforms are undertaken with the needs of children and young people at heart. I want to finish by paying tribute to the under-resourced, overburdened teachers and assistants who are helping children with special education needs navigate the challenge they face. I want to pay a tribute to the parents who are fighting with all their might for the support their children need, fighting with every ounce of their being for the support their children deserve. I want to pay a tribute to the children with special education needs and disabilities. Present and past, you are and should have been entitled to support to shine a light on your path through the education system to allow you to reach your full potential. If that hasn't happened, or if that's not happening, you are being failed. You deserve better. No child should be left behind. Gurma Yollet, that's Cam Corla.
Thank you, Justin. Nicole upon Jerry Carroll, please.
3 weeks, Deputy Speaker. Just 3 weeks. That's how long it took for families of children with special education needs and disabilities to protest, I'd say, this newly restored Assembly. I was with the Colin Autism Awareness Group, along with other members today, and supporting standing alongside Unite Union members as well. And I want to commend them both for taking a stand for all those affected by our broken education system. Politicians and sections of the media have tried to pit these people against each other in the past, and they're not falling for it. It is the executive parties here who should be ashamed for failing our most vulnerable children, putting countless families through the ringer and treating education workers with absolute contempt. Almost every day, Deputy Speaker, I speak with parents who have to go through the torture of navigating the pitfalls in the SEND sector, from being unable to have their child assessed, unable to get a statement of need, or unable to even get a school place. Last year, we had the appalling situation where hundreds of children with special education needs and disabilities and their families were left in limbo, not knowing where they would go when September came around. And unfortunately, officials have warned me and my party that there will likely be a repeat of this unforgivable situation again this year. None of this, of course, is to mention the impact and constant disruption to the education of vulnerable children in schools, which are under-resourced, understaffed and seemingly uncared for by the Stormont executive. It's as simple as this, Deputy Speaker. The state is failing to meet its legal and statutory obligations to children with special educational needs and disabilities. It's denying them their right to a full and fruitful education and stymieing their potential. If that's not discrimination, I don't know what is. Families should not have to persevere, but persevere they have. And I want to pay tribute to all of those who have campaigned and taken the fight, to those in power, to demand investment in the SEND sector. Not only have they helped pick up the pieces when the state has failed, but they've been absolutely determined to ensure this farce does not continue. I also want to mention all those education workers who have taken the picket lines to strike for a pay and grading review and for investment and reform, proper reform of the SEND sector. I submitted an amendment to today's motion in support of these workers, Deputy Speaker, which wasn't selected for debate, unfortunately, but I'll summarise it here. It would have commended the efforts of those education workers in SEND who go above and beyond for the vulnerable children they care for and educate. It would have asked the Assembly to recognise the incredibly difficult circumstances that they work in on a day and daily basis, and noted the declining real terms pay has compounded the recruitment and retention crisis facing the sector. It asked the Assembly to recognise that education support staff have not had the right to a 52-week contract honoured, and further commended those education workers who took strike action in pursuit of investment in our education, children's education. Finally, Deputy Speaker, it asked the Assembly to commit to meeting the pay and grading demands of those workers, which bring us to the nub of the matter. Because the refusal of this new executive to undertake the pay and grading review demanded by workers and families reminds us that the failures we speak of are not just historic ones, they're current. 3 weeks in, and families and trade unions are knocking on the door of this new executive, because this new executive has immediately continued down the path of its blundering predecessors. This pay and grading review has been outstanding since 2019. The executive parties, including those who brought the motion and those who will endorse it, are right at this moment refusing to invest properly in these workers and the SEND sector. It's utter hypocrisy, and it should tell those outside where the government priorities lie. Finally, I want to read out some demands sent to me by constituents, and what they're calling for is to say equity in education, timely early intervention, accountability for the Education Authority, and proper reform that involves the voices of parents and workers. The time for lip service is over, Deputy Speaker. Children with special education needs and disabilities demand investment in their education. They demand action, and that's the very little least they deserve. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Minister for Education. And Minister, you have 15 minutes to respond to the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And first, can I thank the members that brought the motion, the Chair of the Committee, or the Chairman of the Education Committee, supported by his colleagues who are all here and have been present throughout. I think this is a hugely important motion, and I'm pleased that it has been brought so early to the floor of this Assembly within our mandate. Can I thank all the members for their contributions? I think everyone has spoken passionately about this. I don't think there's anybody here who has not had to assist constituents and in very distressing occasions at times to try and get them the support that they need. So I just think it's important that we all recognise that we come to this with that shared experience, that shared desire to try and make things better, recognising the problems. It's too easy at times to point the finger and seek people to blame on this. I think everybody is trying to get this into a better place. Undoubtedly there are failings, undoubtedly there are systemic issues that need to be addressed, but we all, I think, do come to this from the same position of wanting to get the best possible outcomes in what is a very challenging environment when it comes to special educational needs. Can I just single out the two maiden speeches, please, if members allow me, and commend them for their contribution. Mr Brooks from East Belfast in terms of the points that he made, and I've no doubt that he will represent that constituency very well and is already making an impact, I know, and also to Cathy Mason for her contribution and sharing, I know, that personal story about the loss of her brother, and I've no doubt that Peter would be immensely proud of his sister and what she's doing here representing her constituents of Southdown, and just commend her for her speech as well. As Education Minister, I have made transformation of the existing special educational needs system one of my key early priorities, and I want to reaffirm that commitment today. Colleagues around the executive table have also emphasised the need for decisive and robust action, recognising that collective action will be required to ensure that we are intervening from the early stages of a child's life, and that the right pathways are in place to enable young people with SEN to have appropriate destinations after leaving school. And a number of members have made that point. It isn't just an education matter, it cuts across a number of different departments, and health has a hugely important role to play as well in providing the solutions to these issues. Regrettably, the data evidences the continuing gap between our children and young people with special educational needs and their peers, and demands that we improve outcomes for our more vulnerable learners. Parents of children with special educational needs want the same as any parent does for their child: to be happy and thriving in a school that meets their needs, to enjoy the benefits of a full and enriching curriculum, and to be supported by staff who are appropriately skilled and resourced. These are reasonable expectations, yet all too often I've heard from families and spoken with teachers who have little confidence in the current system to meet the needs of children. My vision for every child is that they are happy, learning and succeeding. And this vision is no different for children and young people with special educational needs and/or a disability. And over the past 12 months, the Department has been leading an end-to-end review of special educational needs in collaboration with the Education Authority. The purpose of the review is to consider the special educational needs from policy intention through to operational delivery in schools, and to bring forward an implementation plan to support transformation. The intention is to design a system that consistently delivers for children and young people with special educational needs through the provision of high quality and cost-effective services. This review represents a significant and transformational reform agenda, drawing on the recommendations the Department has received through a range of scrutiny reports focusing on special educational needs provision. The weakness in our existing system have been well documented, and we need to move beyond diagnosis of the problems to action, aimed at making things better for our children with special educational needs. The Chairman of the Education Committee referenced this, Daniel McCrossan, referenced that now is the time for action. And our goal for children and young people with special educational needs is a system where their needs are met with, as Diane Dodds quoted, the right support by the right people at the right time and in the right place. A parent should be able to have confidence that their child's needs will be identified early, support will be provided promptly without necessarily requiring a statement of special educational needs, and that their child, as far as possible, will be placed at the same time as their non-special educational needs peers in a school which meets their needs. And I am acutely aware that this is currently not the case for many children and young people with special educational needs. We are seeing a changing profile in our children with increasing prevalence of special educational needs across our system and an increasing complexity of that need. The current system of provision... I will.
Minister for giving way, and there's a piece there that just registered with me. We talk about the complexity of need, and would you agree with me that it's maybe just a better understanding of the complexity of need as opposed to thinking about the individual and the change in profile of the child, but it's actually we're just getting better at understanding them?
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, yes, in terms of a greater awareness, but there are greater health complexities as well for people that need that additional support. Because they are able to go into educational settings, but their health needs are becoming more complex, and the support that is needed in that area is something that is being presented to me as Minister, requiring more support. So the current system of provision was designed and established for a very different context and is no longer sustainable against the backdrop of a changing profile of need. Just to give some figures for members, since 2017-18, expenditure to provide support for children and young people who have or may have special educational needs has increased from 254 million to 480 million in 2022-23, and a forecast expenditure of around 544 million for the 23-24 current year. That is a projected increase of 114% in just 6 years. So, however, despite the rising trajectory of spend, all too often this increased investment has not resulted in improved outcomes for all children with special educational needs. And as Minister, I want to ensure appropriate and timely educational placements for children with SEN. We have a continuum of education provision for children and young people with special educational needs. This graduated response provides a flexible framework that allows for a range of interventions to be implemented within the classroom, with teachers encouraged and empowered to use their professional judgment in relation to a pupil's presenting needs in the classroom, supported by adequate resources, special advice or training as required. In line with our current policy, just over 84% of children with SEN are educated in mainstream classes. 5% are educated in specialist provision in mainstream schools, which provide smaller classes with targeted support in an inclusive mainstream environment, and just over 10% are educated in special schools. 63% of children with special educational needs do not have a statement of special educational need, and this cohort will receive notification of their school placement in line with the general admissions process in April and in May. The 37% of children with special educational needs who have a statement, they follow a different process for admissions to schools. This is based on consultation between EA, schools, parents, and seeks to ensure that their school placement is appropriate to meet their needs as set out in their statement, which is subject to change at the annual review of their statement. So there is a continual flow of children being referred for special educational needs assessments, which creates challenges in aligning the notification of placement of all children with the general admissions process. And in recent years, and specifically the challenges the systems experienced last year, it has struggled to keep up with the growing number of children and young people for whom specialist education provision has been deemed appropriate. And in response, we need to urgently build capacity across our education system to ensure sufficient places in both special schools and in specialist provisions in mainstream and in mainstream classes. This is an immediate priority for my department and EA. This is a key aspect of my department's capital bid in the budget process, and I trust it will have the support of members in the Assembly. However, the issues are not solely about physical accommodation. We must also ensure that children are placed in settings where they are supported by appropriately skilled staff who have access to the necessary range of resources and supports. So my goal is that the majority of children and young people with a statement of special educational need who require a change of placement at key transition points in Primary 7, Primary 1 and preschool receive notification of their place at the same time as other children, so that they can look forward to new educational experiences and destinations in the same way as their peers. And I am aware that this has not been the case in recent years. I want to assure colleagues My department is leading a strategic response supported by a significant programme of work which is ongoing in the Education Authority to address this. And this does involve getting ahead of the numbers, who are the children, having a good understanding at an early point of the educational needs of children approaching transition years and ensuring the capacity to meet that need is there. But for now, the immediate priority is creating more capacity in the system to ensure that we have sufficient places this September. The current estimated shortfall is just over 1,000 places. The support of schools will be essential to meet this demand, and the EA has recently written to all schools seeking their support in the creation of new specialist provision classes to alleviate the pressures. We in turn must ensure that schools are supported appropriately to effectively meet the needs of children placed with them. I will, yes.
In relation to the specialist provision in mainstream, and particularly those new units that sprang up in really large numbers last year in our preschool settings in particular, there's a lot of concern that children were placed in those units but weren't actually able to access their full place. They were not either be able to fulfil a full week because the facilities weren't properly completed. Can the Minister give an assurance that any new classes that are established will actually allow those children who are placed in them to access the full provision as their peers in mainstream would expect?
Well, the chairman of the committee makes what should be an obvious point. You know, that whenever people are placed, they then get the support and the experience that other children get. So, you know, that certainly is what should be achieved. But he raises an issue that clearly hasn't been the case in the past, and there needs to be learning from that. And I think Ms Armstrong mentioned about learning from the tribunals, and she's right to raise that. Officials do engage with tribunals, and that's due to take place again within the next number of weeks, so that we understand the issues that are emerging, so that that can be fed into the planning process to recognise that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I recognise that I'm not going to be able to conclude all of the remarks, but I just want to touch on another issue. Members mentioned the 200 recommendations from the various reviews, and recently the published independent review of education, emphasising the urgent need for change. So whilst the independent review indicates numerous deficiencies across the wider special education needs systems, it is encouraging that recommendation in relation to SEN broadly align with the extensive programme of work that is now being undertaken as part of the end-to-end review of special educational needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, improving the quality of educational experience for our children with special educational needs is imperative for my department. However, this can only be fully achieved through strong partnerships across government, ensuring that children receive the access to health and therapeutic supports when they need them and have access to pathways to training and employment that are appropriate. Investing in our children with special educational needs is not just beneficial for them and their families, nor indeed for my department. The long-term benefits will be across all departments and to society at large. The children in our schools today are the adults of tomorrow, and the opportunities presented to us right now to ensure that every child receives investment in their future will benefit our society and economy in the longer term. So I look forward to continuing to engage with members on this issue. No doubt this will be a matter the Education Committee will want to take up in detail with me, and I'll be more than happy to engage on this issue in the days and weeks ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The next speaker is Tom Elliott, and Tom, you have 5 minutes to wind on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the members for bringing forward this very important topic, I have to say, and also for my colleague Robbie Butler for putting in what seems a simple but important amendment to it about that transition to post-education. Because the process of special education needs is very complex, it's very difficult, and I have to say it often appears that parents almost give up on the situation at times. And I understand these difficulties as someone who has been through the process. I absolutely understand how you can sometimes feel that it's going nowhere. the difficulty is that the statement, and I was interested to hear the Minister say that 63% of the children with special education needs do not have a statement. I wasn't aware of that figure actually, but when you think it through, it probably seems reasonable that that is the case, simply because the resources are not there to actually fulfil those difficulties. But I do want to pay tribute at this stage to those education centres and mainstream schools, and indeed the special schools, that have provided for those special needs young people. I have to say, under very challenging and difficult circumstances, many of them have carried out tremendous work, and I want to put that on record, that it is not all negative, that there are positives as well, because sometimes it's easy to do nothing, only criticise and say all of this is wrong, but it's not. Because I've seen schools, teachers, classroom assistants and their support workers actually go beyond and above what is reasonably required of them to actually make life better for those young people and give them the education experience that they wouldn't normally have had. So I do think it's important that we say that. In relation to those speakers, Mr Matheson opened and outlined the need for change in the special education needs process and for the appropriate pay for non-teaching staff. Mr Butler highlighted that the priority should focus on the most vulnerable young people. Some of them are currently missing out on the very important days or milestones in their education journey, and that has been happening right throughout the process. But I have to say again, those education sectors that do provide for young people with special education needs do actually try to resolve that and make it better for those young people. Mr Sheehan and Mr Barker and Diane Dodds all gave examples of constituent issues, which is very important, and we all get those in our inbox as well. Mr Brooks and Ms Mason actually was their maiden speeches, so I congratulate them on that. Difference maybe between East Belfast and South Down, but the complexities, I have to say, in special education needs are probably very similar, and I do understand Ms Mason's personal tragedy circumstances as well, so you have my sympathy on that. Cara Hunter provided information on the vast range of complex issues that is involved and the limited resources that there are, and I suppose that's what a lot of this comes down to, is limited resources. And I suppose we don't have an open pot of money here, and that's for the Minister to try and juggle that to make sure that he can do what he can with the limited resources that he has. Cheryl Brownlee spoke of our own personal circumstances, which is always not an easy process either. Sean Mulholland again emphasised for the underinvestment in processes. Kelly Armstrong again about the workforce and funding in our normal positive way, should I say, in that respect, and Mr Frew about how society maybe treats or doesn't treat the most vulnerable in our society. Again, Daniel McCross and Justin McNulty and Jerry Carroll all highlighted those individual aspects. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to round up by saying, again, it's about the lack of resources in my view. The processes have changed dramatically over the years, and the Minister did highlight that the processes that we probably have now were for something that was in place a number of years ago. But what I will say to parents in particular, please do not give up on your young people. They are the future of our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Kate Nicholl is going to wind on the motion, and I just want to advise you, Kate, that you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And thank you so much to everyone who's contributed. Everyone has said it's such an important topic, and the speeches were all delivered with real feeling. And so it's been a privilege to listen to them. I want to pay particular tribute to SEN Reform NI parents who are here, particularly my new friends Isla and Tom, and all the parents who are fighting, some of whom are in this chamber. And it's something that I heard time and time again when I first became aware of the extent of the issues in September. when I met parents who couldn't find places for their children to go to nursery school and primary school. And my son was just starting nursery school and realised how unfair it was and how different it was. And what these parents told me is that it is a constant fight. It's a battle, and members have reiterated that today. And the energy that you should be putting into your child who has additional needs is being spent trying to fight the system, and that is wrong. My colleague Nick Matheson started by talking about how it's a priority as chair of the Education Committee, and that was made very clear by all the members on the Education Committee, how support for learners with special educational needs should be embedded in all schools. He did recognise the end-to-end review and the ongoing work which is happening, but also the clear need for an action plan, which is clear, which will deliver reform. And there can't be more recommendations. Parents have waited long enough, and they're so anxious about September. We all know this. We keep hearing from parents who are really worried that they're going to have to go through this again. They're exhausted. I met one parent outside the chamber who was in tears, and this is what the system has driven them to. They are already dealing with so much as it is. Nick also said that the crisis is now the norm, and we have to invest in action. Robbie Butler spoke on his amendment, highlighted how parenting is not easy, and for some young people and families, they need additional support with growing regularity, that there are more children who are just not getting not even adequate help. Talked about the education challenges, how most of them are really fiscal, but we do get it right sometime, and he name-checked some brilliant schools, Fleming Fulton, Harberton, Glenveigh, Mencap, who are doing fantastic work, and that the capacity to meet demand, the capacity is there, but to be able to meet demand isn't. Failure to have government hasn't improved things, completely agree with that. And casework, and how we're all supporting people in our day-to-day lives. We all see the human impact of the failing system. And young people missing out the first day of school and ask for a timeline for delivery. Pat Sheehan, who is Deputy Chair of the Education Committee, talked very importantly about how every child has a human right to education, and too often that right is only partially being upheld or not upheld at all, and gave a very poignant case of a 4-year-old who was out of school for 6 months, and only with an MLA's intervention were they able to get a place. I mean, it's shocking. Also highlight how Irish medium sector suffers from a lack of special provision in Irish, and the need for the review to take this into account. David Brooks gave an excellent maiden speech. East Belfast can be proud, as he is of his constituency, and he talked about the admiration for staff who are too often in unfit buildings, but also spoke about the Minister's commitment to addressing this, and the Minister has very, very graciously sat through the whole debate, and it's clear that he is committed. Cara Hunter used the words angry and heartbreaking. Heartbreaking was a continuous theme in this debate. Talked about her own constituency and challenges that people face, and how it's just causing stress. Also the first person to really talk about issues with transport, and that is a massive issue that we're seeing as well. The long waiting lists for allied health professionals, lack of provision after school, and then also thanked ADD-NI as well. Cathy Mason made another excellent speech, and I echo what the Minister said. Your brother Peter would be very proud of you. You talked about a systemic failure and the need to get to grips with that. And it's not just about funding, it's about policy. And there are issues within the EA and the SEN policies. Cheryl Brownlee very generously talked about how she's going through this, and is a reminder how this is something that is impacting people. And she was speaking as an MLA and a parent. And the need to invest in reform, and how parental engagement is really key. And the process is complex, it's time-consuming, and we need a simpler way to deal with it. And the number of tribunal cases shows that the initial assessment is flawed. My colleague Sean Mulholland focused on early intervention, which I was very glad to hear, and the need for planning, and how critical it is that children receive the support they require in order to live their best lives. She also said there's an economic argument to this too, which we know, and we should not be waiting until P1 to be able to plan for a child's education journey. It needs to start earlier. And she touched on health and the role of health visitors. And this is something I saw when I went to visit Solus and Mencap. And if the Minister ever wants to come with me to see these brilliant examples of amazing education, but how the lack of joined-up approach from health and education is really failing children. You will see it in one pre-classroom. The children have access to all allied health professionals, and then they move next door into the preschool room, and they've got to go out. The community therapist in that building cannot help them. They've got to go back out. So, I mean, it really needs a joined-up approach. It's loud and clear from the providers. I wrote so many notes. Yeah, I need to turn over, sorry, there's a lot. Danny Baker then said a battle a day, and that's what parents say, and that they're exhausted and children deserve better. Again, used the word heartbreaking, talked of Alana's personal story, and how early intervention is key, and again, cross-departmental approach is needed. Also referenced the Children's Law Centre's work, and that was research was mentioned quite a few times by speakers, and the kind of critical impact of the underfunding. Diane Dodds mentioned the Minister's vision for all young people to be happy, learning and succeeding, and we need to measure this and take remedial action where we're failing. She welcomed the tone of inclusivity and compassion, and I echoed that. I thought the tone today was excellent and really hopeful, especially for the people who are listening on, but that we can't afford to go through the chaos that we had last year. It's just not acceptable. It can't happen again. Again, it's not just education, it's health as well. My colleague Kelly Armstrong, who has been such a champion and inspiration within our party on these matters, reminded us to keep in mind equity. And as chair of the all-party group has heard firsthand how we are failing young people. She focused on transition and also mentioned the Children's Law Centre work and is very concerned about the summer and how every child should find out at the same time what school they're going to. I mean, that just seems, it seems basic. Of course they could. If you already feel like you're different or separate, then all these things add up and has an impact. And it's complex. She wanted to know what learning has been taken. She said the use of the word supernumerary needs to stop. It's not child-centred. And the lack of the after-school provision is an issue as well. Also wants to clarify if basic disability awareness is being brought in, and she thanked the key workers. Paul Frew said it's not just about children, it's the whole network, the whole family community who are being failed, and what are we going to do? He talked about heartbreaking cases in North Antrim, mentioned all the schools who are doing excellent work, and how every child deserves an education, and children are not being placed because of their needs, and that is wrong. Also said it should be in the programme for government. Daniel McCrossan said this is critical, it's important, but it's not new. It's nothing we've heard before, and it's something the Education Committee looked at, it's something PAC looked at. We know what the issues are, what we need is action, and I think there's a clear message that came through today on that. And it's listen to parents, listen to teachers, and departments are not working together, and they need to. Justin McNulty welcomed the motion and acknowledged sterling work, and said really about the human impact of the failings here, and reform is really needed. Jerry Carroll made the excellent point that it's within 3 weeks we had a protest. Talked about the Colin Autism Advice and Support Group. Nick and I went down to meet them today as well, and they personally highlighted the torture of what they're going through. It's discrimination, he said. The Minister then spoke about how he's committed, thanked members for passion, talked about early intervention, talked about transition. 63% don't have a statement. Current estimate shortfall is 1,000 places, but additional places will be created. Improving the quality of education for SEN is a priority. Tom Elliott did a much more succinct wind than I did, and also shared that he's been through it himself. And I just think that everyone has highlighted a really important issue. We've committed to taking action on this, working with the Minister. Minister's committed to working across departments, and hopefully we'll be able to see some changes for some children who really have been failed, and they really need their assembly to step up, and we can do that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Robbie Butler be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any, no. The ayes have it. Item 6 on your order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.